The double word score. Oh, we're live. All right.
Hush Webb, Mr. Crackspider.
The double word score.
Hush Webb, Mr. Crackspider. Hush Webb, Mr. Crackspider. Hush Webb, Mr. Crackspider. The web structure was not affected. Bug Spider, Mr. Crackspider. Hush Webb, Mr. Crackspider. The web structure was not affected. Raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket. Caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. We are live. Are we
are
live? We're live. 100%.
Welcome to episode number 48.
It's 48, isn't it? Yeah.
48. With our extra special guest, Robert Phoenix, today in the house.
Super extra special.
Well, thanks for having me on. I'm looking forward to this little journey we're going to go on tonight here.
For sure. Little powwow here.
Yep.
Little bohemian powwow. This will definitely be fun. So how's everybody's week been? Good?
Yeah,
Go
it's
around the horn?
been good. It's kind of weird that it's a score away from a catastrophic event.
Yeah, 9/11. We were talking about that before. A score exactly. So then Jim mentioned that. How many years is a score earlier? And I was like 20. And then I was like, and then he said nine. I put 9 and 11. I was like, that's double word score. You know, so win. That's 911 points, right? But no, I just I found that to be a fun little sync.
Yeah, and isn't 20 half of 40, and 40 is a quarenta, and that's a quarantine, so we're at halfway point of quarantine, 20
There
more
you
years.
go.
Ooh.
Zing. Again.
Chopping it up there. That's good.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it. So, how busy have you been these days, Robert, with doing readings, everything else? I'm guessing just inundated.
Oh, I feel like I'm like in a Buster Keaton movie and I'm trying to run and catch up with this train. That's what it feels like right now. I mean, people are in transition, they're in crisis. They're, I mean, that part of my life is completely like busy, like beyond busy. And then I've got other things that I do. Like I do my show every day, and actually I do a show 6 days a week. So I do my daily show Monday through Thursday, which is kind of my rant show, and then Friday I have a show where I have guests on most of the time. Yesterday I flew solo, and then Sunday night I do an astrology show, and I'm also working on this event for October that I've done for 3 years now. It's the third year where a bunch of people come together and, we talk and hang out. And Jay Widener, I don't know if you guys know Jay, but
Love Jay.
Jay's going to be there. His wife, Sharon, will be there. Emily Moore will show up later. And last year, I always have these little extracurricular activities. So last year we went to the rifle range, and nobody, I didn't tell anybody we were going to do this. So it's not like, hey, bring your guns and we're going to go shooting. A lot of people hadn't even been shooting. They never fired a gun. So we did that, and that was kind of cool. And it was all 22 platform, but it was a fun event. And then, we did our webinar stuff. Masaki Miyagawa was there last year, who was great. And then on Sunday, we went to this horse ranch where this gal who's just a real pistol does these horse rescues. And they actually do like the whole adrenochrome thing with horses. And they will get the horses completely traumatized, and then they will slaughter the horses. So they get intensely highly potentiated adrenochrome meat with the horses.
Wait a minute, back up for 2 seconds. What? So
Yeah.
like who's doing this? Or
So there you can buying a horse. A lot of horses are discarded, right? A lot of
Okay.
like old farm horses, old race horses that people give up because maybe somebody dies and the horse outlives them, whatever. So they have these
Sure.
horse auctions,
Okay.
and the horses will be bought by people who will traumatize the horses. They'll whip them. They'll do all kinds of things to the horses, so that the horses will excrete adrenaline, and then they
Okay.
will slaughter the horse, and then they will sell that adrenalized horse meat. So this gal rescues these horses because she knows that happens.
Wow.
Yeah, and so we went out to her land. Now, all of her horses are working horses, so you can go and ride them. And I think she's got about 9 of them. And then we had Lee Guest come out, who is really great. She had can I swear in this channel?
Of course. Of course.
So she did a song last year called "Fuck Your Feelings," and it became a total viral hit. And I knew her through her mother. Her mother was a client of mine, so she came down and then she performed. And then we did trap shooting with the skeet shooting with shotguns.
Oh, yeah.
So it was an opportunity I like to get people to do different kinds of things. And, we could talk about metaphysics, and we could talk about pyramid power, and, we could talk about astrological cycles, but I kind of like the Ken Kesey world, where
Yeah, right.
it's more experiential. It's just not up here in like Timothy Leary land. So we have another event planned for this year. It's on the second week in October, 14th through the 17th. And I have a link on my website. So if people want to come, we're welcome to come and hang out and be a part of the party. And I have things already planned, but I can't spill the beans right now because I've got to have the element of surprise a little bit.
Right.
So I've been super busy. And then I moved into this new place about 3 months ago, and I'm trying to like unpack my life. I've been living with a bunch of boxes that I haven't unpacked for, I don't know, maybe since the 2010s. And that includes things like CDs and books and cassettes. And so I've been trying to get that together and kind of work on some of those things too.
Do you feel like you're finally in a spot where you're gonna be posted up for a while? Like you feel like that you're or home, if you will, or no?
No,
What do you
no,
no?
no,
You're
no.
right.
I'm acting as if, right?
Got it. Yeah.
I'm acting as if because I don't know if you know much about astrology, but I have Neptune transiting my fourth house. So it's been a constant kind of Neptunian sort of odyssey from place to, and as long as I go with the flow, it seems to work out okay. When I try to impose my will upon the situation and get all pissed off and upset that, I have to move or whatever, it seems to not work as well.
For sure.
So I kind of lucked out here with this place because the whole rental situation in Texas and really across the United States is abysmal right now.
Sure.
And the town, before we went live, I was talking a little bit about Fredericksburg, which is where I
West.
moved from.
Isn't that due west about what? Let me, if my memory serves correct, what, like about 45 minutes to an hour due west, or maybe
Yeah,
further?
it's a little over an hour. I think it's about 70 miles west of Austin.
Straight due west, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
And so a long time ago when I first went to Austin, which was 1996, I remember actually driving through Fredericksburg and I'm like, wow, what is this place? Because you're driving for just miles and miles of nothing. And then all of a sudden things start to get a little more green. You go through this little town called Harper and all of a sudden you come upon Fredericksburg. And it's like, wow, this place is really kind of quaint. And, I started to have these fantasies in my head about living in a town like Fredericksburg. I'm like, oh man, I bet you this is where all these, country music outlaws live. And I bet you they have really good parties out here. And
It's artist community, right? Though.
well, it might have been more of an artist community then.
Okay.
Not now.
Okay.
So I remember just having that kind of thought about what it would be like to live in Fredericksburg. And then in 2018, I actually wound up moving from Austin to Fredericksburg. And I was there for 3 years. And the house that I was living in, the people that owned the place, of course, they were horny to sell and make a lot of money on their place. I don't blame them. It's their property. I mean, they do whatever they want. And so they sold, and I knew they were going to sell. I'm like, my lease is coming up, and I was watching the market. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to stay here. So it was like, okay, well, what do I do? But the weird thing was that I was running for city council at the same time, which was a trip.
Wait, what part? Where in Austin were you? Like, what?
No, I was running for city council.
Oh, in Fredericksburg. Okay, go.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was a very interesting experience, and I'm glad I did it. I learned a lot, and in a lot of different ways. But I was faced with this dilemma that if I had won and gotten one of two seats, I would have had to have stayed in Fredericksburg because I was now on the city council. So, and I knew that my place was up for sale. So part of me was like, well, if you're going to run, you want to win. I mean, why run if you're not going to win? So I wanted to win. But there was another part of me was like, oh shit, if I win, I might have to move into an apartment. I was just kind of over living in an apartment. And because I just moved out of an apartment and moved into a place, it was a house, had a backyard with a bunch of trees, and I really liked that. So I didn't want to go back to that. So I was actually kind of relieved when I didn't win. And when it did happen, so I was trying to negotiate where I was going to go. And once I lost the election, and there were other people that lost too. I think there were 6 people that ran for city council, and 2 of them got seats. So I was looking around. I'm like, man, this is really the world has changed. Because a year before, and I knew that the shit was going to hit the fan with COVID and with all these living spaces, that I probably, if I was going to move, like that was going to be the time. Like I needed to move around March, April of last year. And I did. And I found, I was actually going to move in February to Kerrville. I didn't do it. And I moved in May to Fredericksburg. And I was glad that I did, but it was a totally different landscape a year later. It was like, and I could see it happening, but it was still shocking. It was like you're watching this train wreck happen in real time, and houses just, going like that. And the other thing with Fredericksburg is that it's a massive tourist community. So they have all these short-term rentals. I think there's like 1,700 short-term rentals, which is pretty bad. You know, it just sucks up all the available housing for the people that could live here. So that's a real problem. And every time now a house comes up for sale, people who just want to buy a house wind up getting outbid by people that have more discretionary income, because they know that building, that property is going to net them anywhere between $1,500 to $2,000 a week.
Yep.
So that was an issue. And I looked around and I found this place here in Stonewall, which is just down the road from Fredericksburg. And so that's where I live now. And it's a very different. I'm way out more in the country. There's deer, there's foxes, and there's lots of bugs. I'm learning a lot about bug life out here.
What oh man, I didn't see much when I was living out there. I didn't see any. Thankfully, I can't, like, I have arachnophobia, and yeah, great name for this. You know, that goes well hand in hand. But I didn't see any black widows, none of that stuff. No rattles, nothing. I was kind of disappointed, you know, because I'd go out to the hill country. I'd go to Lake Travis, you know what I mean, and camp, and just nothing. And I was a little bit disappointed. I don't know, what are you getting a lot of that out there in Frederick? Yeah.
Well, here where I live, because it's pretty remote,
Sure.
and you know, legions of leafhoppers, grasshoppers, cicadas. Today I saw a praying mantis, which was really cool.
Nice.
Really cool.
Nice.
A lot of spiders. We got orb spiders. We've got wolf spiders. A lot of those guys. Scorpions. I get scorpions in my house.
Those vinegrudes.
So yeah, and then ants. Yeah, I had an ant experience a week ago. It was just absolutely fascinating. Ants blow my mind. They're a trip. Like their organization and their ability to, you know, just, I don't know, deal as a community. It's mind blowing. I was watching this massive ant operation last week, and it was just like this river of these giant red ants, and they were going, you know, down this kind of rivet where the post office, you know, van comes every day and drops the mail off. So it's got these rivets from the tires, and they turned one of those rivets into their like great highway, you know. And they were going from this field across the street, which had a bunch of deer corn, into this other area over by where my mailbox is. It's a pretty good stretch. And they were going down into, you know, the beneath the surface of the earth, right? And they're like making like a kingdom down there, you know. And it was really fascinating because they would do stuff like they would get like a little tiny piece of a blade of grass, and I would watch them, and they would take that down there and they would use that as like a tool. I swear to God, like they were so organized, these ants. And then they would bring pieces of debris up, like a little tiny piece of a gravel or something like that, and they would bring it up and they'd set it down, and then all these other ants would kind of gather around. It's like, what is this? And they would sort of like take in that information. I'm watching this whole thing. It's blowing my mind. And then they would have these other ants that are kind of on the flank. So they're out there watching out for like what's happening with the, you know, for the main operation.
Right.
And you could see them. They'd be like 3 or 4 kind of in a row. They're sort of scouting. But
Sentries.
Sentries, exactly.
Yeah,
So one of them saw me and started advancing towards me, right? Like it wasn't backing up. Like I'm going to go back, and no, it was coming at me. Right. And it's like, man, this ant has a sack. So the animal world is really interesting, and insects in particular. And there's a lot more of them here. So that's how my life has changed. Nature gives me some interesting, like there's so much more sanity in that world, you know, and that's a whole other reality that's going on that has nothing to do with what's happening with us. Right. I mean, it's just totally oblivious kind of organization and particular manifest destiny. It's mind blowing.
It is. It's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. I mean, because you do get that. You get to I don't know, just it just gives you a different perspective, like you're saying, on everything. It really just does. It just does. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Having
I lived in South Carolina for a few years of my life, and I'll never forget the first time I thought I was, taking out the anthill with the lawnmower, and and they're huge. They're huge. They're mounds of dirt, and you just blast it with the lawnmower, and the dirt goes everywhere, and you think you got the last word, and then 30 seconds goes by, 40 seconds, and all of a sudden they all attack at once.
Right.
And they're all over you. They wait until they've all taken up their position, and they come from all at the same time. They put out the signal, and you're just like doing the dance. And you got to make a run for it. Go put on the hose.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me in a lot of ways what's going on the planet right now. And theoretically, we're all a bunch of ants, right? If you're a so-called elite, like if you're an elite and you're me looking down at the operation down below, what's going on there. I mean, theoretically, that's how they would see us, right? We're just nothing but a swarm of ants. But the ants are waking up, right? They've just plowed over the anthill. I mean, that's what's happening now.
That is so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. Is anybody? I wanted everybody to have it. This is my first week back in a while, so it's good to see everybody in the chat. Chance, everybody. It's beautiful to see you guys. It's been a minute. Love you. Corey, good to see you. Is that a turmeric overlay, Jim?
Yeah, got a turmeric shirt today.
What is that? What is that? Really?
It's the turmeric root, and then there's a mound of
Wow,
ground
that's a
over
good
here,
call.
right on this
There
side.
was an instance in a Spiders episode where we were talking about spice, and then we all looked at the camera, and without practice and without foreknowledge, we all said turmeric at the same time.
I
Insane.
saw that one. That was a good one. That was
Beautiful.
amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty uncanny.
Sean is here. What's up, SB? Good to see you, pal.
What's up, y'all? Can you hear me all right?
Yep. So good.
Cool,
say,
cool.
say what's up to Robert.
Hey, nice to meet you, man. Nice to see you, Robert.
Nice to meet you, Sean.
Yeah. So it's good to have everybody here. I was gonna say, I personally am not. I don't know how bored you are. Jim and I were speaking before the show. Like, wonder how sick of talking about astrotheology. Just the whole. Talking about basically, astrology. How sick of it you are talking about it every day, all the time. Kind of thing. But I am curious to know because I am a novice when it comes to this stuff. Absolute novice. So when you were talking about Neptune and that sort of thing, I'm not here asking for a lesson or anything like that, but I'm curious to know what you're seeing just from Jump Street, and then we can move on and just discuss, just discuss like we normally do here on the show, just hang out. But if there's anything, because I'm worried about Australia. I really am. A lot of people don't seem to be like, we don't see any of it in the news over here. Not that I'm really watching the news, but I'm just like, never been more outraged and upset in my life. It's witnessing what I'm witnessing from, what she actually said the words "New World Order" yesterday, or I believe it was,
Oh,
and
yeah.
nobody bats a lash. It's just like, what is going on here? And I think is it Stella? I think Stella might be down there. I don't want to give away your location, Stella, but either way, it's just I'm not sure. Are you seeing anything in particular where this is gonna let up, or because
So these are two different questions, right?
Right.
There's Australia, and I agree with you. It's absolutely horrific. And I hate bullies. I despise bullies. I'm not, I wouldn't call myself a big fighter or scrapper or anything, but I hate bullies.
Sure.
I've always hated bullies. And what we're seeing now in Australia is just, bullies on steroids. And a lot of I have quite a few clients that live in Australia. So, and I did a show yesterday with James Bartley on the Cosmic Switchboard, and he lives in Australia. And we started to talk a little bit about what was going on there, and he just shut down. I mean, he's like, it's almost too much for him to handle. And I did a show on Australia's chart, I think about 2 weeks ago. And they got issues, you know, they have issues with obviously their system, but also astrological issues as well. And I don't know. I think that they have, they're in the thick of it right now. I do a lot of work with the nodes, which is the ascending and the descending plane of the moon.
Okay.
And they tell a pretty important story, you know, in terms of a lot of different things, our lives, what's happening collectively. So Australia's got a lot of planets in the sign of Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is a sign that's kind of happy-go-lucky, breezy, kind of philosophical, likes to drink a lot, right? Avuncular, adventurous. Sometimes they can flip the script and become really, you know, hardcore zealots when it comes to morals. I mean, people will have that religious conversion through Sagittarius. So you can see that in their chart. And the South Node has been in Sagittarius since late March, early April of last year. It was like, I think mid-April, right around the time of the NFL draft. Once that happens, the nodes shift, everything goes into Gemini, True Node, South Node, Sagittarius. So they're really vulnerable, right? The South Node is coming through and hitting all these Sagittarian planets in their chart. And Sagittarius has a lot to do with laws, right?
Yep.
And you know, they're just getting slammed. And it also has to do with other countries and other cultures. And I think really, you know, and I'm not here to blame everything on the Chinese, but the Red Menace is casting a very large shadow across Australia right now, because that's very Sagittarian. You're dealing with foreign cultures and foreign countries. So I think they're in trouble. They're in trouble, and there's nobody there to help them, really. The United States is not there to help them. Obviously, you know, we can't even help ourselves in a lot of ways. So that's an issue. Now, as far as the rest of this thing goes, I do have more hope for the world at large, and maybe Australia can get swept up in that tide. You know, I was watching a lot of the global protests today, and you know, the ants are out. You know, the ants are angry, and the ants are out. You know, what's interesting? You guys are into like this kind of you know, synchro mysticism, right? So there's this movie that was made in Australia called Phase 4, and it's about ants, and it's about this major planetary alignment that takes place. And when it takes place, the ants become sentient and conscious, and they start doing stuff. And I don't want to. It's actually a pretty interesting movie. The special effects for the 70s aren't horrible. And the director is this guy named Saul Bass, who was part of the Rankin Bass team that did all the Christmas shows like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
He was known for doing titles in movies. That was his big thing. Saul Bass did so he directed this movie. And what's interesting about the movie is that what happens with Australia and these ants and this planetary alignment really has to do with the precursor of like a new dawn. Like the ants are actually initiating humanity into this new phase of awakening. It's a really kind of radical, interesting movie. And I feel like that's happening on a planetary level now. We've got this whole Aquarian story that we're kind of navigating through. We have Saturn in Aquarius. We had Jupiter in Aquarius with the big super conjunction on the 21st of December last year. So we have these competing sorts of models of reality. You know, is Saturn going to dominate and be top down and technocratic, and or is Jupiter going to dominate and we're going to be more expansive and more kind of independent and more free? And this is a 20-year tale, right? This is going to be going on for 20 years. But the big kahuna moment is going to be March next year. And that's when the United States has its Pluto return. So when they, you know, theoretically signed the Declaration of Independence and all that on July 4th,
Yes.
if you're using the Sibley chart, which I do for that event, Pluto was at 27 Capricorn during that time. So it's taken Pluto all this time to come back around. and make that conjunction. It's a very, very powerful time.
Two-
In
248 years.
Yes.
Yeah,
And-
man.
And on
Big
March
deal.
2nd, yeah, it's huge. On March 2nd, there's going to be a conjunction with Venus and Mars in the sign of Capricorn with Pluto on March 2nd. So that's going to be really significant. And I don't think we're going to be the same country after that. And if we're not going to be the same country, we're not going to be the same planet. We're not going to be the same world. And how that gets played out, TBD. So yeah, that's where we're headed. And this is it. We're all in. This is kind of an all or nothing moment. And I think the thing that we have to be really careful of is being led around by our noses and kind of herded into a new reality that looks a lot better than the one that they're trying to foist upon us. We have to be really, I think, aware of that and discerning, so that we just don't all of a sudden think that, we've broken through and we've defeated the evil bastards.
Right.
It would be very incumbent upon them to allow us to believe that.
Right.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're being led around to not remember history and just get caught up in in the moment, so much so that we're unable to, we're just blinded and unable to even look back and go, oh shit, remember what happened when, to these people when they did this or when this happened before. You know what I mean? It's a matter of like trying to get us to just get so enraptured and caught up in what's going on in the moment that we just can't, we have no hindsight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't help but mention that I know that Pluto was not a planet when Plato wrote Plato's Republic. I know that, but the words they're all stand true still. The word Pluto and Plato are related. They mean the governor, the plotter, the till. It's setting turning up the old and laying the path. It's the governor. It's a new government is going to come around, and it's going to happen in Capricorn. That's in the tarot. That's the devil card. Where the two humans are enchained underneath the devil. It's going to be a real deal fight. We're going to have to fight.
Yeah. So the whole idea is to move us out of government, right? That's
Right.
the whole. They don't want government anymore. What they want is they want this kind of communitarian technocracy,
Yeah.
where everything is being basically decided by either an algorithm or an efficiency program, or somebody who's not an elected official, or a corporation who theoretically is looking after the greater good. This is going to be the new kind of locus of control, and people just won't have a whole lot of say in that, right? Theoretically,
Is
yeah,
governance, not government.
right? Governance. That's a really
Exact.
good- really good
Precisely.
point.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And they've already got us doing it to each other and to ourselves by bonking us on the head with Facebook and YouTube threats. Like the other day on Twitter, I posted something. I think it was Hunter Biden with a crack pipe. And they said, hey, your account's locked unless you want to push the button that pulls that back. If you want to push the button that pulls that post back, then you're not locked. And that's just a good example of, like you said, algorithmic governance,
But I get in trouble for posting a thing on Facebook where I had to delete it, otherwise I couldn't repost. Not that I post that often on Facebook, but Donald Trump being a white trash version of a blue blood, like you know what I mean? Basically,
Yeah.
but I called them a white trash, whatever, and I got dinged for that alone. And I'm like, are you guys not like? Clearly, it's an algorithmic thing, that it was racist, by the way, too. This was I don't know, last year, I want to say, at some point. So it's ridiculous. I mean, ugh. It's gross. It really is. But I'm curious to see what the Australians do. I mean, because it seems to be isolated in New South Wales, from what I understand.
Yeah, they went after Melbourne pretty heavily because
is it- Go ahead.
Melbourne is kind of the closest version of like New York or San Francisco in Australia. It's theoretically the most liberal kind of artsy city and I think if they thought if they could make a beachhead kind of moment in Melbourne and really lock down Melbourne, then locking down the other states in Australia would be it's starting to spread a little bit now too. Like I have a client in Canberra, and you know, she can't go more than, you know, 5 miles from her house. You know,
How are they putting like? I just don't understand. How could they put up? How could they put up with this? Because like there is so little. There's so few cases. I just don't understand. It's full on like it's like what they're doing to the Uyghurs, like Panopticon style. You know, I just don't. It just doesn't compute at all. It really doesn't.
It's interesting because both Dark City and The Matrix were filmed in Australia.
Of course.
You know, so we're kind of getting this sort of Cinematrix sort of model reality kind of being hatched out of these, you know, these plot lines, and that's where it is, you know, on the ground in Australia.
Yeah. Were you ever a fan of the show Preacher? Anybody here? I thought that was fantastic. Anybody? It was a comic first for a while. No. Okay, never mind then. I'll drop that. But what was it? The new Matrix. I'm curious. It feels like it's just going to be woke garbage. I think Chris Knowles mentioned that the other day on Twitter. I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. Feels about right. So, who knows?
Yeah, I wonder if Elsa Trix is writing the script for that.
I don't know. I think it's only one of the brothers though that's involved, from what I understand.
Careful how you talk about the director of the Matrix films.
Why? Why do we need to be?
They both transitioned.
Yep.
And only one of them is doing the film.
So I don't want a dead name then?
Let's go back to 1997 when a film called Dark City by Alex Proyas, the director of The Crow, was first scheduled to be released, and then it was delayed a little bit. But Robert was right. The Matrix used some of the same sets in Fox Studios in Sydney as Dark City. So they're literally using some of the same sets, exploring some of the same themes. And I did make a little tweet about that, but I think it was a little bit wordy, basically stating that in Dark City, you have this guy who's waking up in a bathtub, and then in the Matrix 4 trilogy, or the Matrix 4 new trailer, the iconic image that everyone was sharing was Neo or Keanu Reeves sitting in a bathtub with a rubber duck on his head. And then one of the sisters, Wachowski sisters, was painting this rubber duck image and was using that in a lot of her interviews, that she was an artist now, painting this rubber duck image. So you have, again,
Bathtub
Dark
symbolism.
City using a bathtub, and then Keanu in Matrix 4 in a bathtub, but it's light. So I made the joke that, well, Dark City was scheduled to be released on October 17th, 1997, and a new movie, Matrix 4, or we can call it Light City, is scheduled to be released 21st December 2021.
There you go. It's the master right here. Laid it out, Alan.
Quack, 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 quack.
Man.
So, Robert, that's interesting. You say Australia is under Sagittarius,
Well, it's a Capricorn city. It's a Capricorn country.
right?
Yeah, Australia. It's interesting because Australia and New Zealand are formed right around the same time, right? Because they're theoretically, Captain Cook is down in the South Pacific, and everything is happening around 1850. Like there's a major tidal shift in around 1850, and that's supposedly when, you know, he sails into. It's prior to that, prior to 1850, because they've got to, you know, sign the paperwork and basically, you know, rip off the Aborigines, right? So, but 1850 is right around there. Everything's changing. So their chart is it's a Capricorn chart. I think I have Sun Saturn conjunction in Capricorn, which is pretty heavy. And then they've got a lot of planets in Sagittarius, because of course Sagittarius is right around Capricorn during that time. But there's also outer planets there too.
Okay.
So, yeah. So they have this the one thing about the Australian chart, which is also really fascinating, is there's hardly any water in the chart. right? I think it's just the midheaven. Maybe one planet. There's hardly, and if you look at Australia, it's the most landlocked
Right.
continent on the
Yes.
planet, right? I mean, there's hardly any water there except for the coasts. So you can actually see that played out in the chart a little bit. Yeah.
Interesting.
They're in trouble.
Yeah.
Things may lighten up for them once these nodes change.
Uh-huh.
It may lighten up for them a little bit. We'll
Mhm.
see what happens, but I just don't know. Here's what I think. Okay, I looked at Australia's chart and I looked at New Zealand's chart, and there are some things that they have in common. And one of the things that they have in common, if I'm not mistaken, is I think they both have, is it Jupiter in Taurus? I think they might have Jupiter in Taurus. So we have Uranus going through the sign of Taurus now. And I just, because of the proximity of where that planet is in both charts, I thought to myself, this is earthquake energy, right? This is ring of fire, big kind of cataclysmic earthquake energy. And I would not be surprised if something like that happens there.
Yep, Pacific Rim comes to mind. It keeps coming to my mind. And also, I wanted to point out, so in the tarot, the Sagittarius is the Magi card, and it's card number 1. This is the beginning, the initiation, and it goes straight over into Capricorn is the next step. So everything you're saying is lining up in my tarot-oriented thinking as well. That's so powerful. And also, everybody seen Pacific Rim 1 and 2? No? Okay. Well, a lot of Pacific Rim has been foreshadowing a lot of what's going on, and it's down
Isn't
there.
that like an alien thing? Is that like an alien?
Aliens versus mech bots,
Right.
and it's pretty far out. I've been thinking about doing some videos talking about it, but it's kind of, humans have to develop larger and larger war machines, and the war machines are so big that a single person cannot operate it. It takes a neural handshake. So they have to psychically link to make the machine work. And then they can fight back these animals that are coming out of the Pacific Rim, and they're getting bigger and bigger. And there's an apocalypse clock that's ticking down. So it's very Saturnian on a cycle. And one thing I was thinking today was that neural link of two people have to come together to make the machine work. That is speaking towards contract. Law requires 2 witnesses. In order to make the machine work, you need 2 witnesses, and that's biblical.
Is there Rihanna in that movie? Like the little pop
singer?
hip hop pop diva, Rihanna. Is she in one of those movies?
Oh, maybe the second one.
Rihanna was in a movie called Battleship, based off of a
Battleship.
board game.
That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you. I knew it had something to do with ships.
Did she play a dolphin? Sorry, I had to. I can't. She looks like a dolphin to me. That forehead. But that's just me. I'm being
She played
cruel.
a dolphin in that other movie with what's it called? The guy who made The Fifth Element made another movie.
Luc Besson.
Correct. What's the name of that new movie he made?
I forget.
Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets or something.
She's in that. She plays a dolphin in that movie.
She plays like a shapeshifter cabaret singer.
Interesting. He's an interesting talent. Interesting director.
Yeah, I
That,
love
that movie Valerian. I saw it in theaters in 3D. I was like one of the only persons in the theater, and I was like, he's got a new movie out. It's in 3D, huge budget. It was one of the largest independently produced European films, and all the other companies just absolutely did everything to destroy it because there was such a competition between this independent producer who put up a lot of money. And
Is it worth watching?
I'm going to say yes. Other people will have other opinions, but watch it once. The first introductory sequence where they show off all the aliens, it's really well done. The biggest complaint is going to be with the lead actor and actress. The actress is a model. The actor is a blank slate completely, and people are like, "Oh, we hate these actors and actresses."
What's the title again, Alan?
Valerian and the City of, let me see what it is. Valerian is like that sleepy root, right? The
Uh-huh.
stuff you take before you want to go to
Yeah.
bed.
Yep.
Valerian
What they make.
2017. The Valerian and the City of 1,000 Planets. It's based off of a comic book from a French guy. What's his name? I'm looking it up. Yeah, it's a 3D space opera. Quite good.
You know, I was thinking
3D
of
space opera.
I was thinking of a RX picture show that you guys did quite a while back where you discussed that I believe it was either Twitter or Facebook had been shut down for a period of time and people were complaining because they were having withdrawal and they didn't have anything to do. This was quite a few years ago. And as soon as they put it back online, the first thing everybody got was like a face full of controversy. And it hit like a dopamine overdose. And it just seemed perfect. It just seemed perfect how everybody was withdrawing from their, from their getting their fix. And then they hit them with the controversy right out the gates. And now I'm thinking of that in the context of nobody's been able to go to the movies. Nobody's been in the big theaters. And here it comes. Here comes this wave of propaganda, and it's going to hit everybody like their first time again.
Yeah, we just went to a movie last night. Saw the Suicide Squad.
Uh-huh.
It was pretty lame, in my opinion. I mean, it wasn't absolutely terrible, but it was pretty. Me and my girl watched the first Suicide Squad quite a few times just because. She used to use certain movies just as a way to kind of zonk out at night, throw them on in the background or whatever. And of course, that first Suicide Squad movie is just full of occult symbolism to the max, and so it's easy to just decode for days on it, And I don't know if you guys saw Ragnarok, but I would compare this second Suicide Squad movie to that, where it's got this like kitsch, almost slapstick sense of humor. Like they're not quite taking the storyline and the flow of the movie seriously as a technique. I assume in Hollywood, there's probably a name for this technique where you kind of have this loose bamboozle the audience, like keep the thread falling apart on what's going on. Like I'm sure there's a name for the technique. I don't know. I'm not an insider, so I don't know. But I wasn't impressed by it. But I mean, we definitely have found ourselves going to the movies a little bit more just because they're open, just because the theaters are open. And of course, it's hard not to go and buy like, a box of candy and a great big soda and popcorn and a pretzel or whatever, It's just, like you get like a huge diet of all of the worst things you can get for your body as far as eating and for your other senses as well, It's just a friend of mine, her older sister used to call it, and it's she actually used to live in the city where I am in Boise, and there's this huge theater in Boise, Edwards Cinema. It's huge. There's probably 20 screens or more, and some of the bigger screens, they're named like the Egyptian and China, and like they all have these fancy names. But she used to call it the Den of Iniquities, and I never forgot that. So whenever we go, it's like, oh, here we are, literally walking into the Den of Iniquities.
Yeah,
get
sort
our-
of like
our-
they shut down the cinemas and they turned reality into a movie, right? Into
The ultimate inversion. You're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I see they're using it also as an excuse to jilt some of these Hollywood stars out of their contracts. They're promising them that they're not going to publish it streaming online and then flipping that around at the last minute. And like I saw, I don't remember who it was. I thought it was Taylor Swift, but maybe it's somebody else. No, it wasn't Taylor Swift. It was a typical actress. I don't remember her name, but she was coming out big. The girl from the Marvel franchise, I think. I don't follow the comics well enough to remember them, but yeah, she was trying to like go big on a lawsuit because they had said in her contract that they weren't going to have it as a streaming product, and then they
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly.
Black Widow.
So to me, yeah. So that's it's ironic that it's the Black Widow because I I was thinking about you guys, and we moved a whole bunch of wood next to my house, and there was so many black widows in the wood pile that we actually called the exterminator, because it was just like, I found one in the house. And I mean, there were some big old black widow spiders. Like, there was enough black widows that I considered capturing them and pouring them into clear acrylic so that I could have some forever, you know. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it because it would take me off task. But I was tempted. I mean, I've got the acrylic. I was thinking, what can I use as a mold? What's see-through? I can get some clear beer glasses or something and pour them in there. But
seal them in amber.
yeah, it was tempting. But I mean, you know, I accomplished something big this last week. It made me happy. I was able to. We're in the middle of a remodel, and it's really distended. It's going on forever. But we were able to empty out the little portable storage they had dropped off at the house, and they came and picked it up so it's out of the way. And then I was able to go out to where my RV was stored off site and rearrange everything and bring it back. So that's going to save us like $200 a month. So it's just like a huge relief. Like, oh, thank God we're far enough along that we can get rid of the little portable mini storage. But so many black widow spiders, it was just stupid.
It's almost like you summoned them last Saturday when you were imagining them fishing for sinks out of the dark sky.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't imagining black widows, just to be sure, universe. I was thinking more like a wolf spider or a jumping spider.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I still like that image. Spiders in the clouds with fishing poles, and they've got their hooks baited for whatever sinks like, and they're fishing for sinks so the sinks will bite.
So I watched that new Black Widow. That was one of my first movies.
Yeah, we saw that in the theater too. Yeah, okay.
Dude,
yeah,
that was some incredible signaling.
I thought it was excellent. It was excellent. It was.
Yeah.
I told my girl that I would actually go back to the theater and see that a second time in the theater. We didn't do it, but that's pretty rare for me to want to drop that money to go twice. But it would have been worth it. You know, it was good.
Yeah. So this actually, Robert, this syncs up with something, you know, you said earlier. You mentioned that in the horse industry that they actually practice adrenochrome oriented technology.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the horse industry. I would say the illicit horse industry.
Okay.
That this is this is a practice.
Yeah.
That is, I would say, not very common, but more common than you would think.
Yeah.
And apparently the people that are really into the adrenalized horse meat are people that, some people live in the United States, but it's mostly people outside of the United States. So yeah, but it's, when I first heard about it, it was absolutely horrific when it also made sense in a very bizarre way too.
Yeah. So in the Black Widow movie, she ultimately, spoiler alert, but she ultimately finds out that her mother is doing animal testing on pigs on a pig farm, and that they have the pigs wired and remote control. And the mother has a little laptop. She can tweak a dial, and she literally tells the pig to stop breathing. And the pig starts to collapse on the ground and is suffocating. And the whole time I'm thinking, masks, hello. And it's really something else. And then funny enough, my next video I'm going to put out has to do with the horse, people in the horse racing industry and mind programming, essentially. I'm going to kind of go down that MK Ultra route. I'm going to talk about Sirhan, who is in...
just let him out. Yeah, they just...
Yeah.
He's let him out.
He's hitting the news now. Yep.
And it was on his Wikipedia entry that he said that he thought he was MK Ultra because it was all in his diary entries. RFK must die. And he was saying straight out that he thought he was mind controlled. And it was on Wikipedia. I used to use that as an excuse for people like, you really don't think about this stuff much. So you don't think there's much credit to it. Well, look up Sirhan and just go read his whole wiki.
Yeah.
It's on if you can find it on Wikipedia, then you know they're baiting you into the game if you want to get a sniff of it. And in that movie, Black Widow, they give the whole thing away. All those girls are like little young sex pot MK Ultra mind control assassins. That's the whole thing. And then they, you know, their dad breaks them out of prison or whatever, and they want to kill him, and they're all mad. And he's like, "What? I did the best thing I possibly could for you. You know, I gave you over to the government so that you could become a anesthetized, mind controlled, sex slave assassin. What else otherwise they'd kill you. What'd you want me to do for you? You know?"
Yeah, the mockery was running at a premium in that movie. They were just throwing it in people's face. It's insane. It's insane. But yeah, it's just interesting that Sirhan Sirhan is in the news again, and we're talking about controlling animals. Elon Musk has a monkey with the chip in the brain, and there in that movie they had a pig with the chip in the brain, and they just turned off its breathing.
Yeah, they were gonna let it sit there and die, and then somebody finally freaked out.
Do you guys remember A View to a Kill, the James Bond movie with Christopher Walken?
I never did watch that one.
Remember the plot of that one? There's a horse race,
Oh yeah.
and there's a horse tranquilizer, and they put a transmitter into the horse so they can activate it so the horse will run faster so they can win the race.
Did they put it in the Did they put it in the deltoid of the horse?
Oh, I'd have to watch it again.
Wow. Yeah, Michael Jackson was into. He was dealing in horses and horse racing and jockeys and controlling animals.
Yeah, I heard a rumor too that he was supposedly involved in liaisons with the young boys over there in one of these Middle Eastern countries to do with that horse racing too.
That's it.
The young jockeys, and that it was a easy availability thing for male prostitution, boy prostitution. I don't remember which country it was.
He was really good friends with the Sultan of Brunei, so it's probably Brunei.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just in passing. I never studied it or searched it. I just remember that was because I always took everything about Michael Jackson with a grain of salt. Not that I ever thought that he didn't do anything wrong necessarily, but it's like, to me, he was the ultimate example of like the mind controlled pop star boy. And so it's no shock that if they kept his youth busy with like completely whipping him with a belt and training him to be a perfect singer, it's no surprise that he would grow up and try to go through a delayed adolescence and want to be involved with children and like recapture his childhood like Peter Pan or, Lost Boys bullshit. It's not like it's okay, but it makes a lot of sense. It always made sense to me.
Yep. I've decided I call him MK Ultra Jackson now.
Yeah. His whole family. Like Janet Jackson, last time I saw her on the TV for a minute, she was wearing a full, what do they call it? When you cover your whole body in Muslim garb? Was that the hijab? I don't remember what the name of the whole thing, burqa. But yeah, it's just a trip. Like,
well, she married a Muslim, didn't she?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it's like her new thing. So Joe Jackson used to turn those boys out.
Yeah, I believe it.
They would go, to a recording session, or they would go to a TV show, and he would take them in the back, and they'd all get raped. Right, all of them would get raped. That's what he did. So yeah, the MK factor was extremely high with the Jacksons. Do you guys know this this guy Dave? Have you seen the Dave videos at all?
Yeah, Jim turned me on to it first.
I actually think that that's Michael Jackson, by the way.
Me
a lot
too.
of people do. I agree. It looks like him to me, man.
Yeah, I think
People
it's
just don't
Michael
realize
Jackson.
how much people fake their deaths all the time to get out of the spotlight so they can have something like a normal life. It's not uncommon. It's been going along forever.
Well,
Having body doubles and faking your death is just a normal thing in the world. People act like it's not.
If you go back to the Pepsi commercial where everything catches on fire, right? It's like it's a big deal. And Michael Jackson is burned. And I think he's seriously burned. So much so that they have to replace him.
I remember that he did actually get burned. He flipped out or something along those lines. I don't know if he sued or did he sue? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, I think I
Okay.
think he sued Pepsi. But I think it was worse than that. I think it was way worse. and they were so invested in him as an investment, right? I mean, CBS Records has huge investment in Michael Jackson and Quincy Jones, and it's an industry. He's a huge freaking star. So they couldn't abandon Michael Jackson. And I don't know who they got to replace him, but the whole thing with all the facial reconstruction and the skin bleaching, I think that's all part of the deal. It's part of the story, so that he doesn't even look anything like the original Michael Jackson, right? I mean, they're basically creating this costumery because he's not the same person. And then you see him walking around with a mask all the time, which is really bizarre, right? Totally bizarre. So my sense is that whoever that guy was, that wasn't Michael Jackson. That this Dave character is probably Michael Jackson. When you listen to that video, we listen to that interview with Larry King.
Yeah.
There are vocal intonations where he's sounding just like Michael Jackson.
Who is this Dave guy? Like, why am I drawing a blank here? What?
Jim could probably tell us the easiest. Jim could sum it up.
Yeah, sum it up, Jim. I need to know.
Supposedly he was a kid who was his dad burned him. His dad lit him on fire when he was a kid, and then Michael Jackson saved him and sort of raised money, gave him money for his hospital bills. And his story is that he spent a lot of time with Michael Jackson, at the ranch. And then so when Michael Jackson died, he was in a bunch of interviews where he was being interviewed about Michael Jackson.
Okay, and
like as a familiar.
And it was, yes. And it was kind of, I mean, in 2020 hindsight, it looks like it was Michael, giving everybody the signal, that giving the revelation of the method.
Right.
Yep. And passing the torch and sliding into the,
the new,
yeah.
That is too tripped. I'm gonna have to look into this now. That's fascinating.
Yeah. And the some of those last videos of the new Michael, right before the end of his life, I just remember he was putting out some dance moves that were horrible, and it's like he was integrating some of these new moves into his repertoire, and they were horrible. And my friends and we were laughing because we'd never seen Michael Jackson do any moves that weren't, stylish and amazing. But for some reason, there was a couple moves that just were not. And even that looks like revelation of the method. If you're into dancing, if you can read that nuance, even that was a way of like, this is not, I mean, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do the move.
Awesome.
He was like from the side, he was doing this thing, and it was too mechanical, not smooth. It was so awkward, and it looked, I mean, he's always sexual, but it's
awkward as you doing that right now.
yeah. And it just was, it was like, it was totally new. In the camera, they did it multiple times, so they made sure you saw it, Yeah. I'm quite sure that Dave was, his signing off.
I remember when I first saw that video, it was really shocking in a lot of ways. And then I, of course, remember the whole Pepsi thing. And from what I knew about it, it was a lot worse than people let on. It was pretty bad. So is it Dave bad? I don't know, but if you put the pieces together, it probably could be.
It's wild. And I remember hearing you, Robert, talking about what you and your girlfriend on, I think it was on Freeman, when you were chatting with Freeman recently. You were talking about George Bush having you were convinced he was a clone?
Oh yeah,
had a clone?
Yeah. That was a trip. So the story was I went to go see this this guy named George Green. Do you guys know who George Green was?
Mm-mm.
George Green was this interesting character, and he kind of popped onto the scene like in the late 80s, in the early 90s. He had his fingers in a lot of different things. So I saw him for the first time in Olympia in I think it was 1990. And that was a time where I was getting just, I was just crushing red pills and snorting them. And George Green shows up and just starts blowing everybody's mind. It's in this conference room in this hotel in Olympia. And he's basically what his story is. He came from a cattle family, a big cattle family in Colorado, very successful. And he was going to be brought into the Carter administration to perform some kind of functional role inside of the Carter administration and having to do with like agriculture and the beef industry. And then he began to see things that were very bizarre. Like he tells this story about being in a hotel room with Teddy Kennedy and James MacArthur from Hawaii Five-0. And they're all in this hotel room and they're all getting crazy high on coke. He's not, but they are. And his daughter is there, and Teddy Kennedy keeps trying to hit on his daughter. And so he's around these people for a while. He decides he wants no part of them. So that's kind of like how he goes off into this other world of discovering. That's his own kind of red pill moment. So I had been watching with great attention what was going on with the Gulf War 1, because to me, it was a major event. It was blowing my mind. And of course, that's where the talk of, the New World Order is happening. And they launched the whole thing on Martin Luther King's birthday. And it's a major time. And when I'm watching George Bush, and I just know that there's something major going on here. Like, he's having these speeches, and he's talking to like all these bankers, right? They're like all in this one room. He's addressing them all personally, and there's all kinds of code that he's sort of spewing out, and you could just see him like expand into like almost this kind of supernatural sort of power. Like somebody who's really like surfing with their destiny, right? He's kind of in that moment, no matter what you think of him. Like that's the moment that he was assigned to do. And then all of a sudden I saw something very different about George Bush. I couldn't put my finger on it. I'm like, this is not the same dude. And I remember watching him get off a plane. I think it might have been in Qatar or someplace like that. And he was walking down the gangplank of the plane. And he had his arm, extended the moment he came out of the plane. Right. And he's kind of stumbling down the gangplank. Now, if you go back and read Kathy O'Brien's book, Transformation of America, she talks about how George Bush and Dick Cheney were speedball heads. That they would shoot heroin and coke. So maybe that was it. Maybe he was having a kind of a speedball. I don't know, but it clearly wasn't the same guy. He didn't really look the same. The aura and the vibration was just different. And then when a few months later, I went to this George Green thing, and I asked him about Bush, and I said, it doesn't seem like he's the same guy. And he said, well, he's been cloned. And the reason he's been cloned is because he had like a moment of conscience, like something happened, and he had a moment of conscience, and they cloned him. And I went back home and I told my girlfriend, and we were, so we were playing with it, and then we were driving from Oregon to California, and it was the night that he face planted into his food in Japan.
And Barbara jumped up and saved him like a ninja.
Yeah, exactly. So when we heard that was Art Bell, and Art Bell used to be a conservative talk show host before he became sort of the dark Lord of the Night, right? And we both looked at each other without saying a word, and we just basically said, the clone died, right? It expired. So yeah, that was the story. And yeah, and you look at these guys and women, by the way, and they just don't look the same, right? They just don't look like, even Trump, whatever we're seeing with Trump now is very different than the Trump that we saw in 2016. And I don't know if he's been on a med bed or he's been replaced or I don't think it's the same dude.
I used to play a game. Is that the slow Trump or the quick Trump? Because there was one of the Trumps was always like,
The Adderall Trump or the just saying.
that's it.
I don't
Maybe
know.
Bush and Cheney turned him onto that speedball.
You
Well,
know
there's Trump after he supersized all of his McDonald's orders.
it. Right.
And there's Trump before he got his breakfast at McDonald's.
Right.
Mhm.
Bloated. Oh man. Well, Jim, go ahead.
Well, GB, G and B, that's a 7 and a 2. A 72, that's a pentagram. That's a Pythagorean significant number. Just putting that out there.
Interesting. Jim's got an interesting, fun theory that Dave Chappelle, and we'll run it past you then, Robert. Dave Chappelle is no longer Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, like what happened to that dude?
You, know,
I-
you guys know they're running these face filters. Well, they got these face filters that like they don't have to do the makeup. The computer does it for them. They
Right.
can just show up with bags and they look like $1 million because they got the face filter on.
But that wouldn't be. I mean, in public, you wouldn't be able to get away with it. There would have to be obviously cameras and what have you. I'm assuming. So I don't know. I've seen Dave Chappelle live.
Mhm.
I feel blessed to have seen him live. But he does have that rule. Like when we went and saw him in 2014, or I think it was 2015. Yeah, 2015. We couldn't at the Pabst Theater. We were not allowed to bust out our phones and take any photos. That's still a rule. If like I remember one girl taking her phone out, and like security grabbed her, and like she got escorted out of the theater. But then he let at the end of the show, he let everybody pull their phones out and take photos. And it was a party, and he was like smoking weed on stage, drinking, and everybody was allowed to like go down and give him, like to hang out with him. Like it was really rad. It was a great set.
So I
Um,
got an interesting
yeah.
metaphor for that. Celebrities not being able to have their photos taken. The same rule applies in the red light district.
Interesting.
I was walking in Amsterdam and all of a sudden a water bottle through the red light district, confession hour, and all of a sudden a water bottle whizzes right past my head from behind me and blasts this guy in his face because he had his camera out. And somebody just beamed him with a water bottle. And the lady that threw it, I looked her behind me, she says, "No photos without a contract, asshole."
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably the same reason because they're all prostitutes.
Isn't that a beautiful metaphor? Or
Yeah, I got a funny story from the red light district too. You guys want to hear a funny story from the red light district?
Of
all
course.
Okay,
right.
so nothing is so strange as going to the red light district with a man with a broken neck, and he's in a wheelchair, and you're his caregiver, and he's trying to like decide if he wants a piece of ass, and so you keep getting him up close to the door in the wheelchair, and then you got to step back a little bit so that he can have some privacy, but you also can't leave him there because he's a disabled person in Amsterdam at night, and so. Hearing the nature of the conversation of a man with a broken neck trying to negotiate for a piece of ass, maybe a blowjob or whatever, and you're standing, I step back about 6 feet, just far enough that if anyone wanted to get stupid, I could get right back on him. But like usually right on the main strip, if you've been there, Gabriel, like it's all stairwells like this, straight up and down. And there's a little
Yep.
tiny picture window for him to stand in. But if you're going to go inside, it goes straight down into the basement or straight up into a bigger set of rooms. And so we must have tried at least 10 rooms, and like 8 out of the 10 girls are just like, you can't get in here. Like, there's no way to get in here. And he's like, oh man, that's too bad. And I was like, okay. So we keep going. And it was really funny. We finally found one girl, and we came into her room and we were talking to her, and we were totally making negotiations, and he was going to call her back and have her brought to the hotel, because they'll do that instead of, trying to, like, I could have left him in that room with her, Of course, I was against the whole thing. I was like, bro, you're not gonna, and I have to participate because I got to take his catheter out. So whatever's gonna happen, whatever's gonna happen, I got to get homeboy up in the bed and like take his catheter out and then leave him there you know, and try to be far enough away that if they scream help, I'm still nearby. But obviously, I'm not gonna kick it in the room while dude tries to get a piece of ass for the first time in 30 years or whatever. And
Oh,
and so yeah, we were so stoned on space cakes. The prostitute was just worried about me. And the most beautiful thing is she was the whole time she was praising Jesus because she was just recently saved. And she knew for sure she was going to get out of the prostitution industry, and she was excited because she was going to be baptized in the Jordan River when she went back home. And so
What?
she was totally stoked. And we were going to hire her to come to the hotel room. Then we were so stoned I didn't get her contact information correctly because we'd been out all night, and I was just sitting on the bed like blown, you know. And I mean, I was okay, but she was worried about me. I'm like, I just ate too many space cakes. I'm all right. I'm tired, you know. I'm taking care of this man. He's a high maintenance, micromanaging, insane individual. I just had enough, you know. I mean, you can only look for a piece of ass for a disabled person for so many hours before you get exhausted, you know. Especially when you know you still got to go home and take it and put him to bed and everything. And so it was a real heartbreaker because we never did hook that up. We couldn't. We tried to walk back, and it's like a labyrinth. You know how the city is. It's like a labyrinth. I remember it was like a church in the middle, and this whole roundabout of prostitution rings. Oh yeah, and that lady told us from where we are down, don't hire anybody. She says they're all travesty, travesty. She had a thick accent, and we're like travesty. She's like, they cut off the dick. They cut off the dick. She says, look at the hands. Look at the hands. From here down, no girls. All travesty, travesty. And she was warning us. And it's all trans and transvestites and transsexuals from her location down. And so we went down, and I was looking at the hands, and she was right. You know, like all the rest of them were all either men dressed as women, or they were, you know, eunuchs or whatever. But I'll never forget, man. So that was a trip, you know, mind blowing trip. But yeah, like how much for a blowjob? A guy in a wheelchair, you know. Like, you know, you can't even come in my room. There's a staircase straight to the basement, you know. And then we finally did hire a prostitute, and we called like late Friday night, and they sent us this total glitzed out coke whore idiot fool. And like I left him in the room alone, and she wouldn't like really do nothing. Like she didn't want to smoke weed, and that's really all my homeboy wanted to do. He's passed away now. But and I remember I went and walked and bought her falafel and a pack of cigarettes, and she took the cigarettes and left the food, and I ate it. And he was mad. He was going to try to not pay for the bill because she didn't really do nothing, you know. Like they didn't hook up. They, you know, she was just a coke whore. You could tell she wasn't in there. And so he was like, "Don't pay." I'm like, "Bro, we're paying. I'm not talking to the Amsterdam police tonight, you know." And try to explain to him that you weren't happy with your service, you know.
Sean, you are an amazing friend.
Hey, thanks. I feel the same way. Just getting to know you, Gabriel. We'll have to get on a private call sometime and kick it, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Dude, that was amazing.
We busted out the red light district stories a little early tonight. Who else?
Oh man, I could tell stories about the man in the wheelchair I took care of him on and off for 12 years. We did crazy, foolish shit. We used to grow hella weed. You can say that now because it's legal in so many places, but back in the day, obviously you keep it on the down low because you don't have to go lay in your grow room with an AK-47 and wait and see if anybody heard what you're doing, you know.
The man in the wheelchair segues us to a Stephen Hawking. We had some thoughts about Stephen Hawking.
Here we go.
Stephen Hawking, lifetime actor. What's the deal with that guy?
What do you think?
Live so long.
What do you think, Robert? Do you think Stephen Hawking was on the up and up?
Well, I know a fair amount about people that have ALS, and for the most part, they really don't last more than 3 years once they're diagnosed with ALS.
True.
I think this guy Steve Olson, who played for the New Orleans Saints, I think he's still around. But by and large, you know, the clock is ticking on, and he had ALS for a long time. I don't believe that was him. I don't know who they were trotting out or what that kind of entity was. And
robot, yeah.
You know, and yeah, exactly. And really, like, what's the contribution to society? I mean, theoretically, he was this genius and blessed us with all of these marvelous theorems and theories, but really, did he? You know?
Exactly, and from what I heard from like nurses, I mean, I'd heard horrible story like after the Epstein stuff came out with him, like even before, I want to say, he was listed in Epstein's black book or what have you. He
Right.
was like, nurses had come forward saying like he was the worst, most awful. He treated his nurses like absolute garbage, and he would like force them to, blow him and all kinds of terrible things. He was just a literal, just piece of human scum, from what I understand. Um, so I don't know. That guy's just ugh. He always
And it's definitely not just one dude. Because I mean, there was a minimum of two of those guys. If you look at the pictures, the teeth are so different. And what Robert said is totally true, because I parlayed my job with that guy in the wheelchair into a career as a professional wheelchair technician for like 7 or 8 years, or more like 6 or 7 years. But ALS, if someone came in with a diagnosis of ALS, you would bump all the rules and change everything. The biggest wheelchair companies in the world would actually like give you a wheelchair on loan, which is unheard of because they have to all build out through insurance. And so you don't get nothing on loan. You got to go through this whole algorithmic process of qualifying someone for a piece of equipment. But ALS, the scope of that disease is so severe that the person in 6 months could go from as healthy as any one of us to almost dead. And if they last 3 years, it's a miracle. If they last 5 years, they literally want to look at their brain tissue under a microscope. So the idea that man lived for 20 years is just a lie. They're just straight lying. They know it. I mean, he might have had MS, but he certainly did not have ALS. After I did all the training and learned the true scope of that disease, I went and told all my friends and family, if I ever come down with this, it's sayonara. We're going to go party and I'm checking out. I'm not going to live through this, because it's complete consciousness in the body. And the body starts usually from the feet up. And then you start losing function, get some muscle weakness in the legs, then in the arms, and it just creeps up until it gets into your respiratory. You're completely conscious and feeling the whole time. You don't lose sensation. You don't lose consciousness. No way, man. It's one of those things I would check out on, man. I wouldn't go to where they're going to ventilate me and put me on a respirator. I'd let go before that.
So I guess this was yesterday, no, 2 nights ago, I was doing anagrams out of Stephen Hawking's name. And it's Stephen William Hawking. And whenever I see William, I think of theater, I think of Lord. Bill is Baal, translates to Lord. A lot of Williams in the royal influencing circles. But some of the anagrams, I've just freaked myself out. I had to put it down and walk away, because it's like staring in a black hole, and it stares back at you a little bit. But I got phrases like, "I am the new King Seville."
Nice. That's
Whoa.
scary.
Yeah.
out of what?
Stephen William Hawking.
Oh
Stephen
wow!
William
Oh wow! Wow!
I am the new King Seville. And then I started thinking, wow, okay, so Seville is kind of an ugly dude, super fugly. Bill Gates is a super fugly dude, and Stephen Hawking, it goes without saying. But yeah, it was creepy. It was just creepy.
I love that anagrammer. Anagrammer could scare you. Start.
Yeah, yeah. And then, there's another thing. I did one of my videos early on. I did a list of theories in the world that have a kind of a dark sense of humor, metaphor, not even a metaphor. It's like a double entendre. And so I got a little list. And this is just off the top of my head. It's longer than this, but just put your head in the gutter, and I'm going to run these words through your mind, and just stay in that, that twisted sense of humor state of mind. A black hole, a wormhole, a grassy knoll, a ground zero, the wet market. You guys catch it?
Yep.
Yeah, and that's just a short list. It's a much longer list than that. But if you've got a real twisted sense of humor, these theoretical consciousness altering situations, they reach into your shame. and you don't need to go any further. You're just okay. Next, what else? Let's move on.
Right.
Nothing to see here.
And I think it's, well, I don't even think it's that twisted, or that anymore, or that, you know what I mean, of a sense of humor. Like that's almost like, that's seems almost like, that seems light. That seems PG-13. You know what I mean? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like right now, I mean, that's just how it is. Like it's gotten pretty dark and disgusting. Like, but ugh. But that's fascinating to look at it that way, and that's just that inversion thing, That's not inversion. Well, yeah, inversion. If you not inversion, that is the wrong word. But I feel like it's kind of like a byproduct of it almost, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It reminds me of is it Nietzsche who says when you stare into the abyss,
Yeah,
the abyss
yeah.
stares back at you?
It's
Yeah.
Nietzsche.
Oh man,
yeah.
which anagram site did you use?
This one.
His brain.
Oh, you
yeah,
didn't
he's
use the
got
site.
that.
Okay, so I love the Wordsmith one, wordsmith.org, and the top result it gave me. I just typed it in for fun. It gave me almost 120,000 results. The top result is a thin sleepwalking whim, or a sleepwalking whim hint.
Wow.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, they're telling you, like, it's just this guy's not in there at all. They're just playing a pretend robot computer game, I remember these two guys got kicked out of class. My teacher was putting Stephen Hawking on a video in high school, and they kept fussing up in class and just making jokes and cutting up and not paying attention to the video. You know how it is whenever you dim the lights in the classroom. Some kids just got to goof off. They can't kick it, And so finally, after the video, the teacher put these guys on the spot, and the kid closer to the front, he goes, and the teacher's like, what is that supposed to mean? And the guy behind him says, well, what he says was, and they both got kicked out and sent to the office. And it makes me laugh so hard even thinking about it. Like, those guys had huge balls. It was so funny. One pretended to be Stephen Hawking and the other pretended to be the interpreter, and they got a trip straight to the principal's office. But it was really funny.
Wasn't there the South Park guy?
Yeah. What was it? Oh, I don't remember what the character's name was. South Park was spot on for everything. They were right on top of the true perversity of popular culture across the board.
Absolutely. But I have to just drop this in before I forget. I've been watching What We Do in the Shadows, which is quite possibly the greatest thing I've ever seen. Robert, I don't know if you've seen this. It's got Matt Berry, who's one of my favorite actor comedians from. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've seen it go across my screen.
Oh,
as like an advertisement on YouTube.
You have absolutely, positively got, like, it is the most clever, hilarious. I watched every episode or the first two seasons the other night, just straight through. I could not stop. I was laughing so hard. I just couldn't. Oh my goodness, it's so brilliant. Where it's like three vampires, and it's supposed to be like a mockumentary. I don't know if I guess there's a movie done in 2014 of it, but they picked it up and ran with it. FX did, and it is just they nail everything. It's brilliant. I don't know. Have any of you Alan? Have you seen it? So brilliant, right? I mean,
yeah,
I can't.
Based on the movie, and then FX picked it up. I don't know how many seasons they've got.
They're on
channel.
season 3 right now, and I don't watch much. I don't watch much of anything on, I don't watch much of anything, to be honest with you. But this I'm just kicking myself that it's been on since I think 2018 maybe, 2017. But it's too good. It is way too good. So I implore all of you to check this out if you haven't already checked it out. It's just too good. It's only about 20-minute long episodes too, and it's too brilliant. The fun, occult esoteric references too. There's just too much goodness in this. So
how does it rank against Rick and Morty?
It's right up there, in my opinion. It's right up there with I mean, granted, Rick and Morty's got the fast-paced, brilliant, over your heads, but I mean, for people, it's up there with Rick and Morty in my opinion for being a live action show. It's right there. It's right there. That's one of the
Well, that's
only.
saying a lot because I think Rick and Morty is a twisted genius.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Harmon is a genius, twisted monster. This is that level. It really is that level of just, oh my God, they really just did that. They really just did that. And it's too good. It is. It's right up there where there's witches. I mean, they basically go all the way around with like the vampire lore, witch lore, historical narrative, like the historical, aspects of it where they've been living for a certain amount of time and they can only, it's, I'm telling you, it's just so brilliant. It's so brilliant. I can't speak highly enough of it. I can't get over it. Like as soon as I get free time, I'm gonna go back and watch it immediately again. Like I just can't stop. And now season 3 is, I think they're on episode 3 or 4 right now. So season 3 just started again. So it's brilliant. So you guys definitely all have to check it out.
So back on the Sirhan Sirhan headline, I heard once upon a time, and I need to float this out there with my fellow conspiritualists here. Has anybody else heard that the gun that Sirhan Sirhan used was once upon a time registered in through Hollywood to have been used by Ronald Reagan in a movie?
I feel like I did hear that.
No, I never heard of that.
Anybody? No, nobody's heard that?
No.
I feel like that's come across my radar at some point.
Yeah, I heard that. I think it was the gun Sirhan Sirhan had was tracked back to Hollywood props, and once
I think
upon a
I've heard that. I actually think I've heard that.
that rings a bell. So
Yeah.
Ronald Ray Gun,
Right.
Ronald Ray Gun has a direct paper trail to the Sirhan Sirhan gun.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
really weird.
It is.
Yeah,
is
and it was
strange.
Ray Gunn who was going to do the first Star Wars stuff,
Yeah. The whole
Magic bullets.
the whole RFK thing is. I was just talking about this yesterday with
Mhm.
James Bartley, and yeah. So I don't think Sirhan Sirhan pulled the trigger. I mean, we had CIA guys crawling around that restaurant, and they were actually able to eyeball the shooter. And he's clearly not the shooter. But there's some interesting characters that are associated with Bobby Kennedy. You have Rosie Greer, who's there,
Yep.
who was also connected to Bobby Darin. And Bobby Darin was a singer, and
Yes, Don't Worry, Be Happy. For people that don't know, that's the.
so that's Bobby McFerrin.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. Bobby Darin's a different guy. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah. So Kevin Spacey played Bobby Darin in the cinematic portrayal. Was it Beyond the Sea or whatever it's called? I think that's the name of the movie. Anyway, Bobby Darin is an interesting character. He's from the East Coast, and he's one of these guys that doesn't have like a biological father. There are a lot of strange, interesting characters that you can't trace their biological father. Like you cannot trace Jack Nicholson's biological father.
Right.
He's raised by his sister, who's really his mother, right? So there are a lot of these characters that are like that. So Bobby Darin somehow meets Don Kirshner at a candy shop back east, and Don Kirshner gets him kind of into the Brill Building. And Bobby Darin has a lot of talent. He's a really good musician and songwriter. He's most well known for doing Mac the Knife. That's was his signature song.
Ooh, shakalaka.
So he, like a lot of other people who were part of that Brill Building scene, they all go to LA and they start writing for, bands like the Monkees and the Archies and the Association, all these pop music groups. And then they have the Wrecking Crew who provide the musical
Yep.
soundtrack.
Glenn Campbell. Yep.
Yep, absolutely. So Bobby Darin is like in the mix with these people, and one of the people that he's involved with, I think even started a label with, is Terry Melcher, who is Doris Day's son and is connected to the whole Manson family.
Manson. Yep.
So Bobby Darin has this very strange trajectory, and he's there, with RFK and Rosie Greer. In fact, I think he even produced a record with Rosie Greer. So there's this high strange, kind of going around Bobby Kennedy, at that time. And then there's this weird sync with him and James Darin, right? Because you have Bobby Darin and James Darin, and James Darin does these movies with what's her name? Sandra Lee. I think her name is Sandra Lee.
Yeah, that's right.
And then Bobby Darin winds up marrying her. So there's all these kind of crazy, weird,
incestuous
kind of mirroring, realities going on at the time. So I'm not sure if Bobby Darin got shot. Rosie Greer got shot during that thing. And then Bobby Darin dies fairly young because he has all these health issues and health complications. But he's in it. He's in that mix with RFK. And I did this show yesterday on the Kennedy assassination, JFK, and how it relates to the Beatles. And the Beatles released Meet the Beatles on the same day that Kennedy, JFK, is killed on 11/22/63, but they don't release it in the United States. They release it in Canada and in France and in England. It's the second Beatles album. They got half their faces in shadow and half in light. And then after Bobby Kennedy dies, which I think is July 27th in 68, on 11/22/68, the Beatles released the White Album. And of course you have Revolution 1, Revolution 9, Helter Skelter. So there's this whole strange thing kind of, just kind of coagulating during that period of time with the Kennedys, with the Beatles, some of these peripheral characters, Terry Melcher, Paul McCartney, number 2, the Process Church.
Yep.
It all gets really dark, very dark and frothy.
And
right around
McGowan brings it all out in weird scenes. Like I love that book, Weird Scenes Out of the Canyon.
Yeah, so I found him when he was starting to write those in real time. I don't know how I discovered that, but when I found his website, I think I latched onto the second, might have been the second or third, submission of his deep dive there, and I'm like, keep going. I want more of this. This is
right.
Amazing. Yeah.
Man, it's so good. But yeah, it gets really, really muddy. And then also with Zappa and all of them just being, I love Zappa. I don't know. I just discovered some of Zappa, and I'm a music junkie. Like, I am an opinionated prick when it comes to music, right? But for some reason that slid by until maybe, and I just turned 40, so that slid by Zappa. I just started discovering him maybe 2 months ago when the Bucks. That's right, when the Bucks were in the finals is when I really started digging in. So it was just like, man, and I'm like, how did I miss this? I think he was just Zappa's stuff kind of fell into that this is like Fish or the Grateful Dead for me personally. Like I could never it's just too niche and weird for me. But I'm like, no, this is brilliant. Like. It's just, I don't know, his social commentary, and then I'm watching, interviews of him, and I'm just like, this dude is ripping MTV a new one. How did I miss this guy? You know what I mean? This is brilliant. So, I don't know. Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard you on multiple interviews cite specific dates, and use sports things like the NFL draft. And then you talked about the NBA final or something along those lines or whatever, NBA finals. Is that because you're a sports fan to a degree, or is it because, or a little bit of both, or they're significant?
Oh, I'm huge sports fan. I grew up as a sports junkie.
Same.
And I would go through the almanac when it would
Oh,
come
yeah.
out, and I would recite like statistics and
See, we've got the same. I don't mean to cut you off. We have the same brain then when it comes to that sort of like baseball cards. I remember specific batting averages and things like that. Like I can't help it, and I remember the most obscure players. You know what I mean, and things like that. And my Bucks. I've been a Milwaukee Bucks fan, like die hard, and I've since 1990. So getting Giannis and all this has been like, I'll shut up. I promise you guys after this. We'll lose watch 15, 20 viewers in 5 seconds. But no, like it's been like I took off shows because we were in the finals. Because you know, being a sports fan, then how crazy it was for Milwaukee to actually, with such a small media market too. You know what I mean? Like actually making it to the finals alone.
yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
I'll take the thread here, and we could bring it into an astrological conversation
Let's do it.
with the succession of NBA stars, like luminaries, through the horoscope,
Okay,
the zodiac. Okay, you want to hear it?
Yes.
Ready to go? Okay.
give it.
So let's go back to the sign of Aries,
All right.
and we're going to work backwards through the ages. We started for the age of Aries. So who is the player astrologically now who represents a major sea change in basketball?
Kareem.
That's right. He's
Lou
an
Alcindor.
Aries.
Yep.
He's an Aries, right? Okay. So who is the next player that represents a sea change in style, application, and play in basketball?
Giannis.
No.
Damn
Gotta
it.
go way back. We gotta go
Oh,
way
we're
back.
going further.
It's after Alcindor. It's after Louis Alcindor.
Okay, Jordan.
Pre-Jordan.
Pre-Jordan. Magic.
Dr. J.
Dr. J. Good call because ABA.
Dr.
Okay.
J.
Okay.
What sign
It
is
is
Dr.
serving.
J? He's a Pisces.
Okay.
So we go from
Ooh.
Aries to Pisces. Okay, who steps up next and takes the game to another level?
Well, we can either do Magic and Bird or we can do Jordan.
So I think Magic and Bird are like the same entity. Like
Same
you have
here.
to
Like
talk-
they're two sides of the same coin.
you have
Yeah.
to talk about Magic and Bird together.
Together. So
It's
Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Like one
Absolutely.
entity, right?
Yeah. Jordan.
And
day.
So what sign is Jordan? He's an Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Wow.
So we've started off with Aries, we've gone to Pisces, now we're in Aquarius. So then who takes the reins from Michael Jordan?
LeBron.
What's his sign?
There you go. Holy
Capricorn.
shit. Capricorn. Yep.
Capricorn.
Wow.
And who's the new king of the NBA?
Giannis.
Giannis. What's his sign?
Dude.
Sagittarius.
Wow. We're going retro. Just like the cosmic year.
That's right.
I love this.
You can
'Cause
just
that
see
may-
it. You just see it happen right there.
Wow.
Dude, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
The
Because I
words-
was oh man,
The
go ahead.
word sport in reverse is tropes.
Yeah.
Love it.
Makes you wonder if it works with quarterbacks in the NFL.
That's
Ooh.
an interesting subject. I tried to get into like the astrology of quarterbacks and like if one sign is like more successful than others.
Have you
And
found any?
I'd have to say that Leo tends to be more of a successful sign for quarterbacks in the NFL.
What who's the current Leo that would be, or I'm trying to think who's got the crown right now then
It's
in the
Tom
NFL?
Brady. He's Leo.
If Brady's still, I mean, yeah, you're right.
And he went up against Dak Prescott on Thursday night, who's also a Leo. So it was like the two Leos, came
But I
out.
won. Who won? I didn't pay any attention.
Oh, the Patriots. I don't follow football that much anymore because I can't.
I don't
see what's
either. I
happening.
hate it.
But I did happen to see like the winning drive and Chris Godwin completely pushed off. They were able to get like 25 yards and set up a field goal and everything.
Good Lord.
That's the one thing about the NFL. I began to see just how much the NFL just got fixed.
After 2016 for me, 2016, 2017 is when I quit. I quit outright.
It really got hard to watch the NFL.
With the defense, it was weird. It was like all of a sudden Clay Matthews, I'll never forget, had a sack, and I was like, I can't watch this. That was clean, and y'all are gonna call roughing the passer on a clean sack. I was like, I quit, and it was I've been a Packer fan. You know,
When did they make the gambling like fully legal and start proliferating the gambling, like online
you
gambling?
mean with like DraftKings and stuff like that?
Yeah, when did that pick up?
I think around 2017, maybe.
Yeah, it was right around then. Yeah.
around the same timeline. And now that all these shutdowns and cancellations, you guys have noticed all the overtimes to make up for the lost billing, for the lost ratings.
Revenue and ratings. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that was. I don't even watch sports, but I keep hearing overtime.
Right. So
My
they can put in
conspiracy-
more commercials and more commercial time. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. That's a
Yeah, they're
really
trying to
good call.
recoup.
Yeah. So I
And
felt
that's
I
a really
kinda
good
fell off
point,
that
man, about
bandwagon.
the legalization of gambling is a good point, because I always considered it not that it was so much more fixed, but just that they didn't hide it as well. I feel that way about sports, about politics, about everything. It seems like in the older generations, they did a much better job of really keeping a better smoke screen and a diversion up.
Oh
But
yeah.
there was always a fix. It was always a lie. It's always scripted. It's always contrived,
Yeah.
because that's what real politic is, and it extends into everything. But it seemed like they quit giving a damn whether or not we know. And in a way,
Yeah.
that takes the fun out of all of it for us. I mean, I've known since I was very young that sports is all just gambling. The only reason it exists is because
Right.
of degenerate gamblers at the top, man. They're betting, blowing coke up their nose and betting $100,000, and if they lose, they shoot their partner or something. It's a lifestyle thing.
Yeah, this goes hand in hand with Snake Jones's point a couple weeks ago, talking about all the government checks going to people's vices. Well,
Right.
some people, it just goes into that gambling.
That's right.
Yep.
Or Bitcoin or crypto.
But yeah, I can't watch football anymore. I for one thing, I realized I was making myself depressed because I was a big 49ers fan, and when the franchise finally fell off and they got caught out for being all coming up under RICO charges, and the owners of the team literally moved and went and bought in at Cleveland instead of California. For 3 years, I watched football and was absolutely depressed because they never made a comeback. They never pulled up. They never got, they lost almost every game. And I realized I was just making myself depressed because I was invested in it. So I quit being invested in it. So then when I try to go back and watch now, it's like, oh my gosh, this isn't football at all. It's nothing like what it was in the heyday of the 90s and everything. It was a good time to watch it then,
So okay, I'll drop in a little 49er high strange here.
For sure, yeah.
So I still follow them because I grew up in the Bay Area, and I was a Raider fan as a kid because they were like cartoon characters. The Raiders, I loved them.
Oh yeah.
And then I never really liked the 49ers. I thought that they were always kind of boring, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. And then Bill Walsh came to coach the 49ers, and I fell in love with Bill Walsh, and I fell in love with that whole era. And it was just a great time to be in the Bay Area. So I'm a huge 49er fan from during that period of time. And there's this very strange event that takes place. And the 49ers were trying to get a stadium built out in that Candlestick area that was going to be this combination of stadium and kind of a mall and kind of a living space. I mean, the idea was clearly ahead of its time, but San Francisco notoriously is a place where you just can't get stadiums built because it's just too political. There's too many vested interests. People want to get paid off. It's too lefty, but they're going to do this. And the Bartolo family, it's a freaking mob family from Ohio, right? They're from Ohio. And even
so they just went back to Ohio. I didn't even know that. I just knew that they were getting ready to get in trouble.
Well, so what happens here is, okay, so they're having this like push for this election and having this bond passed. And there's this party, and this guy named Jack Davis, who's a local politician who's a queer. And Carmen Policy is there. Some of the 49er front office is there. And they do this satanic ritual at this event that the 49ers are at. And there was this woman named Danielle Willis, who was a performance artist. And then there is this guy who was a Native American who was also queer. And there's like sodomy going on. And basically what the guy is doing is he's casting a spell on the 49ers, right? He is doing this ritual against the 49ers and all the things that the 49ers theoretically stand for. So not long after that, Eddie DeBartolo gets busted in Louisiana for trying to pay off Edwin Edwards to get a casino. And that's when his sister takes the team over with
Okay.
her husband, John York. And then Eddie takes over the mall business. So they force him out.
Yeah.
And I tend to think that maybe that the sister and the brother-in-law may have even set him up in some ways. I don't have
Yeah.
any
Sounds like the ritual worked.
it don't, but it all happens. Like from that point forward, the 49ers begin to go in this massive decline, massive nosedive. And even when they build their new stadium in Santa Clara, which is kind of an atrocity, they have somebody who is on the stadium crew who dies, right? Which happens with stadiums. Like when they built the Cowboy Stadium, I think 2 people died during that stadium. It's weird sometimes when they have these like events, even with the Olympics in Vancouver, they had somebody who died on a bobsled run, right? They're connected with these events. But so I think that this satanic ritual, you can look it up. You'll find it on the internet. It's really bizarre. And the 49ers were never the same after this ritual.
Yeah, fascinating. I'll have to check it out. I'll show my mom. My mom's still a huge fan, she still watches every week. So
Yeah.
and she won't be surprised. I have a huge blessing in my life to have a mother who's mostly red pill to the max. There's a few things that she's not on board with, but in general, like, we're just on the level. So it's so nice to not go home and feel like you're just hovering under the cloud of Normieville, like we just.
So as a 49er fan, like how did you deal with the whole Kaepernick thing?
By that time, I wasn't even still watching. Like I really, like, I got so zapped out by the real low spot. And it's like that anytime a dynasty ends, like you have at least 3 or 4 seasons where it's just crap. And I really tuned out. So I only really ever heard of it, second or third person. I wasn't watching the games. I wasn't following the press, because I used to still look at the score sometimes. And I don't even really do that anymore. So like it didn't even really touch me. Yeah.
So you guys know who Colin Kaepernick is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I'm living in the Bay Area, and of course I got the astrology thing going on during that time. So I knew who Kaepernick was. I was very interested in kind of the type of player he was in Nevada, Reno. He was a physical freak. He couldn't really play quarterback like, say, Joe Montana, or not even close. But physically, he was a freak. So I thought, well, this guy's kind of interesting. So I started to look at his chart, and I'm like, holy shit, man, this guy is like a really intense Scorpio. He's a Scorpio sun. He's got a Pluto sun conjunction in Scorpio. He's got moon in Aries. A very intense guy. So I'm looking at his chart. And then Alex Smith was the quarterback of the 49ers at that time. And Alex Smith is a Taurus. And this was a period of time when Saturn was in Scorpio. And I'm watching this thing kind of, and Alex Smith is doing great, but I'm looking at what's happening astrologically. And I'm like, Kaepernick is going to take his job. He's going to take his job. And I was looking at a very specific game when they were playing the Los Angeles Rams. And I even said this on this message board because I saw where Saturn was. And Saturn was going to be exactly opposite Alex Smith's sun sign. And Alex Smith was actually going through his Saturn return because he has Saturn in the sign of Scorpio. So he has a Sun-Saturn opposition in his chart. So Kaepernick's sun is very close to his Saturn. So they're opposites, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, Saturn is going to get really close to Kaepernick's sun, which is good for him, but it's going to be opposite Alex Smith's sun. And it's going to be on this weekend in St. Louis, the St. Louis Rams. And I said on this message board that this is the weekend that Colin Kaepernick, Alex Smith is going to get hurt. Colin Kaepernick will take his job, and Alex Smith will never be the starting quarterback of the 49ers again. And that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
And from that moment forward, I was able to like dial into Kaepernick and see what he was doing and really match up what was happening with the 49ers astrologically through him. And even going into the Super Bowl when they played the Ravens. And I remember just looking at that Super Bowl, and I'm going through all this kind of, and that's a really strange Super Bowl, by the way, because you have the two Harbaugh brothers who are going up against each other, right? So you have these twins. And earlier that season, they did a feature on the Harbaugh brothers, and they were at a Civil War reenactment, right? And so now you have, brother versus brother in New Orleans, where the Super Bowl is. And we're starting to see this kind of this foreshadowing, right? I'm like, oh man, America, they're going to try and pump a civil war with America. This is where brother against brother. This is what's going on here.
What year was that?
This was it 2013? It was 2013. 2013.
Interesting.
So there was a lot going on with the Harbaugh brothers, and kind of, again, sort of priming this whole thing. That Civil War enactment happened at the beginning of the year. So I was looking at the chart for that game of the Super Bowl, and I said this and I'm not saying this just to pump myself up, but I'm saying this really because there's a there with astrology, and I can't always quantify it. Okay. But there's a there. And I said, there's a darkness around this Super Bowl. People are going to experience some darkness around, and literally the freaking power went out. And it was right after Beyonce did her halftime show. If you slow down so she's got this whole like flashing stage beneath her. If you slow down that video and look at some of those images that are being flashed through that stage, kind of mind-blowing, incredibly dark. Of course, you'll see Baphomet and all kinds of other shit in there. And then after halftime, boom, there's no power. And it takes them, about 45 minutes, 50 minutes to get the game back on. But then the 49ers begin to make a comeback, but they don't win the game, obviously. But that was and it was all kind of connected up with Capricorn, Kaepernick in his chart.
So I did something really, I don't know if anybody's ever done this before, but I've taken the tarot and I've put it into the zodiac, and then I've overlaid it over the United States. And essentially, long story short, New Orleans is in Capricorn.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting.
I used to know this guy, Gordon Davidson, who started this community called the Sirius Community, SIRIUS. It was an offshoot of Findhorn. And Gordon used to work for the Lucis Trust, which was the publishing company that publishes all of Alice Bailey's books. And Gordon would talk about how different cities represented different chakras in the United States. And he said that New Orleans was the second chakra of the United States, which made sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I got a question for Robert here. Going back to sports, do you remember the 1989 World Series?
All right, 1989.
Battle of the Bay.
The earthquake.
The San Francisco Giants and
yes.
Oakland Athletics met for the first time, 1989 World Series.
Yep.
The series was interrupted minutes before Game 3 on October 17th, 1989.
Yep.
And here's where it gets interesting. There's an image of two giant baseball players pulling against the pennant over the Bay Bridge. So building up to that event, there was a visual, and I shared it in chat. I posted it on my Twitter, Marcus86. So you see this Battle of the Bay image. It's an artistic rendering of giant baseball players wearing their jerseys, tugging against this pennant over the bridge. Yeah, there it is. You can see it in Jim's window right now.
Right. So you've got an athletic and you've got a giant. Right. Yep. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
And the buildup of the energy for this Game 3 was said to create this earthquake measuring 7.1 on the Richter scale that delayed Game 3. And they had to wait 10 days because 42 people died on this bridge before Game 3 started.
Whoa.
Yep.
So that battle for the Bay, that's B 222. It's a 222. Wow.
So that was an example of a synchro mystic sort of prediction creating this earthquake that literally happened. And the image of it predicted it perfectly because right where their feet are is kind of where the bridge was said to collapse or something. And people were just having all sorts of strange syncs and connections to this buildup of energy that broke this bridge.
Wow.
I
was
recently
damage.
coincidentally bought a book about the earthquake, Alan. It was just, I buy, as you can see, I guess I've got my thing on. I'm sitting in a completely random library that I'm accumulating. And so you see something like that, like it's a rare, weird book, it's not necessarily worth money, but it documents pretty carefully and meticulously the events of that earthquake. And I remember it because I was raised in the Sacramento Valley. So it was a pretty big deal when the earthquake hit. We knew somebody that died on the bridge because we didn't know him. Who we knew was the person that was right behind him. I don't remember if it was an aunt or a cousin,
Mhm.
that the person right in front of him had gone down into the hole when the panel of the Bay Bridge collapsed, and they had managed to stop and survive. I don't remember. I'd have to ask my mother to remember who it was.
So we all know 22 is a master builder. In Greek, the word carpenter, the Greek word for carpenter is tekton.
Okay.
So we were experiencing tectonic shifts on the BBB there.
Yeah.
How many people died?
42, he said.
42.
It's the answer to everything.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget?
Yeah, it was this really strange event. So San Francisco Bay Area, they have the Oakland Coliseum and Candlestick Park, both of which were damaged during this earthquake area because, again, 2 California teams in the World Series. A lot of focus on that.
Yeah, that I was not in the Bay Area at that time. I'd moved to Seattle, and I was actually watching the game at this restaurant I was working at, and all of a sudden the screen just went black, and it was weird. And then the next thing I saw, I think, was like Van Amberg, who was a local newscaster for Channel 7. I'm like, what is Van Amberg doing on this? This is not, he doesn't work up here in Seattle. And then it came out that there was this earthquake, and it was absolutely mind blowing. Yeah, totally mind blowing. And the whole idea of the Giants too, like, because that area, San Francisco, is kind of steeped in this kind of Tartarian lore, right? And the whole giant mythos kind of going along with that as well. And that's kind of an interesting little subplot to that. Yeah.
Who did you say does the compares different places in the United States to chakras?
Yeah, so he basically said that certain cities represented certain chakras.
Do you remember any of them?
Yeah, so New Orleans was the second chakra. Chicago was the fourth chakra, which is the heartland, right? The middle of the country.
Wow.
Theoretically. I think New York was the third chakra, power, New York. And I think the fifth chakra was Los Angeles, communication. And I forget what the first one was. I think I might have been a city in the Midwest or something, like, I don't know, Omaha or St. Louis. I forget. And I said, well, what about like the sixth chakra? Says, well, they're not there yet. We're not there yet. So I don't know if that changed, but I always thought that was interesting, especially the New Orleans is the second chakra of the United States.
Yeah, and you said it was somebody that you knew that was working for Lucis Trust.
Well, he did. He worked for the Lucis Trust at one point in time. This guy's name was Gordon Davidson, and he and his wife Corinne McLaughlin had been to this community called Findhorn in Scotland.
Yeah, Findhorn's pretty famous.
So I was on my way to Findhorn. I was with a group of people, and it was a program through the University of Wisconsin Milwaukee, and we spent a month at this community called Sirius in Massachusetts. And these were the people that founded that community. They'd come from Findhorn. They said, "Well, we want to do Findhorn American style." So that was in Shutesbury, Massachusetts, just outside of Amherst. And Gordon was they were interesting people. Like Gordon kind of looked like somebody from the American Revolution. He kind of had that face, and they were interesting. And Corinne was a really, and they astrologically they lined up. Like he was a Virgo, she was a Pisces, and Corinne was really kind of spacey. She died recently. I think she died about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I didn't really stay in touch with them. I kind of moved out of that space. I kind of moved away from New Age world in that way.
Yeah, because I mean, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, Lucis Trust was connected to the Rand Corporation, and they were behind a lot of the consensus becoming the normal route of using business meetings versus Robert's Rules of Order and facilitators instead of regular old-fashioned meetings. And like I thought they called it the
that's called the Delphi
method.
technique. That's called
Yeah,
the
Delphi.
Delphi
There you go.
technique. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Lucis Trust is the inception of the Lucis Trust starts with Alice Bailey. And Alice Bailey is a theosophist, and she's hanging out with people like Bishop Ledbetter and Annie Besant, and they're all coming out of that Blavatsky tradition.
Right.
And she gets kicked out.
Right.
The theosophists kick her out. And she winds up, because a lot of them went to California. They went to Ojai because they wanted to usher in Krishnamurti as the world teacher, the great world teacher, which he refused to do. Put a little wrench in their plans. So she winds up kind of getting lost and showing up at this bookstore, this kind of esoteric bookstore in Los Angeles. And she meets up with this guy by the name of Foster Bailey, who is a very high-ranking Mason. So Foster Bailey basically sculpts Alice Bailey. She marries, I forget what her maiden name is. She marries Foster Bailey. And it's through Foster Bailey and I think his Freemasonic connections that they begin to publish these works. And they're essentially her channeling an entity by the name of DK, Dwal Kul.
Yeah.
Who is supposedly a Tibetan master.
Ascended master. Exactly.
Master. So they had a whole collection of these books by Alice Bailey at this community. So I started reading them. And some of them were actually quite interesting. I mean, these are not, and I don't know who's writing them. I don't know if Alice Bailey is actually channeling these books or not, but the content in the books is pretty high level stuff. Like they're really talking about.
I studied it back in the day. I never read the whole books, but I grabbed pieces here and there because I wrote a piece years ago about the New Age, and so I was looking a lot at Annie Besant, and especially the one book, Externalization of the Hierarchy. She talks about how they're going to pretty much everything we're seeing now, that once that things are set, that they're going to bring everything out through the academics and through the Masonic lodges, and I think it was through the church. I don't remember, but there was 3 main branches that they were going to externalize the symbols, externalize the practice, and we're in the middle of it now. It's happening.
In the middle of it. It's all connected to the revelation of the method too. They're like part of the same.
Exactly.
Interconnected and binding force for the current narrative. But yeah, that's where it all stems from. And those books are pretty intense. I remember reading a book on the spiritual dynamics of groups, and it was like, wow, it's pretty powerful. Like it's They're looking at it from a psychological level. They're looking at it from a spiritual level. They're looking at it from an evolutionary level. I mean, it's not lightweight stuff.
Yeah, that Delphi method, the reason I brought it up is because to me that ties into the core of this whole communitarian thinking that we're seeing coming out from Amitai Etzioni and the whole communitarian network, is that that's the way that they prevent people from having what I would call a more honest and above board meeting. Is you remove everyone from that old Robert's Rules of Order, a very kind of set in stone and linear meeting, to where they make everybody feel like they come to the table and have their voices heard, but really they're facilitating the whole process to a point, and they've already kind of agreed usually beforehand what they want. So they hear everybody's gripes, and they might even modify their plan a little tiny bit to make people happy. But really, they already have their pinpoint of action in the future. Whereas the old system was more above board, more transparent, in my opinion. You know?
So they had to change. They had to change that because a lot of people caught on to what they were doing.
Yeah,
And they
I
would
see, I
show
don't,
up,
yeah,
they would show
Yeah,
up
go
at
ahead.
these meetings and they would start to hack the meetings, right? So I think they've had to abandon the Delphi technique a little bit. Now they just go ahead and do whatever the fuck they want now. They
Right.
don't even need to have their fake consensus anymore, which is what
Right.
you guys were talking about earlier. They don't care now.
Is that a reference to the Oracle at Delphi?
I
think
assume
so.
it is.
Yeah.
I'd be really shocked if it was a reference to anything else.
You know, they've castrated that phrase above the entranceway. Everybody knows the know thyself. That's what they showed us in the Matrix, but that's only half the phrase. It's know thyself in thy proper proportions. And that kind of hails back to last Saturday in the missing placenta mystery.
I guess I missed last Saturday. Damn.
Casserole, anybody? Casserole?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that are into that placenta, cook the placenta and eat it thing, but
That's what we ended up getting into the second half of the last Saturday's Weaving Spiders Welcome episode, talking about maritime law and claiming all your cargo and everything that arrives at Earth needing to be accounted for.
right.
The,
You have to
the
check the
place-
bill of lading.
Yes, the place entered.
Now, Robert, are you doing are you mostly focused on Western, like tropical astrology? Or are you looking at all the different angles? Or, because I mean, I don't know it real well, but I have an astrologer in my family who's done a really substantial reading for me, and it was from the Western side, you know. But I've been curious about other aspects of it, but it's such a bigger pie than any of the other, you know, like you could learn numerology or some of these other practices, you can get a handle on them pretty easily. Whereas astrology really is, to me, wheels inside of wheels inside of wheels. It's a lot bigger game. So I don't try to practice it, but I do have a vague understanding of it, you know.
Yeah. For me, I practice, Western Placidus tropical astrology with a emphasis on mundane astrology, meaning we're looking at events in the world.
Yeah.
In correspondences. And there are a lot of people that are adamant sidereal astrology people, because, well, how could you not, take into account that there's 13 constellations and there's really 12 signs and 13. How do you sort that out? And astronomers like to yank astrologers' chains, and every 4 or 5 years they bring that up, right? You're not your sign.
Right.
But my theory on that is that when Ptolemy, who's considered to be the father of Western astrology, basically creates this system, which is going to be based on a solar calendar and not a lunar calendar. When that happens, it creates this kind of this new system, this new division, this new iteration of how we're interacting with so-called reality. We're going from this kind of lunar-based world to much more solar experience. And for me, it has to do with the individual and people, sort of getting switched on, the lights coming on the inside. And we've been doing this for so long with Placidus astrology that it's kind of taken on a life of its own, right? It's like a sort of a matrix unto itself, whether or not, it lines up with sidereal astrology or not is, in my estimation, kind of irrelevant. And there are people that come along and they change systems. And Ptolemy was a system changer. You had Jose Arguelles, who came along and completely changed the Mayan calendar. I mean, he goes from a long count to the dream spell, which to me is like, okay, well, that's interesting. It's different than the long count, but I never saw anybody else who was working with the long count do anything even remotely as interesting as Arguelles. Like Arguelles and the Mayan factor just completely explodes and brings all of that into the mainstream in a huge way. And the same thing with like human design. Human design takes astrology and turns it on its head, and it's beyond Placidus. It's beyond sidereal. It's, crushing the I Ching and the Kabbalah and all these gates together. So I feel like these systems get reinvented, over time. And when they get reinvented, they sort of become, kind of a new narrative for how we're experiencing our experience as humans. And, there's the Vedic system, and a lot of people are really into the Vedic system. And I think it's kind of interesting. But I'm not from that part of the world, right? That's not my world. And if I wanted to, I could probably devote myself to learning about the Vedic system, but I'm not that interested in it. And I found enough traction with Placidus astrology to me that it just makes sense. That doesn't mean you can't find things in sidereal astrology that'll speak to you, because I think you probably could. If you're looking for correspondences and patterns, that you can find them. I just have decided to say this is what I'm working with. And I do work with numerology, and I do work with the tarot and other symbolism. So
no, thanks for the answer. Cause I mean, I was just curious. I mean, I've tuned into a few of your episodes. It was a long time ago now. And I mean, I'm familiar with who you are, but I've never followed enough to be 100% sure what angle you're coming at. So that's why I asked. I was just curious, And to me, it's better. I can't do that. I always look at everything all at once, but I also envy people that have a singular focus and that they stick to it, because I feel like I'm just kind of flaking out on everything all the time, but I'm seeking this big picture. And so I'm always looking at little bits of everything and trying to see where they go together for me, and I mean, part of me hates it and part of me feels called to it, as that's the only thing I'll ever do. I mean, I even as an artist, I sing, I dance, I write, I play guitar and sing. I have always painted and drawn. And then I met Jim Maiden and I started sculpting too. And it's just like, well, I mean, am I going to be good at any of these things? Well, probably not very good, but I'm also going to continue to practice all of them when I feel called to them. I was really happy when Gabriel jumped up earlier and did some dance, because Michael Jackson, Bobby Brown, MC Hammer, Boys to Men, Belle Biv DeVoe, those guys all taught me how to dance. And when I first moved out of the state of California to the Walla Walla Valley, I was hot shit, man. Like, I was really surprised all the Hicks didn't find me and beat me up in the corner, because all of the girls were looking at me funny with my mullet haircut. The mullet haircut's back now too, the shaved sides of the mullet haircut. You cut a little ridge in your eyebrow with the clippers and wear your hammer pants and I could do all that stuff. So
were you Footloose? Was that your scene up there in Walla Walla?
Yeah, I was, man. I literally they told me which kid was going to dance better than me at the high school dance. And I literally went and made him leave the dance floor and shake my hand. He just shook his head, because the lady who was teaching jazz and ballet and tap dance let me participate in her classes for 2 years for free, because I had so many moves that
she just was like, just bring it in. Can you guys still hear me? My headphones just died.
Yep.
Yeah, you sound different.
Yeah, sorry.
You're picked up by a new microphone right now.
Yeah, we were watching some Belle Biv DeVoe videos last week.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were
Poison, man. That was a great video.
Yeah.
Poison.
Yeah.
Totally great. Yeah.
Would we
I'm
like
gonna
to
mute this
teach
just in case
Robert
it starts to echo.
our,
I'm gonna go grab a different set of headphones. I'll be right back.
would we like to teach Robert our mudra that we've been working on? It's our office chair dance that we do.
But yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I like that.
But the trick is do it in the opposite way that you naturally want to.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's
Yo.
been working on that. It's not easy.
We've been trying to have like intermissions and stretch breaks because we know we go for so long and we just sit and we forget that we're in our bodies sometimes. We get so
It's funny.
intellectual.
I posted a GIF of Rerun, who was on the Lockers. Remember the Lockers? Do you know that dance troupe from LA?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he was doing that. He was on the video that
Oh,
the
sweet.
GIF that I put doing that. Yeah.
So, I have this random theory, and it's just a sync with what we were speaking of. I don't know where this came from, but ever since I thought of it, it just kind of gains substance. But the wise man who brought the gift of gold, somewhere along the lines, I convinced myself that it was turmeric. And that's and turmeric is that's the Bindi dot. He was a Vedic astrologer. Yeah. Like Jim down there. Because health is wealth. We all know that. Health is wealth.
It's an anti-carcinogen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, weren't all those gifts technically funeral rites? Like I believe a lot of the gifts from the birth were kind of
Like
implied.
frankincense and myrrh, right? They were part of the package, right?
Yep, frankincense, myrrh, and gold, but I'm thinking turmeric personally. But yeah, I just feel like it's kind of a strange irony that at a birth the gift was supplies for a death, which it to me is like a metaphor for the corporate fiction.
Yeah, and the story was always that baby Jesus was wrapped in swaddling cloth and laid in a manger. Why are they wrapping him in cloth like a mummy?
Exactly. Yep. There's Anubis again. He who is at the place of embalming.
Yeah, with a Q-tip.
I'm gonna hit the head real quick. BRB.
Where did David go? Did he decide to like go get Chinese food or something?
I guess. I think he said he had to take the dog for a walk.
Oh, okay.
That happens sometimes. This is sort of like our intermission now, I think.
Okay, cool. So you're streaming this live on YouTube? Is that what's happening? How many people are watching
Correct.
this right now?
We've got 36 people in the chat at the moment. We've been kind of going up and down. It was at 48 at one point a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got quite a few diehard fans, and they're pretty much the smartest people I've ever had the pleasure to talk to. It's really
So have you guys ever all gotten together in physical space, or is this most? I know the two of you who are in the Walla Walla world have, but have the rest of you ever gotten together?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We all
And
want
yeah, I
to.
don't live in Walla Walla anymore either, so I haven't seen Jim for a while. I hit back over that way sometimes, but I'm living in Boise, Idaho now. So
Boise. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so hard these days with all the weird restrictions. We were gonna have a sort of a meetup in Arizona. We all got tickets to, or a few of us got tickets to a Red Fang show, and they canceled their tour. They were the venues were requiring passports, multi passes for you to go, and I think the band just pulled the plug on it. Pretty annoying, I think. I mean, I don't want to go get my skin barrier violated to go see a show. I would love to see a show, but you got to draw the line somewhere.
There's a Wendy Eater in chat that says hello to Robert.
Oh, so I know who
You're
Wendy is.
getting a hi from Snake Jones too. Snake Jones is saying hello also to you, Robert.
My man Shannon. Tell him I said hi back.
They can hear you, Robert.
Cool. Good. Yeah. So he has a place in the Chatlandia Hall of Fame for when he had to go to the hospital because he had cut off the tip of his finger.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And he was still in our chat room communicating with us from the emergency room.
No.
I mean, that is pretty epic. That's pretty legendary.
Yeah, Snake Jones is something else.
Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
He's a Leo. He's great. That guy's got a lot of heart.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I had the honor of going to 19 Feathers Farm about a month ago.
Nice.
Visiting him, and he is living the dream up there. It's so beautiful. Yeah, and he was very welcoming. Me and my my budget rider truck moving across the country. I just had that window of opportunity where it was now or never, you know. And he totally opened the doors and let me come on in and stay at his place. It was a magical time.
That's cool.
Yep, I highly recommend it. If anybody's rolling through Missouri, go see Snake Jones. He's got plenty of food for everybody.
So I came in late. Did you guys talk about 9/11 at all? We're 20-year anniversary. I love it that we're not talking about it, but I'm still curious. I got the curiosity.
Yeah, we said that we're one score from 9/11 is what I said.
We're weaving around that topic. It's sort of the center of gravity, but we're not directly addressing it, it seems.
Yeah. I did a lot of studying into that back in the day. I used to follow Daryl Bradford Smith, Eric Huffschmidt, and Christopher Bolin. They had like a 3-man team, and then they all kind of had a breaking apart where they all went different ways. And it makes me curious. You know, it's like, I think we should all have to put on our like 9/11 name tags. Like, you know, I'm a No Planes guy. I'm a Judah Wood guy. I'm a Israel Did It guy. You know, I'm an official story guy. Like everybody.
How many tags can we wear?
I was trying to think. I mean, you could get, you know, that would be great if we could get them. If we could get it down to the proper number of tags where we knew for sure that we had them all plus one for other, I would literally create art for each tag for next year so that everyone could have their tag. Like, as I've transformed into a No Planes guy over the years, I didn't think that was true back in the day, but I've seen some videos and evidence that makes me think maybe it is true.
Oh,
and I have to,
yeah.
Because I mean, I quit looking at it for, you know how it is. Like, you exhaust yourself. You spend 3 or 4 years just digging into something. But I followed Christopher Bolin pretty heavily, and you know, as looking at it all, I think a lot of it's contrived too. I think they probably intentionally had those guys all had a falling out, or maybe 2 of them didn't know and 1 did. And, you know, so he was kind of like the detonator on the whole, you know, like 3-man team breaking up and going their separate ways.
I heard it was Huffschmidt. So Daryl Bradford Smith talks about it. And,
yeah, me too.
And I like Daryl Bradford Smith. And was it Midnight American in Paris or whatever that show?
Yeah. It used to be IamTheWitness.com, but I don't know if that's up there anymore. But yeah, he's been living in Paris for a long time.
Yeah. So I think it's like French Connection or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. French Connection. That's it. Yeah.
And I really like him. And he talks about how Eric Huffschmidt kind of sold him out.
Yeah.
And he did not have the greatest of intentions. So, and the other guy who is not around anymore is Michael Collins Piper.
Yeah. He's passed away, isn't he?
Yeah, the very mysterious circumstances at a hotel somewhere, motel somewhere.
Right. Because he wrote the definitive book on JFK, didn't he?
He did, and he was basically saying that the same people that did JFK did 9/11.
Right.
Which I would tend to agree. Although I think Jim Fetzer has some interesting stuff on JFK because he gets into all these different characters and all these different groups that are kind of there in Dallas doing that thing. So it's not just one group.
Yeah.
But one of the groups that Michael Collins Piper talks about specifically is part of the whole JFK thing. So,
Because I remember they used to have. I really love Eustace Mullins. Eustace Mullins taught me a lot, and they used to have Eustace Mullins. Michael Collins Piper used to interview Eustace Mullins sometimes, and Daryl Bradford Smith used to have him on back in the day. This is pretty long time ago, probably like 06, 05 or something.
So I got one for everybody. This I would say was my gateway into tarot. But In God We Trust is an anagram for Tower G in dust.
Ooh.
And when you take the G, you can convert it into two things. It becomes a 7, which is the Chariot card, and it is a 1/6 is the Tower card. And when you add chariots and towers, you get 9/11.
Yeah,
That's
that's
crazy.
good. That's good.
Yeah. And ever since I came across that, I've been delving into the tarot, and it's like I've got 6D glasses on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys. If you guys dig the tarot and the numerology, you got to do this book right here. I wish I didn't have that thing on. It's called Numerology and the Divine Triangle. It has correspondence in it for numerology, tarot, and astrology for all of every numerological reduction it does. It gives you the tarot card and the astrological correspondence. So if you know, as a reference, it's valuable. It's a valuable reference to have.
Right on.
These women claim to be the first ones that ever did that to try to align the three. You know, it's a focus on numerology. It's amazing. The main thing that they use in the middle of the book as an example is the full numerological breakdown of Casey. What's his first name? The famous psychic healer.
Edgar Casey.
Thank you, Edgar Casey. Yeah, they break down, like as an example to show that their system is legit. They use the entire life of Edgar Casey, and it's horrifyingly accurate and amazing what they do. It's a great book to read. That's how I got into numerology. Was I found that book at a yard sale, and I was trying to use it to distract myself from my life's responsibilities. And as you can imagine, it just opened up the pit of hell under my feet to fall in and fight my way out. It worked great.
So I heard this. You guys have probably all been over this territory before, but this came across my radar just this morning. Was somebody was going through Genesis and pointing out that it's Genesis 11:9 is the first time they named the Tower of Babel.
Interesting.
And in the Septuagint, it is not named Babel. Its name is Confusion.
Yeah.
Which is profound to me. I'm still unpacking that because I just found it this morning, but there's, fusion. And, the stone that the builder refused, a fuse is how you set the bombs. So far out. And Khan, I could go on and on. I'll stop. I'm just spitballing, but there is so much to that. So much to that. That's why we need so many name tags.
Yeah.
Hey guys, you're all beautiful. I love you. I have to split. I've got to go into work. I have to go back into work right now. I've got a bunch of work orders to take care of. So yay! Although they have to be done by 5 a.m. Otherwise, I'm not about to wake up at like 4 o'clock and go handle it. So I'm just gonna go get it done now.
Well, good job, Barsky, admitting to yourself that you're not going to wake up. That's true maturity when you admit that to yourself and then just go do it now. We've all gotten to that point in life where it's like, I'm not going to do it tomorrow. I'm lying to myself. I'm going to sleep in.
Yeah, it's true. It's like that right now. So, dude, Robert, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for hanging out, buddy.
Thanks for having me on, David. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining. Guys, I love you all. If I get back in time, who knows? It might be a couple-hour affair. If y'all are still going, I will be back.
Yeah,
So,
love you too, Barsky. I probably won't still be here, so I'll see you whenever, man.
you know it. We'll all be in touch. Cheers, gentlemen. I love you
Hey,
all. Everybody
Yeah,
in the
happy
chat.
happy 9/11, bro.
Yep. Double word score, baby. All right, guys. Love you.
And that's why I changed my name to Cheeseburger 9/11, because that's an old inside joke with me and Jim. I don't even remember where it started. I know it started at the Waxworks. I know that, but
Cheeseburger 9/11. Made some memes about it.
yeah, it's just Doddist humor.
So are you guys familiar with Gelatin, the art installation group that was at the Twin Towers? Are you familiar with Gelatin at all?
A little bit, yeah. I found some of that on Twitter. Those guys, because they were like hanging out the window with cameras and they were working up on the floors. And I think they were coincidentally Israelis or something like that.
Yeah. And
Gelatin, that's their name, Gelatin?
Gelatin. Yeah.
That's the kind of explosives. That's I never put that together till just now.
Right, Gelatin. Yep.
So is that like G Latin?
Gelatin, gelatin, like G Latin. Yeah.
So Latin is derivative of lato, which is ties into elation. That's happiness. It's the G Masons got real happy on that job.
They were so happy they had to dress up like Arabs and dance with cigarette lighters, in fact.
Because they know that the Arabs dance better, right? Chic your booty, Frank Zappa.
That's right. Chic your booty. Chic your booty.
Yeah, so they put out a book, like a big coffee table book. Limited copies, like 500 of them or something, and really expensive. But it's got all these weird drawings, very strange stuff. And there's pictures of them you can find them, and they're there so I think they're there on the floor that has that first kind of it's not really an explosion. Okay, what happens is, I think, building 2, the first one that has the first explosion, and then we see the CGI plane in building 1. Is that how it goes down?
I think that's right. The book's called The Bee Thing for people that are looking. I just looked it up. Gelatin, The Bee Thing.
The Bee Thing. Yep. So they're there, and they're hanging out there for a while, and there are pictures of them inside that one area, and there are these boxes where you can see like the numbers on these boxes, and these boxes, people have done this. They've traced those numbers, and those boxes are fuses.
Yeah.
And they trace those boxes to, I think it's either Carlisle or Brown Root Kellogg, one of those two groups. So what are they doing there? Right.
Yeah.
You know pretty much
setting
exactly
charges.
what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're setting charges. And I used to go to this forum called Let's Roll.
I remember that.
Okay. So something happened to that forum and it got hacked, and they had to take it down. And I just decided to go back to see what was going on, if it was even still online. And they just started it back up again. And the guy who was the main guy there, Phil Jahan, I thought was pretty legit. Like, I never warmed up to the architects 9/11 people very much. I felt like they were kind of gatekeepers. But this Phil Jahan guy was pretty agnostic with the information. And there are these on the site, the forum is still very limited, but they have these pictures of that one upper part, I think, of Tower 2, where there's smoke coming out and there's fire. And you can see with these pictures where there's like a very close zoom in, that there are tiny flame nozzles all around the outer part of Tower 2. And those are on. Those are like gassed up and they're on. And then they have a smoke machine that's essentially like choreographing, faking really what's going on there.
Right.
And it's like, wow, that's really interesting. Like, okay, we can see now the stagecraft that went on behind this thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
We could get a copy of the book for about $800 if you guys want to go 200 each.
So the book is there are pictures of it online, and some of the illustrations are very arcane. And it almost looks like they have it's kind of occulty. There's like a kind of a weird, kind of strange naivete, kind of a cult feel to that book. It's almost like you'd have to be on the inside to understand kind of what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all encoded. Exactly.
Yep. But it changed everything, right? Changed everything. Astrologically, at that time, Neptune was in Aquarius. And if you look at the United States chart, the chart of the United States, the true node of the United States is in the sign of Leo, which is, when you think about the United States, you think about Leo, you think about athletes and heroes and, actors,
Right.
a lot of it's probably a lie and illusion, whatever, right? But it's still part of the story. It's part of the mythos. And it's kind of what we're known for. And sometimes we're this big petulant child and egotistical, but big-hearted, right? Very Leo-like. And then, so that's the identity, right? This is the thing that we're supposed to be moving towards as a country based on that document. And it also has to do with courage and heart, which is what Leo is about. So the South Node is in Aquarius, which is very kind of, more communitarian, more, more socialistic, right? More radical. And when at 8:28 in the morning on September 11, 2001, Neptune was right on the United States South Node in Aquarius. So it's creating almost like this funnel effect and sucking the life out of this kind of Leo, the heart of the country. This idea that, we were in some ways even blessed and special, right? Because this whole thing happens and changes the psyche of Americans from that point forward.
Right.
And today, on this anniversary, Saturn, transiting Saturn, is at the same degree as Neptune during that day, and the same degree as the United States South Node.
Wow.
So this is a very interesting
Wow.
time in terms of this astrological correspondence. In my show on Friday, like one of the things that I was trying to make a case for is that after 9/11, we begin to move more into this kind of communitarian, Obama said we're going to lead from behind,
Sorry.
right. This is what he said. We're going to lead from behind.
There
Bathhouse
goes-
Barry's going to lead us from behind. All right.
There goes the cat ass thing again.
And it sets us up for this. I don't want to use the word castration, but it's kind of very similar. It's
Yeah,
very
man.
similar to this castration. And then you see the rise of like, this dark feminine,
Mm-hmm.
this dark feminine. And then when you get into Aquarius, you get into, strange territory. Aquarius as a sign tends to be probably kind of more unisexual than any other sign. With the Iranian ruler, right? So that's a very important time astrologically. The other thing that takes place is that in that chart, the United States is a Sagittarius rising. Okay, so at that time, on 8:28 in the morning, transiting Pluto is right on the ascendant of the United States chart. So that means that this country is going to go through a death. It's going to go through a major transformation. And it's right there at that time. So if it's at 10:28 in the morning, it's not going to happen. It is going to be right on the ascendant at that time. And the other thing that's taking place on the midheaven of the chart, which is a really important aspect of the chart, Sirius is right on the midheaven at 8:28 in the morning. And the United States chart was based on the relationship with Sirius, that they were going to create the chart with the with the binary star, right, as
Yeah.
part of its, and I believe it was Sirius A, right? Because the Freemasons are very into this concept of Sirius. All the most of the pyramids are aligned with Sirius. Every single Major League Baseball stadium is aligned with Sirius, by the way. Every home plate in every Major League, and I think the minor league stadiums too, they all are angled just slightly southwest, so
Yes.
that Sirius is rising with home plate.
Wow.
Mhm. Yeah,
You
'cause
can
that's
look
the
at
compass on the
every stadium
square.
I've ever been in is aligned that way. Major League Baseball, and probably some minor league baseball stadiums too. So you have Sirius on the midheaven of the chart at 8:28 in the morning. The United States sun, which is conjunct Sirius, is right on the midheaven at 8:28 in the morning. So it's the astrological correspondences of the 9/11 event are pretty deep. And Saturn was in Gemini at the time. So when we get into Gemini, we get into this whole idea of the twin, right? And the twin towers and Saturn representing hierarchies in time. So Pluto at that time is in opposition with Saturn, right? So what we're dealing with is this transformation of time and this transformation of a new order. And so they're ending this old order. They're ending the dualistic world of Pisces, and they're moving it into, one tower to rule all, right? So it's a very profound, deep, pivotal time. 8 days later, we're freaking in Afghanistan. Okay. We're in Afghanistan 8 days later. The Patriot Act baked, ready to go. The government changes, right? You had that Pluto opposition, right? Or even Pluto on the ascent of the United States. Department of Homeland Security comes out of 9/11. TSA comes out of 9/11. And how fun has that been? Patriot Act essentially abrogates the Constitution. They're rewriting the Constitution. They're overwriting the script.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal. It's a big time. And, we're in and have been for ever since this thing started. We're watching this whole COVID event basically be a really, really slow time, controlled demolition.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
We're watching it happen one frame at a time right now.
Yeah.
That's how I felt the whole time. It's happening again, only in super slow mo.
That's right. Yeah.
The TSA thing, I darkly joke that's, Fourth Amendment foreplay, mess with our clothes, take off your shoes, that's just the foreplay. And then next comes penetration.
Yeah.
Yep.
You mentioned the dark feminine coming along. And when you said that, a thought I had much earlier was, you're in Texas, and Texas in my tarot Tories, the geomancy of the tarot overlaid onto the United States. Texas is the star card, which is Aquarius, and you're the lone star state, right? And you guys just had that abortion law come down to really start pulling those old wounds and trigger everybody, and here we are with birthing pains. The metaphors are just, the story's building itself. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Texas astrologically is a double Capricorn. So
Okay, right next door.
Capricorn sun and Capricorn moon. It really feels like that to me. But it's an interesting, with your overlays, because there are some very Aquarian things that have been kind of baked into Texas, like NASA is kind of an Aquarian thing, right? Space travel, whether you believe in it or not is a whole other story. Now we've got, Elon Musk slumming it here in Texas. And what else do we have? Dell Computers, right? Very Aquarian kind of thing. Tandy Corporation, I think, was based out of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, you're I think you're kind of over the target with the Aquarius thing too, for sure.
Mhm.
And even the Dallas Cowboys, they were the first team in football to use computerized scouting. Like Gil Brandt created that whole computerized scouting thing, which completely changed how people were looking at pro athletes. Super advanced.
Was that before Moneyball?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, before Gil Brandt came along, you'd have these guys, they just go out to stadiums and they would just look at players, and if they, you know, met the eye test or whatever, they would, you know, try to sign them or draft them. What Gil Brandt did is he created a league-wide scouting service so that they could take all these measurables with players, like their height,
Yeah, telemetry.
yeah, their weight, their 40 time, you know, and all these other intangibles. And then they would, you know, begin to, you know, make correspondences and projections. So, but it wasn't just for the Cowboys, it was like for the entire league. So that was, yeah, that was pre Moneyball for sure. But he revolutionized how players were scouted. And if I'm not mistaken, Ross Perot, also from Texas, right?
Absolutely, from Texas.
Unfortunately, he revolutionized distribution with just-in-time distribution, and you know, he's the guy that created that in conjunction with Sam Walton and Walmart.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was that close tied to it. Interesting.
Yeah, so
I haven't gone back and looked at Perot for a long time. There's probably a lot of curious info there.
yeah, so he's the guy that creates this whole just-in-time software. You know, before you would go to like a Sears and you would say, "Oh, do you have any of those bikes in back?" And they said, "Let me check." And they, you know, "Oh yeah, here we got an extra one." That doesn't have that. You know, once Ross Perot came along, basically said, "Look, you're going to turn your store. You're going to have more store space and less warehouse space. You're going to eliminate the warehouse. We're going to computerize everything. And after, if you've got 10 of one item, after you sell the sixth item or the fifth item, it's automatically going to go through the system. It's already going to order it, and it's already on the way."
Yeah.
And that's where Ross Perot made his money, was through just in time.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it was Ross Perot. I used to joke with people that if they go buy a nice T-shirt from Walmart, that somebody in China goes and kicks a little Chinese girl in the ribs and tells her to get up and make another one. You know.
There's some truth to that. Yeah.
I know.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yep. And then out of Ross Perot, we get Mark Cuban, who's the owner of the Dallas Mavericks. He worked for Ross Perot for a while. That's where he got us started. Mark Cuban did the greatest money sleight of hand I've ever seen. He created broadcast.com. And this is back in the Wild West of the internet. And he created it because he went to Indiana University. And he and his buddies wanted to listen to Hoosier games. So what they did is they set up like a BBS, and they would take the broadcast from the Hoosier games and they'd stream it out to, you know, their buddies, and like, oh, gee, there's a business model here. So they started to do this for all these sports. They started to do it for, you know, the NBA, Major League Baseball. There were no licensing agreements at that time. So Yahoo decided that they needed some intellectual properties. So they bought this broadcast.com for a huge amount of money. Like Mark Cuban made big bucks. And then within 2 years, Major League Baseball, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, they're all negotiating all their streaming deals, right? So the money that Yahoo invested in broadcast.com, just it was worthless at that point. They couldn't do anything. For a brief period of time, they had the rights to negotiate with Major League Baseball and the NFL and all those things, but it just went away. So Mark Cuban, I mean, you have to ask yourself, was that like a money laundering scheme, or what was really going on there? Because you know that they have lawyers that are looking at these deals. Although back in the day with Silicon Valley, a lot of that stuff was shady anyway. I was there. I was there for about 5 years. But that's how Mark Cuban got all his dough, man. It was through Yahoo, broadcast.com.
Chippy.
That's crazy.
Which leads us to Ross Perot, which leads us to Walmart. which leads us to Sam Walton. Did you know Sam Walton managed internment camps during the Japanese War, the World War II? Did you know that?
That doesn't surprise me.
Yep.
His kids are still managing them now, only we're willingly walking in and interning ourselves when we need some diapers and formula and some toilet paper.
Do you guys shop at Walmart?
Sometimes if I can't avoid it, I'll avoid it at all costs. But every once in a while, you know, the absolute need for whatever has to be in the house immediately overrides that. But I prefer to not walk into just based on the vibe alone, let alone all the horrible information I know. But the feeling of even being in the proximity of a Walmart, let alone parking in the parking lot and having to, God forbid, walk inside of the place, especially bad places like Lodi, California. You want to go to the Walmart at night? I'd rather go down to the hood. It's so off and wacky, the vibe, you know. I can't. I'm too sensitive to it all. I hate it.
We're all dialed in on the Mart law,
Yeah.
right? You guys got that Mart
Yeah.
law,
Yeah.
martial law,
Yeah.
just waiting to happen. Somebody's just got to flip it around and it's on. That's
Yeah, when
amazing. I did not know that he was involved in the internment camps, though.
Yeah. His job was to manage them. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Sam Walton, interesting character, married into money. He married into money.
Yeah, Walmart is very interesting. Last year, around July 4th, I was into this phrase. They were asking us to pay with exact change. Do you remember that? They're saying there was a coin shortage about a year
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
And I was connecting that to, there was a film documentary called Loose Change
Loose
relating
Change.
to
Yeah.
9/11. So I'm
That was
getting,
the most famous 9/11 piece, you know.
yeah, I'm getting all these ideas in my mind. I'm like, well, what do they mean by paying with exact change? I know how to exact revenge. This connects back to Walmart, though. Walmart has those Coinstar kiosks where you take all your coins. So
Mhm.
there was a commission form, not a 9/11 commission, but there was something about a problem with coins. They needed to get coins moving. Apparently coins were being lost in sofa cushions or cars, and the Federal Reserve did not want to release more coinage. So they were saying we need to get coin moving, and they were encouraging people to go to Walmart essentially with all their loose change and put them into the Coinstar machines.
Mhm.
Gabriel, what you got?
Yeah, man. So the star card is in Aquarius, and we are changing into the age of Aquarius. And so there's your sacrifice. This goes back to Vesuvius and Pompeii, when on the edge of the changing of the age, they were bringing fish as an offering to bring on the Pisces age. And now here we are, we're giving up the change to star. What is it? The machine?
Coinstar.
Coinstar. So we're giving your coins to the star card, which is Aquarius. Wow. And the fish, the parable of Jesus saying, go out there and catch a fish and you're going to find a coin in the fish.
Yeah, that's his taxes. You know, Jesus is letting you know where he's really at. You know, like, oh yeah, well, should you pay taxes? I'm not going to give you a straight answer, but go catch me a fish and I'll pay mine, because the coin, you know, is sitting in the belly of the fish.
Yeah, it was all very interesting.
Oh
The
yeah, money
Fed
grows on the
launched
tree
a
of knowledge,
task
man. You guys got
force.
to read that book too. That Tracy Twyman book will tie all this together in 1,000 more ways. Money
Right.
grows on the tree of knowledge.
And
Great call.
This
Great
is tying
call,
into
Alan.
everything here. There's
Yeah,
the
man.
Food Marketing Institute, the FMI. You know, the FMI, the Food Market Institute.
Tracy's book, yeah.
I linked to the blog post I made. It's on alanmarcus.blogspot.com. And I was just deep into this research, and I was like, is anyone paying attention to this? Does anyone care? There was businesses that were saying, we're not going to accept cash, and we're not going to give you exact change. So are you going to round up? And then the businesses would keep the extra money?
Yep.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I talked to the bank when they first said that, and I was like, "So what's the deal with this? Are they is there really a shortage?" And they were like, "No, but the corporate at US Bank told the banks to not order more coins if they can help it, to try not to order more coins." It was just sort of
And,
mandated from the top down.
Yeah.
and it was under Obama that we were changed.
Hope and change.
Choose soap, choose soap, choose soap. Oh, I typed in loose change Coinstar on the anagrammer, and the top is encroaches, eludings, or a concealer shootings. Those are the top two results. So I thought that was interesting. I'll copy paste it into the Telegram, at least the top 20 or 30 items here or whatever.
Yeah, it was just interesting that Coinstar, Walmart Incorporated, and Food Marketing Institute, the FMI, were all on this Federal Reserve System task force to decide what they were going to do with coinage.
Yeah.
So why is Walmart deciding what Americans are going to do with their pennies? That was the big question I was asking, and I didn't find a satisfying answer.
Well, the answer, I guess, would be that Walmart's closest to the velocity of most of those, especially the pennies, the small people's money. So, they've got a terrific amount of hands-on influence with literal coins.
Yeah, and then there was some people thinking perhaps Walmart was asking you to bring in your pennies so they could get all the copper pennies, and that they were hoarding them and they wouldn't give them back to you because they wanted to get the old copper pennies out of circulation. Lots of questions.
Yeah.
Not very
Okay.
satisfying answers.
So really creepy numbers come out of FMI. I might be. So there's 613 mitzvahs, right? Is that right? 613 mitzvahs?
I don't know.
I think it's 613. Well, so FM is 613. In the I, but that's an ordinal.
Wikipedia says, 613 mitzvahs, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm about ready to peel off here. But I want to share an interesting synchronicity with you guys. I think you'll appreciate this before I jump. Somebody had sent me an email, and it was a link to a piece on COVID being a Hebrew word. Have you seen this? Have you seen this piece? So you know what I'm talking about? Okay, so the guy who's writing about this talks about Dolly, the clone sheep, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Dolly the clone sheep, where did they clone Dolly?
International waters or China?
They cloned Dolly in Roslin, Scotland.
Oh, yeah?
That's where Dolly was cloned.
Yeah, I've been to the Roslyn Chapel.
Right. Okay. So apparently Dolly backwards is Yolad, which is another Hebrew name. And I think it's connected to, I forgot. Divik, which is COVID backwards, is the book.
Yeah.
Right. The book. And I think it means slave, if I'm not mistaken. I think it means slave. I'm pretty sure.
Jim has something.
So anyway, my friend sends me this story, and I'm reading. I mean, okay, and I think I had heard something about COVID representing that. It kind of went, just across my screen. Like, okay, boom, move on to the next thing. So tonight, when I wanted to have like a background that was kind of more kind of rock and roll, So I originally wanted to have like a Stones background, and I'm looking at some of the pictures. I'm like, I'm just not into it. So I thought, okay, let me get a Led Zeppelin background. So I grabbed a Led Zeppelin picture, and I liked it because they're all kind of hanging out by this car and everything. And then I noticed up here on the left corner,
I saw it.
There's Rosalind.
Justice.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, man.
And that happened literally less than 2 minutes after I read that email.
Nice.
Wow. Wow.
That's a sync.
Yeah,
that was
buddy.
that to me. It was like, wow. And when I just pivoted off of the Stones, right? I could have said, let me get an Exile Main Street era kind of Stones picture. I'll put it up there. But like, I don't really like the Stones tonight. I'm going to go Zeppelin.
Yeah, I was curious about the picture if it had any meaning, but it's interesting to hear that you just just coming up with an idea, because that's what I did too. I just went looking through pictures that I have saved, and this is a piece of art that I made, so I figured, well, that'll work.
Yeah. So that was the genesis of this picture.
Rosalind dresses. Maybe
The
we should look
rose
that
line
up.
ties everything together.
Yes, it does.
Rosalind dresses. Okay, fellas, I'm going to go.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man. Nice talking to you.
Thank you for having me. You guys are brilliant. Totally
Thank
brilliant.
you so much, Robert. It was a joy to meet you, man.
And feel free to connect with me on Twitter with your, links to the channel, any of your websites. I'll tweet them out.
Right on.
Thank you so much. We'll do that.
Okay.
I really appreciate you coming on here tonight.
Yeah. I love what you're doing. You guys take care. Okay.
Yeah, have a
Yeah.
good night.
Robert.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
The White Hats.
That rose line sink is beautiful.
That was awesome.
Rosalind Chapel.
That was
a
awesome.
nice way
When
to.
when I went to Scotland, I wanted to go to Rosalind Chapel, and my girl wanted to go to Loch Ness, and so we kind of were like, oh, they're both kind of cliche, but then it's like, no, they're the two most like obviously famous occult places. Like, why wouldn't we go? So I was very glad for us to both go. We went and floated the boat in Loch Ness, and I went and stared at all the strange sculpture, and of course that fantastic pillar in the Rosalind Chapel, and it was nice. And then the souvenirs we bought, we accidentally left them on the bus, and my girl still beats herself up about it. I tell her it's meant to be. Somebody else needed them. They're supposed to be there for some reason, but
So, what do you think about the Loch Ness monster? Do you think Crowley released Leviathan from the abyss?
well, I would say that his working over there definitely did something. I mean, pretty much, I haven't read into it real deep, but pretty much what I got from it was that he like went and tried to do this huge ritual to open a portal and successfully opened it, but failed to close it properly or something like that. And so it doesn't surprise me that in all places, Scotland's one of the most magical places that there is.
And
I personally think that I think the whole Nessie thing is there was art over there in more than one place of like, and there's a James Bond movie. I think it's no, it's not James Bond. It's the Sherlock Holmes. There's a Sherlock Holmes movie where they discover that it's like an intelligence operation, and they're driving around in this mechanical dinosaur looking robot, and so there's art and jokes of that in the t-shirts and stuff. And I think there's probably some truth to it, that they're over there playing around with people. They're running an op for fun and just to create static and smoke and confusion like they always do. Imagine how fun that would be. Like, you finally graduate up the ranks of the intelligence agencies, and they're like, congratulations, you get to be on Nessie. Like, what? Like, oh yeah, we'll show you. And they take you off, and 13 floors down next to the ocean, and they show you all the different Nessie iterations and how they work. You got to hit the bilge pump on Nessie or you'll sink or whatever. Yeah.
Rowing.
Yeah.
That
That'd be very traditional if you just had to get in there. Like, yeah, you're all excited to work on Nessie, and you get in and they make you row. You just gotta row.
Row, row, row your boat down the live stream.
Merrily, 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 merrily.
Reluctantly. Okay, I'll do it. And a few details to clarify here again with some of this Dybbuk talk. I
Yeah.
think it started with a tweet. I first saw it June 14th by @OctoberRains saying that the meaning of the name Dybbuk being the backwards letters of, you can spell it out, and meaning in Latin saying to break up, to sunder, disrupt, divide, tear away, open apart, tear to pieces into, DIVOC. People were saying that could be a, you change the V to a B for that same V or B sound, and you get debuk or debuk, which is used in Russian, or rather Jewish, mystical circles to designate a spirit of a dead person, a sinner in his lifetime, possessing of a living human. So Dybbuk possession was always conceived as the possessing agent, which sounds like a Tanaver again, a mediator, someone going between the human and the spirit world.
Yes.
Possession.
Yes. And
A
that
foreign, dangerous intruder that had to be expelled also connects to that.
Wow. So the tearing or the ripping, the word Heil from the old Sig Heil, that also means like a contract, to a new adhering. That word Heil is really deep, but I bet it ties in very closely.
And on a more mundane level, DIVOC can also stand for Digital Infrastructure for Axonation and Open Certificate.
Man alive.
I'm dropping a link to the Telegram in the chat there.
Right.
Oh, I sent you a private message on the Zoom, Gabriel. If you didn't see it.
Oh, I see something. Hey, all right. Right on, man.
Yeah, please don't read it out loud. Thank you.
We can share images on the Telegram chat that we wouldn't share on Twitter or on YouTube.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
awesome. Much obliged.
It's a whole lot of fun. Lots of bright people there. So defamend Rekka.
That's perfect. Defamend Rucka. Defamend Rucka. Defamend
That's
Rucka.
got your tongue.
The Dybbuk's got your tongue?
Maybe.
That's true.
Agent. That's a powerful word, agent. Conceived as the possessing agent.
Do we have any loose ends that we're all thinking about? Things that we wanted to mention that we weren't able to earlier? I took a few notes.
Well, you guys, have you ever heard about the so the Sig Heil is the Bellamy salute or the Roman salute?
Yeah.
You guys
They used
know
to do
about
it
this?
here. They used to do it here in the United States too.
Right up until 42. And there's that 42, the answer to everything.
Yeah.
Wow. What did they say when they did it in the United States?
It was the Pledge of Allegiance, essentially. Yep. But you can do it with your palm upright. And it looks more Roman and noble and regal when you do it that way. Yeah. But that's
like the proud warrior pose in yoga.
Oh yeah. Yes. In the warrior series. So Bellamy is interesting because that's one of the I think one of the actors in Rosemary's Baby was a Bellamy.
A Bellamy.
Yeah, that's a really famous name.
Uh-huh.
Makes me think of Bill Bellamy, of course.
Yeah.
From what was that from the MTV Raps, Bill Bellamy?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I try not to say stuff like that because it shows my age. I don't look 45, so it's nice to keep it under my hat.
uh, what were you going to say, Alan? What did you have written down?
Oh, I had a few things from the very beginning of the show talking about the ant farm analogy of the human ant farm and building colonies, communitarianism. You remember the movie Ants was released on September 19th, 1998, followed by the Disney A Bug's Life project, November 20th,
Mm-hmm.
1998. So two books or two films with very similar messages. A Bug's Life involves a misfit ant Flick who is looking for tough warriors to save his colony from a protection racket run by Hopper's gang of grasshoppers, and Z and Ants, an anxious worker ant who chafes at conformity and the fact that everyone, even his psychiatrist, reminds him he is insignificant.
Oh, don't forget about the B movie too, because that fits right in those little categories of the communitarian brainwashing they're throwing at us.
Gary Seinfeld.
Yeah, the advertising for that B movie on NBC was every commercial break for
Yeah,
months.
dump the budget.
Oh yeah.
Yep,
You
Ants
got
was
Gary
September
friggin'
19th.
Seinfeld. Of course they're gonna budget. They got the money to advertise Seinfeld. He's got one of those hats.
Did you guys ever watch Quite Frankly? Anybody
No, I
ever
don't think
catch
so.
him? Yeah, I was tuning into his show for a while, but his intro, he constantly refers back to a scene from the ant movie, and where one of the grasshoppers, he keeps saying, you know, if any of these ants ever find out how many of them there are to us, then the show is over.
Yeah.
We got to keep these ants in line.
That's true.
That's the way I see the whole this whole changing of the age that we were getting so many details about tonight. Is that this is the way I see it? Is that what's really happening is as we move further into whatever Aquarius is, that what happens is the natural and powerful and good side of the feminine spirit of everything comes back stronger, and they know that. So they're trying to invert it and encapsulate it and put shackles on it so that they can bring it in as inverted goddess worship with all this trans overlay and all the stuff that we see, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get their ice picks in the wall. The age is changing, and they know that a whole bunch of their power is going to be in neutral, if not slip out of their hands. And so they're trying to shove a few things through the Coinstar machine so they'll come out good on the receipt, you know. And the main thing I see that they're pushing is that they're trying to bring this girl power, use it as a division tool, use it as worshiping the whore of Babylon. Like now it's going to be literally worshiping the whore of Babylon as she arrives, as it arrives as both he and she, with its whole cadre of demons and monsters made out of Elon Musk materials, you know.
Or maybe it's LuLaRoe leggings. Anyone catching that reference? LuLaRoe? MLM? Amway? There's a
MLM.
new documentary on Amazon Prime discussing the LuLaRoe company.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that there was a documentary about Amway.
Wow.
It's about
Now-
LuLaRoe,
Right.
which became a sort of multi-level marketing situation. And guess where their offices are?
Texas.
California,
Okay.
Corona, California.
Corona, California.
Yes, and there's a beautiful image of all of the fabrics that kind of represent the image that you're familiar with, that you see on the CGI television screens, telling you this is what it looks like, with the sort of spikes coming out of it, because it had all the bindles of the fabrics kind of pointing out in sort of a direction. You know, you can kind of imagine what that looks like. Maybe a landmine.
Yeah.
Yeah, landmine's a good analogy. That's what it always looks like to me, like a deep sea charge.
Yeah, definitely interesting that there's a Corona, California office for a LuLaRoe company that was sort of imploding around the same time. maybe a stretch for a synchromistic connection there, but
that's
maybe there's an
big.
argument to be made.
Yeah.
And this connects to this
Well-
feminine idea of all these women who are being told they could be business owners by buying Chinese-made fabrics.
Just
They would-
$5,000 will get
Well,
you
if you
in.
get it-
$5,000 for a box of this stretchy fabric.
You're an owner.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you get in as one of the top first 100 people that successfully sign up, you'd definitely be running a big old business. Because
And
the rest
here's,
of that pyramid
here's,
is going to push you straight to the sky.
and here's
And
where
all
the,
your
the
relatives will hate
birth
you
name.
after that.
Say again?
Here's where the birth name takes into effect. The woman who starts the company, her maiden name is Startup. Like a business startup.
name-
Her maiden name is Startup. I was waiting
Her
for the
m-
punchline.
yes.
Like no, her maiden name is Startup. The word Startup.
Right.
Aquarius is the star card.
Star. Tup, like Tupperware, is
Yeah,
also
there's a
mentioned in the
documentary
movie.
about Tupper. Yeah, I watched that one. He had that one lady as his bulldog out front. They had their little battle downs. Now, see, my family was Shackley people. Now that it didn't last very
Ah.
long, but Shackley was a different MLM back in the day. And so I remember, if I went to my grandparents' house, they'd have the weird Shackley products that you would use. And
What was Shackley?
it's just a
Makeup?
knockoff Amway. It's just similar. Yeah, like all kinds of stuff. Soap for the kitchen and the bathroom, toothpaste, and just, lots of products that you'll definitely be required to buy over and over and over again. Not something that you can buy once and have it last forever.
Yep. They got the baby dick face cream.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the foreskin, Gabriel. Just The stuff that they use the whole dicks for is horrible. It doesn't do anything good for you. Oh, there it is.
That's the Team LuLaRoe image that was
Oh,
one
wow.
of the still images. So, out
Wow.
of Corona, California, and they have these team building exercises, and it's like, I don't know if anyone else is going to notice this detail at all,
Yeah.
but it flashed for like 2
Is
seconds.
that on
and I'm
Twitter?
like- it's in I put it in our Telegram room.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool.
The show is called Lula Rich. It just premiered this weekend.
Lula Rich.
Lula Rich is the name of the program on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, that just
Our
makes
address
me-
is 4160 in Corona, California. And it's one of these
Yeah.
family business things. It grew a little bit too fast.
Lula Rich.
Yeah, so here it is. It's like, there they are. And it says, in Corona, California. I'm like, hold on. Wait a second. You're telling this whole story. It's set in Corona, California. You're showing these fabric samples. Her maiden name is Startup.
Okay, so this brings me to the deep philosophical, astrotheological, metaphysical question that's on my mind all the time. And it's a question that right now I want to direct specifically to Alan, but of course, you other two gentlemen are welcome to answer. But so personally, Alan, do you believe, and you guys too, that all of this is contrived in such a way that they're somehow working it out, scripting it out, and making it happen from a human level? Or do you think that the humans are mostly or halfway oblivious, or that maybe there's a few that are directly involved in, say, incantational, other ritual type magic? Which, because see, I lean towards the other. That's kind of what gives me the stronger vibration, is that there's something that we would call demons or spirit entities or great powers that are invisible and impossible to describe in English. And that they're influencing things to all happen, so that synchronicities and coincidences and names and numbers and all kinds of other things line up, and people may or may not get a whiff of it, or they may even be trying to influence something to happen or not happen, but that they're not. I have a hard time imagining people, quote unquote, being in charge. I do believe there's probably hidden people that are like the strange creatures from Dune that can fold space-time and exist, maybe they live thousands of years. They've become something other than normally human by, discovering secrets or methods
Kwisatz
here.
Haderach.
Yeah.
Nice
But,
recall.
so do you think it's that way, Ellen, or do you think it's more men contriving it with like a more hands-on approach?
My belief is that it is all of those things happening simultaneously. That's why it's synchronicity. That's why it's synchronized with the thought waves all at once. So for this Lula Rich thing, and you're sitting in your editing room, you're in a dark room and you're compiling all this stuff, and you see an image that looks like something you've seen on social media, on television, telling you this is what a corona looks like. So of course you're going to include an image that looks like corona into it. You're not going to not include that. It's so
Especially
relevant.
if you're sitting in Corona.
And you're in Corona, California. And maybe you don't even realize all these things, but it's the similarities. There's a book written by a guy talking about yellow magic. Do you know this guy? He was in California, a real witch. He got his degree studying magic. Freeman's talked to this guy, Isaac Bonowitz. Do you remember this guy?
I don't think I've ever heard of him.
He wrote a book with the title something Yellow Magic, and he has a chart, and he just draws it out, and it's all these overlapping circles, Venn diagrams, and it's just simple, and it shows synchronicity, similarity, sympathetic magic, and it's just overlap, and it's like, there it is. There it is. So that's kind of a bit of a teaser answer, and I don't have all my homework prepared and my presentation ready.
Well, I'd be perfectly happy to engineer the show where you need to make the presentation. I'm glad to help as an engineer or producer. When you got the notes all worked out and you're ready, just tell us and we'll back you up.
I've recommended the book to a few people, and I've said just read, just look at the chart, just look at the chart, and then
What's it
take
called
it.
again?
And I got to get the exact title. The publisher changes the title, but essentially it's a book about yellow magic.
Yeah, it's I typed in Freeman Fly Yellow Magic. Oh, I'm on Bing. No wonder
It's Isaac Bonowitz book.
I
think I'm getting that right.
That's a great answer.
That's a great name, Bonowitz. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Yes.
Real-
So there's
real magic?
also a music video by the Christian recording artist Carmen. Carmen, you know Carmen, the Italian singer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's called. There's one called Real Magic. Does it have the yellow magic title?
Yellow is
Blue
in the
with-
title.
Yeah, yellow letters.
Does the title have a subtitle that includes yellow magic?
Yes,
in
it does.
Okay.
Yeah, Real Magic, an introductory treatise on basic principles of yellow magic by Isaac Bonowitz. And ironically, the link I clicked took me to Powell's bookstore, which I found it tickles my little heartstrings that I landed on Powell's page.
You know what's interesting to me, just off the top of this, is the yellow journalism is running wild right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's all there is. There never was any real journalism. That was an illusion in the first place. Journalists were complete drunkard cunts and hacks, but they did pretend. They used to do a good job feigning honesty and integrity. But now it's fake news all the time. There's a tweet that I captured that I retweet sometimes, and it's the man who edits the Black's Law Dictionary together. His name's Brian Garner. You can follow him on Twitter, and he's fascinating. But he posted one time that he said, "I've just figured it out," and I'm paraphrasing. What we've done is we've slid right out of the information age into the disinformation age. And I can't agree more with that statement. And it gives it so much more weight, of course, that it's the literal editor of Black's Law who's saying it. So then it gives it a lawyer's authority, a lead lawyer in the world's authority.
So to answer Gabriel's question, I say I have to defer my answer to the expert who has the degree in magic studies. And he draws out a diagram. And it's just the best explanation for what we're discussing that I have seen.
To find it.
That's awesome. Thank you for that, Alan. I'm on it. I'm totally going to track that down.
I think
I'll
probably share that with you guys on the Telegram chat.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we can begin a discussion with that diagram at some point in the future.
Nice.
Maybe we can just make a really big one. So we
and I started talking about Carmen. He has a music video called A Witch's Invitation, and the witch in the video is based off of Isaac Bonowitz, who walked around the college campuses in Southern California giving out his business card. It had a little dragon drawn on it. He was saying, I'm Isaac Bonowitz, and he'd wear his cloak, he'd carry like a ritual dagger around the park, and he'd just kind of do his dramatic theatrical presentation. And he invited a campus pastor, one of the pastors on the campus. It might have been a Campus Crusade for Christ or some Christian ministry. There was a Christian minister.
Isn't that what Carmen is a Christian artist, right?
Correct. He's a Christian recording artist. So the story is Carmen's pastor met Isaac Bonowitz on a college campus in Southern California and tells the story to Carmen. And Carmen's like, we'll write a song about that. The song is called A Witch's Invitation. And the witch in that Carmen music video is referencing Isaac Bonowitz.
Interesting. Fascinating. I'll have to check out. I need to type this in. And it's funny. How do you pronounce this knife correctly? Athame? He was carrying
Athame.
He's carrying the Athame with him around, ready, just like having condoms in your wallet, man. I'm ready.
Yeah, these are just all these posts of Wikipedia articles or blog. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this information. I've got it all in notes. And I'm just like, this is just a rough draft verbal diarrhea, just getting it out there for you guys. And then
if we could get that,
certainly.
if we could get that technology working where it accurately tunes into your brain, I'd love to stream it and just watch the people suffer. And they try to understand what they're looking at. They can't deny it. They can't understand it. And it just melts them like the end of Indiana Jones.
That's why the minds meld, because they melt.
And Alan's sitting there telling us, I told you this is what would happen. I told you not to do it. But I wanted to watch them melt, Alan.
So, Jim, what's your answer to the question?
I think it's about the same.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that answer, that it's all happening at once.
Yeah, because there's so much truth in all of those sections. I mean, I agree. The same.
You know, the line, it's a Bob Marley line. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. They've got to fulfill the book.
Yep.
You know, and
I can play that song.
Yeah. That's so immortal. That's just immortal. And, you know, the layers of that lyric have just washed over me and with new value throughout the years. But, you know, one time I realized, oh, the book, like the ledger, like the banking, like debt, and it's a jubilee, and the Bible. Yeah. But and then there's that, you know, that statistic that they say, if you write it down, it becomes 80% more likely to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then there's somebody, I think it's somebody who had something to do with I don't know if it was the Beatles or I think it was one of the Beatles managers. They say magic is easy to do. The only hard part is getting all the participants to pay attention. And so that's kind of what I see, is that, you know, first these memes, these simulations, these signs of the Sims sons, first it has to go out in that fictional format where we accept it and take it in.
Right.
And then we give it life. So first, you know, Moses came down with two forms of law. First was the written law, and then was the spoken law. And those two dynamics are like the foundation of this reality, it seems like. And so first it is written, and then it will be fulfilled. Then we come and give life to that construct that was laid.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's power in egregore.
That's
And
it.
it's like there are, gods or demons that we create through egregore, or maybe they were already there, and
Mhm.
it's all reality, just the same as the universe. Our thoughts create the universe, or the universe creates us, and it's like it's a chicken and the egg sort of thing. Like you can't really separate it. So yeah, all those things.
I was
Man.
going to say something else and I lost it. I typed the weaving spiders welcome meet into the chat and I wrote it down on a piece of paper because I figured if it makes it 80% more likely we're all going to be in the same place,
All right.
then
I dig
it. Yeah.
I'm not afraid to perform that spell. The weaving spiders welcome meet. That's okay. It's not self-centered or cruel, or it's just providing us it's creating the wall for the information to bounce and echo back off of. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Baudrillard, Jean Baudrillard, simulacra and simulation. Like we're living in it. It's pretty much, scientifically provable at this point that we don't really have track or trace of what reality was. We can't really prove what it ever was. And people have been
Yes.
making copies on top of copies on top of copies, and we're living inside of them, and we're making our own copies either wittingly or unwittingly, and living on top of or inside of those too. And then they're all bouncing into each other and creating more copies and or, building up or
Yeah.
destroying each other, It's
Overlapping Venn diagrams of reality.
Nice.
Yeah, I
You
gotta
know-
get. I might buy that book from Powell's just because I landed on Powell's website.
So in the,
Oh, if you're in the audience and you don't know, Powell's bookstore is called Powell City of Books, and it's literally a full city block, probably 4 or 5 stories high, and it's a bookstore. And you
It's
could
like
go
5 buildings, all
Yeah.
interlocked.
Yeah, it's Powell City Books. If you go to Portland, Oregon, I can't recommend more highly something to do than other than to go to Powell's Books. And I mean, I've only been there a few times, and you can't even approach it. If you really want to make yourself salivate, then go up into the rare books room and peek into the glass cabinets where the price tags are, and think about how little information we have available to us when there's books on display for 7, 10 grand, 15 grand. Those are just the ones they'll show you inside of a glass case where you could smash and try and make your way out. Which ones do you think they have locked deep underground in a vault?
I always do a Tracy Twyman hunt when I go there, and
Nice.
once in a while I'll be lucky and find one. But
Yeah, they didn't have anything the last time I went, but
in that scene in The Matrix where they flash Baudrillard in front of everybody, it's like only a few seconds, but so much information is packed into those few seconds.
the whole Easter egg's inside the hollowed out book. The book's hollowed out, so the book itself is a simulation.
Yeah. He's got it in his left hand, and he opens it. The only page that is intact, or legible, is a page on nihilism. It's the beginning of the chapter of nihilism, and he takes the cash that he just got and slaps it on top of that page of nihilism. And the other half of the book is gutted, and it's all the New Age Aquarius information.
Yeah.
And then he slams the book shut, and he merges it all together.
Yeah, puts the magic money along, with the hollowed out virgin, so she becomes the whore of Babylon. Stick it in her, roll it up, and stick it in her.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
Yeah, and everybody
It's
gets
midnight where I am, so now we can be crude and obscene if we have to. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. And everybody gets just that flash of like, you see nihilism, and you see a bunch more. You wish you could fill in the blanks, and the cash money, the piles of money, obscure it. So it's like a metaphor for all these people are so busy running around with the materialism that they don't have the time to get the full story of what's going on, and then it's just a teaser. And now you got to go read Baudrillard if you want the rest.
Yeah, money has caused you to fail to realize that you're involved in a system of nihilism.
That's it. Yep.
And all of that's really just hiding that they're moving you directly into an inverted age of Aquarius, hoping to permanently incarcerate you, first physically and then spiritually and forever. Right? Thanks, guys.
And the worst teaser is I just posted that diagram to the Weaving Spiders Welcome chat room on Telegram. We'll keep it there as an exclusive.
Okay.
You need to
Yeah,
go there
please.
to see it. It does
I'm-
include the word contagion in one of the circles.
Oh wow.
So maybe the exercise will be to take that diagram and recreate it in your own way somehow this week, and then maybe we'll discuss it in a future episode, probably every future episode going forward. Because
Well, yeah, I think
this-
we should make a version of the diagram that's big enough to hang up in front of all three sides of the Georgia Guidestones and go there and meet with bright spotlights at midnight on some obscure chosen date that we all can agree on, and then we'll go study it with laser pointers. That's
That'll
what
be
I'd
the
like to do.
Weaving Spiders meetup.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
I like that a lot.
but not Barsky because he wasn't here when we talked about it. Just kidding, David.
it
Barsky's
might
here.
be just us busting Barsky's balls and door down to get him to come along with us.
Yeah.
Well, I figure if you have to leave the stream to go to work, the least someone could do is still mention you, even if it is to give you hell. So
So I heard a precious gem. Well, a long time ago, in Sam Tripoli, he had a female who was kind of new to the conspiratorial, and she had really done a lot of homework, and she was essentially like the first true blue white pill that I had ever come across. And I don't have her name to bring to bear. I wish I was more ready to give her props, her due props. But she has a prospiracy. She's a prospiracy theorist, and she believes that so many of these horror stories are designed to for the benefit of man. And so she is kind of alone in her camp. In most of her camps, it would be a very small group, but I appreciate it, and I love her perspective. So one thing she was bringing to bear was, she would say that all of it is fiction, and that nobody really ever dies. It's all just theater, She's of the inclination that there's nobody in those towers, and it was just, dustification. Some people got sick, some people died but that the buildings were mostly empty. But here's something she gave to me, and I'm holding very close to my heart. She dug into JonBenet Ramsey.
mm-hmm.
And I think she's in the area. And I used to live in Boulder. I moved to Boulder right after that happened. And it is right up the street from the King Supra shooting last year on 322. It's right there. They're like, it might as well be the same longitude, latitude, geomantic significance. But she is of the belief that JonBenet Ramsey is a complete and total fabrication.
I've seen some of that info. Okay.
Top to bottom. And I really like her style. I really like her style. It's kind of a relief to come at it with this, with redeeming your innocence somehow. But something she gleaned was that the same company that did JonBenet Ramsey's photo shoots and, all the touching up of the makeup and the fabrication of her entire persona, the same company that did JonBenet Ramsey is the company that gave us the C virus image.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the fact that it's all artistic rendition. Well, the
Yeah.
artists who gave it to us are the artists who gave us JonBenet Ramsey.
Wow.
And-
Well, thanks for
and-
telling us that. That's far out, man.
yeah,
That's worth an entire study, just that subject alone.
yep.
Because it made me think of Chris Benet too. A lot of people think that thing's a hoax too. That the pro wrestler that killed his family and then killed himself. I always put those two together because of the word Benet.
Yeah.
But his name's not Benet. I just get it mixed up with Benoit, I think.
So here's that image. You kind of can see all the concentric and interlocking circles and gears.
Oh my.
There's an
Wow.
aspect on here called true falsehoods that connect to synthesis and dynamic balance. So whether or not the events literally occurred in an organic way, a pragmatic way of looking at it is to call it a true falsehood. And the knowledge and self-knowledge of that brings us back to unity of the idea that whether or not something actually occurred or not, it still happened in our minds because we went through the course of the events.
Right, yeah. For
It
us,
changed-
9/11
it changed our
and
will.
JonBenet Ramsey and Chris Benoit, these are all true falsehoods, no matter how we want to pull them apart. We can't say it didn't happen at all.
Right, and we don't
Something
know.
happened. Yeah, something happened, even if it was people throwing a lot of smoke
We're
and
thinking
mirrors
about
up,
it and
you
we're
know,
talking
exactly.
about it.
We're
And
imagining
that,
it as
that changes
as if
our
it's kind of
energy.
real. Yeah,
Yes.
It diverts our energy into a thought form that was introduced to us by something outside of ourselves.
right. Because yeah, that's the other thing that gets my brain really tripping is the idea that they have to somehow entice or fool or get us to be complicit in their ceremonial crap because it's our attention span and what they call chemical reactions in our brain, what I would call more like waveforms or wavelengths of our brain, that those things actually unwittingly manifest the things for them. So they get us to opt in somehow. We're available. They give us something, we transform it, and then they have something, or we all have something, but they are the ones that started with a concept in mind, whether it be 9/11 is the most obvious example with all of the like demolition and the Twin Towers are going to meet in the wrestling ring and all the, the cover of Bart Simpson's magazine and the cover of Supertramp, and it doesn't ever end. I mean, there's so many things that for 9/11, they were really going for the gusto with that one.
It's like harvesting solar energy. They just build the spell. They build the situation and just harvest all of our energy. It's free.
Now we give it to them. But you're right. That's
Freely.
That's,
Yeah.
freely, yeah.
There's that loosh.
Loosh, there you go. That's a good word for it. I always like that word.
Yeah, volition. It's your volition. You're volunteering your loosh.
Okay, so if you anagram the name Philip Emmons Isaac Bonewitz, which is the full name of this strange wizard that Alan was talking about,
Yes.
you get 100,001 answers. Exactly. And I don't know, even trying to read them. The first one is what I read the other time. So a cab, semi-monthlies, winos pip. Semi-monthlies, a cab, semi-monthlies, winos pip. But yeah, the results are very strange. I'd encourage you guys to try it out.
Philip Emmons Isaac Bonewitz. And
Yeah,
he's
and
in a
it's
picture
spelled-
smoking
Yeah, I
pipe.
grabbed the book, sample
Yeah, I
of the
see
book.
it.
And
Yeah.
yeah, he's very, very wizardly.
Yeah, I think the only time I heard him in an interview was on the Freeman show.
Yeah, we should hit him up.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to talk to us.
Is Bonewitz still living? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he probably doesn't look like he does in that picture I put in the Weaving Spiders chat.
Right.
That looks like a younger picture. But that's fascinating what you said, man, that he would be all over the college campus, you know, acting pretty much like Merlin, and that it inspired Carmen, the famous Christian kind of dramatic singer.
Right, because that's the polarity. You have to have the Christian for the evil warlock to invite into
Right.
his house, and now they're doing this power game, and Carmen's basically saying, wow, this Isaac Bonowitz guy, he's got the crystal ball, he's got the tarot cards, he's got the strange tea, maybe he's got what was that absinthe we were talking about earlier? He's got all the accoutrement. He's got it all. And he looks into Carmen's eyes, he's got, what can your God do? And Carmen's like, oh man. Oh man. What do I say to this guy? He invited me to his house and he gave me this concoction and I said no and I don't want it, and he's just sweating it up. And you got to watch the music video. And then later on, I found another video associated with the story.
I took
So
the
there's
hashish.
the
What do I do
pastor-
now?
The pastor tells the story because Carmen had died recently. So now they're talking about the story behind the songs, and it never ends. And that's the polarity of the God-fearing man and the warlock, and they go head-to-head at it. That's the polarity of it. They're both
Right.
playing with the same energies, pushing
Right,
back
it's
and
just-
forth.
It's just that Carmen imagines he's not a witch. A lot of people imagine they're not a witch. And they're unfortunately wrong. Yeah, it's so weird. I maybe I'll do the same thing I did. I'll drop the first 30 or 40 of these anagrams for this weird guy's name in the chat too, just because it's fascinating. But the result, like, I don't even want to try to read them out loud because it's just like it's so far off. And the fact that it's 100,001
Right.
is so
Very
strange. I mean, how do
interesting.
you get 100,001 results for your name, your full name anagram? Strange. Yeah, I'll have to check out this book. Thank you very much, Alan.
Man, this is such an honor to be here having this conversation on this night with these people.
Yeah, thanks for always dropping me the link, Jimmy. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I was at Roth when I received the link, and so I had to send Jim back one of these garbled, half-assed, I don't know messages. Like, man, I'm at Roth. I didn't want to say that, but you know, like I don't. There's no way to know what's going to happen next if you're inside a Roth. It's not possible.
Were
The
you
one thing you
in,
know is you can't take the cart out the door. That's what you know for sure, because it's got that pole on it, like those old-fashioned bumper cars at the fair. You know,
were you in line at Ross?
not yet. Not when I got the
Okay.
first message. No.
Because we would have had a Ross line sync right there.
Well, I immediately went to the Ross line after.
I guess
so.
you were on the line. You were
That's
on
right.
the line.
Yeah.
Talking to Jim.
There was an empty plastic bag on the floor, so I made a joke that someone had used all their drugs and littered their bag right by the register to get a reaction out of the girl standing there, and she kind of chuckled, so it was cool. She was laid back. She was chill. Yeah, I always got to test those people before I interact with them to see, you know, like, are you in there at all? And what version of you's in there? Is it a tolerable version? Is it one I can hand money to?
Oh, you know, Sean, that piece of paper you said you picked up last Saturday.
Yeah. I've got it out in my garage in my
It's-
future art studio.
Yeah, I listened to the show again after.
Oh yeah, that's another. Yeah, go ahead.
And I just remember we had just got done saying something about, you know, pupils dilating, and on the piece of paper was dilot.
Yeah,
And
Dilot.
Dilot.
Like Dilot was I assume it's like some, you know, it's some kind of merchandise that what it was. It's like what they call a pick ticket. You know, it's probably a pick ticket.
Yeah.
So you get your pick ticket and you go out into the warehouse and you have to know which row and which item you're getting. But what was it? Precious Calcutta.
There's
Pretty
like
sure that was it.
there's a calico cat, and the eyes dilating.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading the diagrams or the anagrams, looking at the diagrams, and getting it all mixed up in my mind. And it all begins with A cab, ACAB, which was standing for all cops are
Bastards.
batteries. Buttery. Could be anything in that final B. And I was looking at the symbols that people were sharing, the memes that people were sharing, and it was upsetting some of the people I was trying to take these ideas apart with. And I was getting stories about, well, my brother-in-law's a police officer, and I'm saying, stop, pull back. We're just examining the letters ACAB, the possible meaning, and why people keep spreading these memes. We're trying to not get so tied into it, yeah, but emotionally invested in something. We're just trying to look at it just objectively, just as far away from it as possible. And then the anagrams introduce ACAB, so now I have to mention it. And there was all these images of flooded streets and cop cars. The cop cars were being flooded. And then there was images of pigs. And then it just goes on and on from there. And I'm like, too many threads to pull at in that sort of.
No, I would have missed that. I'm glad you said it because, I mean, I think it was so redundant that my brain just kicked it out. Like ACAB, because it just says it the whole line of them, like.
Right. So if you go hashtag ACAB today, it's going to be all cops are whatever from skinhead culture. Apparently, someone says. And then
is that where it allegedly came from?
Allegedly, I mean, anybody can edit whatever wiki they want to and provide whatever definition they want to.
And then there's this irony, though, that all of the Black Lives Matter supporters and the people that are more on the left and more kind of Antifa, they're the ones I've seen using that slogan the most. So if it came from Nazi skinheads, there's a terrific, hilarious polarity there, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. There's a polarity there. And just this whole idea of flooding in New York City, like 20 years later, there was a flood of tears 20 years ago. 20 years to that date, now there's another flood in New York City. And then all these police officers, their vehicles are just, people are taking pictures of them because what are the cops going to do? They don't float. And that goes back to what I said earlier about the rubber ducky. The rubber ducky symbolism is the duck that floats. It's like the ark that rises above the flood.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Wow. So CAB is, oh man, yeah, there's so many strings to pull. It's the goat, it's the sacrificial goat. They're the first responders.
Mm-hmm.
The first ones who went in and they took in all the dust, and now they're the first ones to die that in the next wave of death, and there's also, you can rearrange all of that. So C is in ordinal, correlates to L. C is the third and L is the 12th. So you reduce the 12 to a 3, and now, you expand the C to an L, and you get Baal. Baal, B-A-A-L, if you convert the C to an L.
Yeah. Not all cops, hashtag not all cops eat donuts. Hashtag not all cops, fill in the blank. I mean, at some point you got to have some fun with this.
Yeah, I liked batteries. That's great. Copper top.
Well,
how about not all
battery?
Not all cops type hashtag. How's that?
Right. So going back to yellow magic, real magic, whatever it is, it's like,
yeah,
this fear that people end up having. They're like, I looked up the definition of a word and I can no longer say that word anymore because it has all the negative association. It's like, that's the first step. The next step is to step back and say, words have definitions. When you use the proper word in the proper context, that is what you're supposed to do to communicate. You can't be afraid to look at an image of pigs swimming in a pool juxtaposed next to police officers crawling out of their SUV that is flooded and say, and you clutch out your pearls, you're like, oh, this is terrible. I can't imagine anyone would say cops are pigs and they rescue and they're the first responders, and it's like, emotions, bring them down. What thoughts are your own? Separate them. Take a deep breath. Don't be offended. And don't start dancing to the tune of their music. Choose your own song. Put something more relaxing on.
Nice.
Yeah, I would say to put an even sharper point on what you're driving at here, Alan, and correct me if I'm off base, but when you first started talking in this vibe, it hit me like people naturally identify. They identify themselves with things. They identify, like, you know, if I grab Gabriel's hat right now, if I could reach through the monitor and grab it, he's going to have a visceral reaction. You don't get to snatch my hat, right? Even if we're best buddies, it doesn't matter because I identify with the hat. I just bought this hat the other day and I'm in love with it. It's a Stetson hat. I was looking at Kangol hats and I bought a Stetson hat instead. Actually, I bought both. My Kangol hat looks kind of like your hat, Alan.
Identification is the top word on the chart, just underneath unity on this real magic, yellow magic diagram. Identification.
Right. So you identify with it. And so then what Alan's driving at, I believe, is to encourage people to A, if you can, realize that you're doing it, and B, search for something that definitely really is you. Not an item, not a belief, it's not a thing. It's really not, it's not describable in my opinion with words or concepts even. There's the I is not me, you know. What is the I? I is something. And if you can find the vibration of that, that's okay to cling or magnetize yourself to. Whereas the image of, you know, cops in a cop car full of water with real pigs pouring out over the edge of 9/11 as the buildings crash down, that's not real, right? That's not the thing you want to cling on to.
You've made the association in your mind. You've connected two disparate images in your mind, creating a new association. My reaction was laughter. Someone else might be very offended by that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty funny to imagine, you know, a cop car full of pigs with policemen inside pouring out over the edge of the smoke and fire as the buildings collapse. I think it's funny too. Especially 20 years later on the anniversary, somebody's got to say something. We got to come up with something new. We can't just hear about nuclear laser beams from space again. Or how mean they were to Judy Wood, you know, or whatever.
The gelatin crew on the 91st story of the tower taking photographs.
Yeah, I found a webpage I dropped in the chat farther up about that. Some captures from the book in there. I was searching to see if there's a quick, easy PDF, but it doesn't surprise me that a book that's almost $1,000 is not easily available for free. And I wasn't kidding when I said we could put our money together and buy one. If we did that, might be that in a synchronistic way, the PDF also appeared somewhere online. If you get the turmeric in your tea like I do.
I got it on my tea.
That's badass. I was clicking all the buttons. The only reason I changed the background is because I was trying to figure out how to do that and copy you, but I couldn't solve for X, so I gave up.
It takes a little bit of fancy footwork.
It's cool though. It's kind of your thing. I think it was God telling me, like, you know, stop stealing from Jim. You've stolen enough from him. You don't have to steal any. You don't have to steal any more right this minute. You can wait.
Well, I love your background though. That's pretty slick.
If I can find the whole picture, I'll drop that in the chat too. I should have it here. because I was really happy with it. To me, it looks like some kind of a native or an African like temple, and there's a huge guy inside. And it's just a digression. What I do to get this art most of the time is I start with a drawing or a photograph, and I go through a very redundant, similar process every time. And as I get farther and farther along, I start to intentionally let it go, like destroy it, start to cross it out and mess it up and destroy it and pull it apart and turn it back on itself so that all semblance of the original is lost. And then if you mirror it at that point, a lot of the time things emerge, and that's what it is. Let's see if I can find that one so I can drop it in the chat, because I really do like this thing. I've been posting them up for sale on a website called Fine Arts America. I've got 99 selected out that I've finished. They're able to be published and they're signed, and I'm putting them up there. I actually sold a piece the other day, so it made me happy.
Nice. That's awesome.
Here was that other image. I don't know if you can see that very clearly. It's in the Telegram chat now. It's there's a child on the top. He's got a microphone, and it looks like he's in a restaurant or a kitchen or something. And he's asking he's like a reporter, and he says, "Hello, officer. How long have you been a cop?" The bottom image is just a boar's head.
Oh, just the snout and the mouth.
Yes, yes.
And the microphone's pointed right at it.
Right, right.
Yeah, I know some people this would definitely offend.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it took me years to realize to have any love and respect toward police officers as human beings, because I was raised in North Sacramento. So that wasn't an option. That wasn't an intelligent option. That was like the biggest, meanest gang in the city with immunity and the most guns. And you don't mess with them. You certainly don't talk to them. Everybody in the neighborhood's poor people all spun out on drugs and involved in criminal activity. So, it used to be a joke that the worst thing you could bring home if you were a young girl in the neighborhood wasn't a black man. Even worse yet was to bring home a police officer. So when I moved to Walla Walla, Washington, I realized that the cops were actually, most of them, pretty nice guys, just trying to do their best and being honest and genuine. And there were still some egomaniacs and some dickheads and some crooked ones and some perverted ones, but they weren't anything like what we grew up around, So that was the beginning of me seeing the police as human, as identifying them as like me, just a man.
They are humans. We know who they are. They're family members, sometimes cousins, aunts, uncles, whoever. We are going to know somebody who's
and I do now.
Who's taken the oath.
I didn't used to, and now I do now. I've got people directly related to me that are, and I love and respect them, of course. But when I was young, that wasn't even an option at all.
Right.
Those are the bad guys, the worst bad guys.
And let's be clear, I don't believe it's disrespectful to see that image and elicit laughter and laugh. I don't think there's anything wrong with that response.
No, you think the police aren't laughing at that? They'll post it on each other's locker on the inside.
Probably, yeah. Good point.
They think it's they might have made it.
Mhm.
I guarantee the anti-cop memes that are made by cops are the best anti-cop memes you can get, and you don't get to see them because you're not a cop.
Nice. Nice point. I this is one of my favorite little pieces of trivia. I learned this from the Septuagint. I have a copy of the Septuagint, and you can read the Septuagint right next to the KJV, and you can see what they've flim-flammed around. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, you send me a copy of the title page of that book when you get a chance, man, because I'd like to have a copy like that.
All right, yeah, it's great because it's like so efficient. But one word that I've really honed in on was the word officer. The biblical translation of the word officer is eunuch of the Pharaoh.
Ah,
and
nice.
So he has offered up his sacrifice.
Off with this, sir.
He's offered his extra. He's offered the extra up as a sacrifice. So he no longer has his face. He doesn't have his face on. He's in a costume now.
So you're telling me you were looking up officer this week. I was also looking up officer this week, September 8th, Wednesday. I was looking it up.
Yeah.
And again, these memes kept showing up on my timelines, on my social medias. And I'm like, okay, time to look into it. Realizing COP cop, spin it around backwards, and you get POC. Is that a person of color?
Tupac.
Yep.
Tupac was kaput.
Mm-hmm.
They put a cap in Tupac 5 times.
More than
POC
one.
as an
5 times twice.
initialism. Yeah, it could mean point of care. It could mean port of call.
Yes.
Protocol. That makes me think of Elliot Smith.
Mm-hmm.
So according
that's
to
funny. I found the picture and I named it the Guardian of Truth.
Nice.
Tim's
Like
got a definition for
TROOF.
us.
I was trying to find it in the file so I could attach it easily. It's already opened.
So an officer, according to the first edition of Black's Law, is
Ooh.
an incumbent of an office, one who is lawfully invested with an office, one who is charged by a superior power, and particularly by government, with the power and duty of exercising certain functions.
Yeah, sounds a lot like the definition for the word agent. Very similar.
Mhm.
Oh, I forgot. I grabbed a book and I was going to tell you guys about it. There's a book I found from one of the most profound, what people call sovereignty, the studying the law and stuff. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. You know, the birth
Yep.
certificate as agency. But this book is called "Being Human: The Problem of Agency" by Margaret S. Archer, spelled just like it sounds. And I'll say it again because I don't know if you can probably find a PDF. Maybe, I don't know. This isn't a super well-known book, but "Being Human: The Problem of Agency," Margaret S. Archer. And I only got through probably about the first 30 pages because it's really dense and academic, but it really is just breaking down. Well, if you look at it from the way us and our audience might look at it, it's like it's breaking down how we understand the ways in which we do accept and use the straw man, whether we are aware of it or not, you know. So, and it's not a conspiracy book. I mean, it's like an academic book. This
Yeah.
woman's well known for that kind of work. So
We still
Nice.
have some chatters sharing some very useful information with us. Great Dalmoody, if I said that correctly, was reminding us of abracadabra, the ACAB patterns.
yeah, for real.
Magic, yep.
So the other part of that officer, meaning eunuch of the Pharaoh, the eunuchs of the Pharaoh, they're one of their highest jobs, the highest honors they could attain is the chamberlain of the harem. So they were the keepers of the king or the sultan or the pharaoh. They were the keepers of his ladies, and they would guard that part of the household where the ladies were kept. So they were kind of like the gatekeepers, the overseers. There's that officer, overseer. But when I started delving into this, just that word, officer means eunuch of the Pharaoh, and all these revelations just filled me for weeks. I got so much mileage out of it. But you know, I just happened to also be looking into the all first ladies might not have all been ladies.
Yeah, that's a fascinating study.
Yes. And so here, I believe we have an amazing rabbit hole. There could be something really big to glean from all this. But so now I'm thinking of first ladies as chamberlains of the harem, which would require two really profound skill sets. You would have to be a badass bodyguard and a badass assassin. And who do you want to be your first lady more than a badass bodyguard?
Gives a whole new meaning to the word secret service.
Yeah, buddy.
What's the secret?
Now that's how I
What is the
found out
service?
about what's his name, Barney. He did the River of Fundament and the Crewmaster Cycle. Barney, first name's not Barney. That must be his last name. But the reason I found it because I was on 4chan and I found this picture of these men posing with a barber chair, and there was a man with his face covered somewhat. I could find the picture if I tried, but it's like his penis is completely cut off, and it's like they're in a surgical procedure, and his penis is like laying there on a piece of cloth, and it's like they're all there as part of his becoming a eunuch, and it's all Freemasonic, like openly Freemasonic, like they're wearing their aprons. And I sent it to Tracy and asked her if she thought it was real back in the day, and she's like, oh no, that comes from I just can't think of the guy's first name. If you look up Cremaster Cycle or River of
real.
Fundament, you'll find it. And
It looked real.
it looked, I mean, it might be absolutely
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
It looked shockingly and horribly real. Like here I am once again on 4chan, damaging my soul forever, and knowing for sure that it's not worth it, but I'm doing it anyway.
Was
but,
it from a movie?
Yeah,
Or was
it's
it
from.
art?
I think it's from
River of
Cremaster.
Fundament?
No, I think it is from River of Fundament, not Cremaster Cycle.
Man. So Alan, here we go full circle to last week. Toxoplasmosis has been directly linked to gender dysphoria.
Yes.
They did research. A company called Ovid Technologies Inc. They went to Korea and they found a city where the feral cats have overrun the city, and all the people in the city, they're not sure if they're a boy or a girl anymore.
Wow.
The percentages are off the chart.
Yeah, I
Trippy.
think the technical term for that is ladyboy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the lady was warning us about.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
From here
now
on down, they cut their dicks off. It's travesty.
travesty.
I'll never forget the way she said it because she was mispronouncing it, but she was being more genuine and honest
Yeah.
by expressing it, because that's what she was warning us. Like, don't accidentally go to bed tonight with a man if you don't want to. That she was trying to give us this is the end of real women where I am.
Travesty.
I hope that woman made it out of Amsterdam and got back to be baptized in the Jordan River, because she sure seemed like she was full of the Holy Spirit and ready to go.
Nice. Man, so much comes to light with travesty. Tavila is a Jewish baptism. Are you a traveling man?
Yeah,
Tavistock.
fellow traveler.
Yep.
Fellow
Tavistock.
traveler.
Blues
TV.
Traveler.
Blues Traveler.
Oh,
Cat,
man. Did who was it? Somebody said that they watched it was you, Sean, the Black Widow.
Yeah.
So all those girls are trained assassin bodyguard badasses, chamberlains to the harem,
Yeah.
right? And they even go into detail in the movie. They start talking about how they took out their generative organs.
Right. They exactly. They gave them all hysterectomy.
So let's ground that into a real world example that people will be familiar with. You have President Obama in the White House. In bed next to him is his wife, Michelle. There was a rumor that Michelle was actually a Michael. There was a fashion red carpet correspondent who kept stating this claim. If that was libel or a lie, wouldn't there be lawsuits or cease and desists or something to prevent that message from being allowed to circulate?
Well, yeah, at the
Wasn't her
minimum,
throat was cut from the inside, though.
yeah, the way that that whole little clip of
Joan Rivers.
Joan Rivers,
the way
yes.
that goes down, to me, it seems so genuine, and it just seems like Joan Rivers giving up on keeping up the charade anymore. That's what it's always seemed like to me. Like, look, I'm tired of, because I used to not like Joan Rivers until I watched the documentary about her trying to make her comeback and watching her hammer the phones and like just grinding her daughter into a powder to get back, because she's going to make a huge comeback. And she's an ancient stand-up comedian, like from way back in the day. You can find her standing there smoking on stage in a little poofy like beaver cleaver dress, and it just changed my attitude towards her. And then that all happened right after, not very long after I saw the documentary, and I was like, oh my God, she's telling the truth. And if you look into it, the evidence is terrifyingly erect. It's
Yeah.
right in your face.
And her throat was cut from the inside. It was a
Yeah, yeah.
botched surgery, but she pretty much suffocated.
Her daughter was trying to sue him and everything, because they knew
Whose
it
daughter?
wasn't right.
Say the name.
Joan Rivers' daughter.
Joan Rivers' daughter. Yes. Okay.
Wow.
I thought you were talking about Michelle Obama having a laser surgery to remove an Adam's apple or something from the inside.
She was
Oh.
wearing that necklace that reads "Becoming" during the Osiris ritual, drinking on the champagne while the Notre Dame spire burnt in a pyre in Pyre.
Gay
Oh,
Perry.
Michelle-
Very-
Yes,
Gay
Michelle-
Perry.
Old Gay Paris.
Mhm.
that's it. And it's I call him Obey Ma.
Yeah.
Obama is Obey Ma.
Mhm.
But the becoming is an indicator that the transition is complete. Yeah, and also
Which brings us back to Wachowski siblings, who would later say that their Matrix film was an allegory for transitioning from one gender to the other.
Well, then
Yeah.
what's the Matrix for?
I mean, the word matrix literally means womb. I mean, that's
Jim is asking who directed The Matrix 4? A Wachowski sibling, one of them, was said to be the director of that movie.
So is it just a continuation of the allegory, or is it a new transition? Or, I mean, I can only imagine. I haven't seen it.
The third Matrix movie ends with like a sunrise, and this is the resurrection. So, like a phoenix, like a bright day in this metropolis, dark city. It becomes the light city. So, you have Neo in the bathtub with the rubber duck on his head, with bright sunlight coming in through the windows. And it may be San Francisco that they're in, the city of San Francisco.
Maybe it's a baptism, a
you
new.
got it.
Yes.
Yep. 4, Tav. Tav is 22, the 22nd letter. It's also becomes 4, the beginning of a new cycle. And he's in the bathtub getting a Tavila, is the baptism.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
getting baptized by a duck.
Right. So let me go back to this.
Oh,
Twitter thread
It
I
also
have.
means duck. Tavila means to duck. I was thinking of duck, duck, go.
Oh,
I was like, oh yeah, duck, duck, go.
That's what you do if they're shooting at you. Duck,
duck
duck,
and
go.
cover. Okay. Yeah.
Duck. Oh.
Chat confirms that Lena, in quotes, directed Matrix 4. What is LANA in reverse? Don't say it out loud.
Nailed it.
Wah, 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 wah.
Revelation.
Yeah.
Revelation.
So I linked in chat to a Twitter post I've got of someone wearing some dreads. It looks like it's a Wachowski sibling. And I'm not trying to make fun of these people. I don't know what the terminology is. I'm so confused by all of this myself. Trying to work it out.
Yep.
This person is holding a plaque with the word Mnemosyne. Mnemosyne. That's the Titaness of memory in Greek mythology. The plaque says made in the EU, year 2074. And I think that's a prop from one of the Matrix movies. So it has to do with the Titaness of memory.
74 is tungsten, also called wolfram, and it's used for faking gold, making fake gold bars.
I'm gonna use it to
Very
work
hard.
with- yeah, I'm gonna use it as part of my art.
Oh, nice. I think they say that the moon has tungsten. Like they say that there's tungsten, lots of it in the moon.
It's a
So-
welder.
And 47, reverse it, is silver. And silver is a moon, is the moon in on the tracing board. Wow. That was a nice sync.
Yeah, that picture he posted is absolutely disturbing, Alan.
Yes, the Nemosin.
Lana with the Mnemosyne plaque.
I think that's
Mark
Lana.
III,
I
number
think the other
19.
sibling is named Lily. Like a
Mnemosyne
little
made in
lie.
the new
I don't know.
EU.
Lily is the Mayflower. Lilith, it's it's a pentagram.
Yeah. The lily is it may
Whoa.
flower, huh? Like, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And Lana has a tattoo on her left arm there of some words.
Oh, nice. Good catch.
It looks fresh too, even in that blurry picture.
What does it say? Can you read it?
Can't read it. I'm sure we'd have to
This
search
is a
it up.
screen cap from a video. There was all sorts of threads and people were digging into this information and I was just scrolling through it, picking out the stuff that kind of jumped out to me that I wanted to do some more research on. Like, what is Nemosyne? What is the tightness of memory? Why is she holding this plaque? Is it from the Matrix? Mark III is the third model. So it might have been from the third film. I don't know if that's the name of a ship in Matrix. It gets all very convoluted.
Yeah.
And then there was a Twitter thread that was basically saying, you know, here's all the things you missed in the Matrix, so we're gonna decode it for you. I'm like, do I need them to decode the Matrix 4 trailer for me? Can I do it myself? Is that allowed? Do I have permission to do that?
The book in
You
the
have
background.
my permission to decode at all times, Alan. So, and just remind them that my permission overrides theirs. So, if there's any doubt.
Right.
The book in the background looks like something we could find. It's a 1977. That looks like it could be sussed out.
Yeah, that's funny. We could start what's the name of that show? With all the
Weaving Spiders Welcome. You're on it.
Oh, shit. I was thinking of the CSI shows, you know. Zoom in, enhance. We could count the number of curly, different colored dreadlock thingies on Lena's, what's her name again? The Wachowski sister.
That's what people do. They get to that level of insanity.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm seeing clues here. I'm looking for and I'm finding them. And it's like,
you're feeding your brain information and telling it to correlate it. Yes, of course it's going to do it. It does it naturally anyway. If you rev it up to do it more, yes, it's going to do it more.
The pattern recognition is powerful when you put it in other people's minds and they'll react to it. If I say something totally dumb, you guys are going to shut me down right away.
Well, at the minimum, we'll be really politely quiet and go, yeah, well.
You won't be in agreement with me is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
You won't build upon that idea. It's not a good seed. You're just going to let it quietly go into that night. Just forget it.
And you guys ever follow Branko Malik from the Cali Tribune? He's a guy, he's from some Eastern European country. I don't remember which one, but he's a fascinating character. I think he's a Catholic, and he's been very well trained by someone in old fashioned academic styles. Like, he's got a firm grasp of metaphysics and politics and philosophy. And the reason I brought him up is because we were just talking about digressing with synchros, so that you're losing your mind in a bathtub full of synchros. And him and Jason Horsley one time were on a interview. I think it was on Jason's podcast, and they were talking about how that's really an undesirable position to put yourself in, that you don't want to go searching for syncs, you know. But I find that we do it effectively here on this broadcast. But I understand what they were getting at, that if you're intentionally just trying to feed that thing, that it becomes some kind of like a sand trap, you know.
Yeah.
And I might be taking the way that they said it out of context because I received it to myself and used it. You know, I took it, I plucked it from the conversation. So it no longer becomes what they were saying to one another. It becomes like it's, to me, it's like a string I've tied on my finger to remind myself to really try to ignore and force syncs to go away until they become so emergent that I have no choice but to say, okay, you have arrived. You are here. You are real, you know?
That is the
Yeah.
important thing in the definition of a synchronicity. It has to be personally significant to the individual, to you, to yourself. It means something to you. It might not mean anything to anybody else. And it might be like sharing fireworks photos from your 4th of July vacation. You see
Right.
a pattern. It was significant to you. There's memories and emotions attached to it. And other people are like, yeah, okay, go America. Freedom, man. That's what
Yeah,
it's all
right. I don't
about.
get it.
My dad, he describes that as he says the definition of a spiritual experience is something that is incredibly meaningful to you, but you can never bring anybody else into that experience. It can never be recapped or reconveyed, but you get the right heads together and, you know, you can harmonize on it.
Well, there are group synchronicities,
Right.
and we
Right.
experience those.
Mhm.
So for the next week, we're going to be thinking, I shouldn't say week, I should say for the next strong few days, we
Yeah.
begin our week on Sunday, which strengthens us. So it's the strong start to the week on Sunday.
Mhm.
We're going to be thinking about everything we talked about. We're going to put the pieces together in unique combinations, and then we'll have something else for the next week to share.
The next
Excellent.
strong to share. It's hard, isn't it?
Yes.
See, well, what's something that's strong? What comes to mind when I say strong? My brain made like a really heavy duty cup of
Fuego.
black fire. Okay.
Strong fire.
We could call the week fire. Next fire. That's too dangerous.
Burn. The next burn. The next blaze.
Blaze fits.
It's hard to replace the word weak.
Mm-hmm.
The challenge.
A run. The next run.
Well, then you say, well, the next few days, DAYS, or I spent the next few days in a daze, DAZE, because I spent my weekdays weakened by just thinking about all the syncs that I learned about on Sunday, early Sunday morning, and I couldn't wait to get my next fix on the next Spiders episode.
That's right.
So the opposite of weak is strong. So what's an anagram? I mean, not an anagram, but what do they call these things? In the thesaurus, it gives you other words: strong, powerful, tough, determined, convincing, persuasive, powerful, potent. Potent is good. Next potent, what shall we do? Plausible, valid, sound, effective. The next sound, strong. The opposite of weak is sound.
Bolstered.
Ooh.
That's good. The next bolster, you could call it a bolster. That's
I like
powerful
that.
and strong. That props us all up. See you
That's a
next
good
bolster.
Bolster.
Cogent, efficacious.
Cogent.
I hope that we have a cogent, efficacious bolster 7 days from now. Or wait, is it 8? Are these 8-day weeks? 8 days of bolster.
Sometimes it feels like that. We had Labor
Eight
Day on
days.
Monday, so the garbage was pushed back to the next day, and it was like, well, we only had 4 work days in that week because Labor Day was a holiday.
I
So we're
got
trying to
screwed up.
remain in sync.
My garbage day's on Wednesday, but I thought that Tuesday was Monday, and so I forgot to put my garbage out. didn't bolster my week. I forgot last week too, so I'm like stacking them up.
Bolster collection.
Bolster holster.
A bolster from now will be 918. 918.
A bolster from now. I like that. One bolster from now.
One bolster out.
I'm still going to be thinking about duck, rubber ducks,
Hmm.
ducking, covering. Like duck is
Duck, duck, go.
to lower yourself is to
Yeah, I
duck
can do
to
it
get
for
out
you.
of the way.
Actually, it'll be 919.
Yeah, and then in the bathtub when you slide under the water, it's like you're ducking under the water, baptizing yourself. I mean,
For your
it's-
baptism of wisdom.
Yeah.
out of all the images of the Matrix 4 trailer, the one that seemed to get the most shares is Neo, Keanu Reeves, in a bathtub with a rubber duck on his head. Of all the images you would associate with Matrix 4, why did that one catch on?
Ducks
to
are
public
so
consciousness?
liminal. They live in the water and in the air.
Oh,
and
great
on
point.
land.
And water just rolls off their back. Okay, so Tav, also the spelling out the word in Hebrew yields the Dan and Dan. And the tribe of Dan, so it's the last letter it's the 22nd letter. It's the last letter in the ancient before they added the 5 vowels. And it's a, you know, I can't even do it with my hand. It's like a square without a bottom. It's like this, like a pie, the symbol for
Yeah,
pie. And it's the feet of the Yod He Vav He. It's the bottom of all of those letters. And the tribe of Dan is the last of the tribes. They lag behind. They're in the back. And their job is anything that anybody drops from the front of the line, the tribe of Dan was responsible to pick it up and return it to them. And there is one of many maxims is that only a fool does not keep what Ma has given to them. And so their job is to return things that have been lost. And there's a tie-in with giving back or not losing anything that has been gifted to you. And all of this, to me, yields back to that the Oracle of Delphi and knowing thyself in thy proper proportions and its potential implications with the placenta. And so you don't leave anything behind. Anything that was given to you, you don't just get rid of it. And so in my world, in my crazy worldview, that phrase that only a fool would lose that which Ma has given them is telling you, you don't even waste, you don't leave that placenta behind. And you don't expect the tribe of Dan to pick it up for you because to some degree we are the tribe of Dan, you know? Yeah, TOD, today, TOD, tribe of Danoi.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so crazy how far, once you get into that other language and, oh, there's so much significance. But here we go with the Matrix, you know?
Gabriel, have you ever checked out the Obry project with Jonathan McTemez?
The what project? No, I don't think so.
Called the Obry, the OBRYPROJEKT. And what it is I found him because I was looking at looking up the new chronology, Anatoly Fomenko,
Yeah.
stuff. and Jonathan was reading some of the work of Flamenco out loud, and so I started to look at his other work, and he does prolific work, and he's like a carpenter, and he's I don't know, like he believes that the story of Christianity is actually the white people, you know,
Yeah.
and that the whole interpretation of the Hebrew and everything is all confounded intentionally by the Masoretes. You know, that when they added the dots and added the vowels, that they intentionally made it into a secret system that only they understand. And he rips it all apart. And, you know, I don't follow his work consistently enough to say that I even fully understand it, but I appreciate it. And I go back, you know how it is. Like, you just get a vibe for what you're going to throw on YouTube if you're doing yard work or something. And sometimes he'll pop up in my feed, and sometimes I'll just think out of the blue, like, I'm going to go check out Jonathan McTemes. It's Machtemes, and I'm friends with him on Facebook, but he does fascinating stuff. And if you're diving into the language stuff, it's definitely worth it, because Obri is his own name for the true original language, which, and I've studied Hebrew a little bit, but not enough to know it. But, you know, those glyphs, those old glyphs, they all mean something very specific. You know, each one is a symbol for a very specific thing, just like we kind of understand Egyptian hieroglyphs to be that way. That, you know, and he's got it decoded in a big way. He's made it his life's work, and he's looking for help and support and input from people. So I think you might enjoy it, man. You might like it.
I think I would. That's right up my alley. That's like one of the greatest mysteries there is that could ever be, you know, assessed, is like the Anatoly Flamenco angle and the evolution of language. You know, I really got a lot out of a fella, and I always shout him out on my channel, Tom Carberry. He is a linguist and kind of with a biblical focus.
Okay.
And he's always doing the concordances of these words, and there's so much to learn. But yeah, I'm really curious about that. You know, these points in history where we can point at where language has evolved and what the cultural implications will be from there on. You know, it's so profound, these nexus points.
Well, the language, like in my mind, it sets some kind of guides or boundaries on where things are going to go. And I think it was Jonathan that I heard say that he considers English to be like an intentionally bastardized language of commerce that was written intentionally to perform magic. And that's why it's so convoluted and contradictory and doesn't have any consistent rules, because they intentionally hashed. And I could be wrong. Once again, I could be taking this into my own brain and turning it into something that he didn't say. But to me, because that resonated with me, the idea that the English language is like an intentional, hermetic magic language that was agreed upon by the different sailors of different bands of people in their ships upon the sea, and that they use it so that they're communicating effectively face to face. They're talking about something that does not understand at all. So you have the gloss, and then you have the real language. And so it just made a lot of sense to me that it's very much a magical, I mean, we know how magical it is, you know?
Yep. Yeah. You know, one that always kind of tickles my fancy is that concept of, you know, Ge'ez, you know, in the green speak, like the original tongue of Adam. And
the language of the birds.
Yep. Yeah. And
I started to study that too. It's something I really want to go back to, is Fulcanelli.
Yes.
Those books started to blow my mind, man. There's a little story in there about a very Baphomet type thing, like one of the Fulcanelli himself, or it was either him or somebody else. They got sold into slavery, and they learned alchemy from some Arab sheik. And the Arab sheik had a talking head that he divined information from. And I was like, the Baphomet, there's Baphomet, you know, like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two books he wrote. One's called Dwellings of the Philosophers. And,
that's
and
on
the other one's called, I can't think of it, but I thought that there was only one book. So I went and downloaded the first one I found and actually started reading the one that I didn't know existed. So it kind of put me over the edge, you know?
Nice.
The Dwellings of the Philosophers, because they're really similar, and the cathedrals. The other one's the Cathedrals is in the title. But
Okay.
Falconelli is well worth looking at too, man. It's a trip because he's a mystery man. Like that's just a made up name, and like he allegedly, you know, he's like one of these Flamel types that found truly figured out the Sorcerer's Stone and lived forever. You know, that's the
Yes.
mythos. Now I have
Rubber
to-
ducky, you're the one.
a Muppet in a bathtub.
Yes. So I found a Reddit post that shared the image, and there were some responses on that thread. To clarify, Lily Wachowski had painted an image of this duck in like magma. Looks like a volcano or something. So it's a bright yellow rubber duck. Maybe it's an actual duck. And there's like walking over magma or something. And she used that rubber duck image for her Twitter profile picture. So there's this duck symbology that's being consistently used across artistic mediums. Someone mentions that Ludwig Wittgenstein used a classic image of a duck that was also a rabbit to discuss perceptions and how perceptions affects reality. So like the lips of the duck tilted on the side looks like the bunny's ears.
I have a.
So it could be a possible
comic that I
glitch in the
shared that
matrix,
says- yeah.
shifting the white rabbit to a yellow rubber duck.
Ah,
And machines have to determine what went wrong in their matrix simulation.
I
There's
think you just
something
cracked
called
the
rubber
code.
duck debugging.
I think Alan
website,
just spoiled the movie
rubberduckdebugging.com.
before he saw it.
Well, when they put it out there,
I know this is what you already taught us to start decoding. So now if you put anything out and it says Matrix, I'm immediately going to go.
Wow.
No, because I have that. Haven't you guys ever seen that comic where there's two war bands on opposite sides, and they both have identical flags, and one war band is saying, you know, they will have to lay down their duck flag and follow our rabbit flag, or you know, lay down their duck god and follow our rabbit god. Otherwise, you know, there can never be peace. Or
well, funny
whatever.
that you would mention duck being a possible god, because rubber duck debugging kind of takes this rubber ducky and turns it into a little bit of an idol or a fetish or something.
Yeah.
And it says the rubber duck debugging method is as follows. Number 1, beg, borrow, steal, buy, fabricate, or otherwise obtain a rubber duck, the bathtub variety. Number 2, place rubber duck on desk and inform it you are just going to go over some code with it, if that's all right. Number 3, explain to the duck what your code is supposed to do, and then go into detail and explain your code line by line. 4, at some point you will tell the duck what you are doing next, and then realize that this is not in fact what you are actually doing. The duck will sit there serenely, happy in the knowledge that it has helped you on your way.
I have to mail my brother a duck. Thank you for reading that.
4 steps.
Oh, we all know the process. That's why you read your final drafts out loud, preferably to someone else if they're willing to suffer. Sometimes you have to pay them.
Yes.
Oh, Jim, that reminded me. We started writing a bit one time and we never finished it. It was a bit about, it was like in the style of Laurel and Hardy, or like Who's on First, Who Let the Dogs Out?
Oh,
Was it Who Let the Dogs Out? We should have finished this bit. I'll bet you somewhere in my box of Sam memorabilia that I brought away, you know, one of the mini boxes I brought away. I bet it's in there.
Yeah, it was like a Noah Who Let the Dogs Out. You know what? Yeah, I forget.
That's all right. What? It's a bit we should have finished writing. Maybe we'll finish
It's in
writing
the
it someday.
Telegram chat. You're probably not going to see it. It's too bright. Let me turn down the brightness. The image is of, it's like a political cartoon. It has two warring factions. They're both holding up their flags, and they both have the same image, but one's rotated 90 degrees. So it's either a duck or a rabbit. And they're both worshiping the same god, but they look at it from a different perspective
Yeah.
and consider it to be a different god. So now they're fighting over what is the most powerful god? Is it the rabbit god or the duck god? Perspective.
Oh, I've got it up. I could share my screen like this, and then people could see it, right?
Yeah.
So if I do that and then talk a lot, does it make my screen preeminent, or does it just
Yes.
preeminent anyway?
That's good.
Oh,
Yeah.
it didn't work. That's weird. It didn't work.
We're seeing it.
Oh, you're seeing this
Yeah.
comic? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you never, that's one of my favorite comics that I've ever seen. Little cartoons. 'Cause it's just like this is the world that we're stuck in. Look at them
Yeah.
all wearing Phrygian caps.
Yes.
Yes.
Look like condoms
Yeah.
with their
freedom
phallic
fighters.
spears. Yeah. They're gonna kill that other. See that group of others? They're not like them. They're different than them. So they must die.
Straight swords against the curves, the scimitars.
You know what the
Oh.
best part of this story is? Is that these guys closest to us in the comic, they rush over there, they kill all these guys, they take their wives, and they rape them, and they make children, and the children grow up and they say, hey, it's the same fucking symbol, you guys. It's the same. What do we, you guys, you don't see it? We've all worshipped the same God this whole time. You never had to rape my mom, jerk.
Laurel.
That's what they did with the swastika. That's what they did with the swastika.
Yanni.
Display the swastika in the proper way, please. Don't get it twisted or tilted.
Oh, yeah. Hitler got it twisted, bro. We all knew
Yeah,
that.
backwards. Just backwards.
Okay, I better
Ghost
stop
eye.
screen sharing before I do something on accident. There we go. That's better. That was probably the most horrifying and embarrassing thing that ever happened to me on Picture Show. Was one time I was screen sharing and I was in Facebook and I clicked, and one of our friends and coworkers had sent me one of these horrible memes where, like, there's a guy swinging a golf club, but then it shows a black guy's great big erect phallus slap some girl in the face or something, you know, and like that was on the screen and I didn't realize it. And of course it's looping because it's a GIF. And so then, you know, like my friends are texting me on my real phone, like, Sean. Like, oh gosh. I don't even remember if that got the episode knocked down or not.
No, it was never noticed by the overlords.
Oh, just so you know, I do have your this is your very own storage device.
Oh, sweet.
It's not filled up yet, but it's sitting here where it's insisting that I fail to ignore it. So just so you know,
We'll save it for another bolster, I guess.
I'm gonna run that through the Coinstar.
Was it a dog star? Are you
Good
serious?
question. Are you serious right now? Man,
Yes.
Robert said that he knew people that were part of a spin-off of Findhorn that were
That's
straight
wild.
Theosophist New Agers. So that's a trip.
Yeah.
I wrote an article about the New Age. It's on my blog. I could drop it. It's been a long time since I read it. It's probably not terrible. I had this series of articles that I never completed because I got to the banking piece and I just I couldn't get it all down into one article, as you could imagine. But it was called 5 Essential Thoughts, and it was like the New Age and Mystery Babylon and communitarianism, and there's one more in there, and banking, and I can't remember, but you know they're all still up there on my ancient blog. But that's why I knew so much about some of the stuff he was talking about, because that's when I first found Blavatsky and Alice Bailey and all that stuff. Way back then, I realized, like, no matter who you follow and try to understand the truth, what you find is people that they claim that they're communicating with some kind of other worldly or other type intelligence, and it's giving them information, and they're creating cults, and then they're making an effort to either rule themselves or others via these cults. And you know, that's a horrible but wonderful insight. Like, oh, it's Dwa Cool, or it's Iwas, you know, or it's John the Revelator. I have a preference for him personally. I think he's way better than those other guys. If I have to choose between Alice Bailey or Aleister Crowley or John the Revelator, I'm going with John the Revelator.
Ducks
Wise
and wabbits. Ducks and wabbits.
I mean, if you really study this magic stuff, most of the instructions are warning you to do exactly the opposite of what Crowley did, which is get stuck off on a little side tangent, believe that you're a god and creating, like the one world religion that everyone needs to follow, and like become completely diluted into your own bullshit,
I'm the barber of Seville. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. Covered by Donald Duck and Bugs
Yeah.
Bunny and a Looney Tunes
Yeah.
opera
Nice.
thing.
Wow, dude.
Nice.
Connecting that
Wow.
thought just now.
Well played.
Wow.
I put that in chat earlier, and I don't know if anyone was paying attention or why is he talking about the Barber of Seville?
Pearly white.
Because Robert Phoenix had mentioned something about Seville, and Gabriel had said there was an anagram and it spells Seville, and they were talking about Seville, and I'm like, well, that's Spain, and there's the opera, and how do I remember it? From Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
Donald Duck, Bugs Bunny.
Figaro. And he's got his starched shirt that keeps slapping him in the face, and he's got to push
Ducks
it
and
down really
bunnies,
hard.
ducks and bunnies.
Yeah, ducks and bunnies.
Ducks and bunnies.
Awesome.
It's all ducks and bunnies next bolster.
I think that's all I got, guys.
Same
I
bad
am
time, same
spent.
bad channel.
Yeah.
Ouch. Oh, ow. Going the wrong way hurts, guys.
I've been standing most of this time, so when I mute my video, it's because I'm sitting down to read my notes again. I think best on my feet.
I used to do that for picture show a lot. Jim could testify on my behalf that I had spent a goodly portion of the show standing up.
Yeah.
You can't really do the same thing sitting down that you can standing up. Like if we decided to go see Ozzy, and we were so excited to see his old British ass jump around and be Ozzy, and he came out and pulled up a really nice chair and sat down, we'd just be like, nope. What's going on? Are you hurt? Are you injured? Something wrong? What are you doing? Are you going to lecture us? Because that's cool, but we thought you were going to sing Bark at the Moon or something, right?
That's why I haven't gone to live concerts lately, because they've all been in auditoriums, and they've all been like, please sit in your seat and stay seated. Like, this is music. You want me to stay seated in an auditorium?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not at the classical symphony hall where that's the correct behavior. We're not going to get up and dance to Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Well, you might. That one you could. But yeah, I've gone to a few shows, and it hasn't been bad, but I'm over here in the glorious land of Idaho, where things are much different than they are in other parts of the world. So
Well,
I can see why God moved me over here.
For ticketing reasons, they would say you need to choose your seat
Uh-huh.
that is attached to your ticket, and you are responsible for staying in your seat during the course of the concert, so you're not moving around.
Yeah, I've noticed even the movies are that way now too. They want you to book your movie ticket and then go sit in the seat that you bought.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's communitarianism.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's rows and numbers and letters, aren't there, at the movie theater?
Uh-huh.
I don't-
Always have been.
Yeah, I think I remember now. I always thought like, oh, that's weird. Ha ha ha. I wonder why they have those.
Well, it's because it's a theater, so there was always ticketed seats for the theater. Like if you go to the theater where old people sit and watch old plays produced, it's very strict. And the movie theater really is just some kind of blasé, like, extrapolation of that.
A McMovie.
It's a McPlay.
A McPlay.
Didn't they used to call them movers?
I know, moving pictures, movers.
Movers?
I was sad to miss Saturday night, but we had some information come in that was just a little too heavy, and it's all kind of resolved and is okay so far right now. And I'm not going to drag out details, but by the time it was 11 o'clock Mountain Time, the idea to somehow make it through a conversation like this while being chided on by the beautiful visual of Metropolis is just like, I can't do it. I got to go to sleep,
Yeah.
But I look forward to doing it. I volunteer myself into the fray to help with the Rocky Horror Picture Show when its turn comes.
Cool.
Yes, and wrapping up the conversation, I want to mention before we forget, and I kept forgetting earlier, I discovered in my podcast feed this week something called a Six of Swords. You know who Six of Swords is? He was
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the show last week.
Yeah.
Cult
Cult
fan, and it
fan.
says, remember throughout the day to tell yourself, I am dreaming, featuring Jim Maiden. Six of Swords, episode 102.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. You went and talked to a cult
Yeah,
fan.
it was a really good interview.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Always promote yourself.
It's hard, man.
It is hard.
It's hard. Say, hi, I'm Sean. I've been making digital art for more than 10 years, and I recently started to put up a gallery where things are for sale. I also have thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures that are not in a gallery that are also for sale. I also have the ability to make a commission for you anytime you might want one. You just have to get on a telephone call or a chat with me and find out what it might cost to create what it is you're looking for in my style. Hit me up anytime. I'm out here. Feels really wrong. It's not though. It does. It's just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I just went from having a casual conversation with three cool guys to totally plugging myself like a shitty puking radio disc jockey. Click here now, fbalger.com, not .net. That's the guy that hates me. .com.
I'm alanmarcus.com. I need to update my Zoom name so it's one word, Alan Marcus.
I should remember to change
Period.
mine back.
C-O-M.
Not cheeseburger 911, just in case I need to talk to somebody on a professional level.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they'd care that much, then it's fine with me not to get the sale, you know.
Well, to be fair, we're talking to some detectives here, some sleuths who know how to search for things. And if we mention things, they'll find things.
They will.
Sometimes we can be very specific, and they can find very specific things just by searching the phrases that we share.
Indeed.
How do I
Very
search my own blog?
Dun, dun, dun. Slick
Oh,
this
but I know-
way.
I've always loved your Twitter avatar, Alan. Please never change it. It's wonderful.
Describe it for the blind viewers.
To describe it for the blind viewers, that would be like a really gorgeous shot of Alan in profile, mirrored so that it looks like he's looking right at himself. And I think it's just an all white background. His hair is down, his beard is long. He is long and lank and thin and handsome and beautiful in every way.
The infinite beard. It goes forever.
He's just looking right at himself. It's like the opposite of Janice. That's the way I see it in my mind. Janice has two
it's
faces
like
looking
I'm
away
looking
from himself.
just slightly past my reflection. So
Yeah.
I'm just gazing off into the distance.
Now, is it a real reflection and not an after post, not post processing? You're looking at a real mirror. You don't have to tell us if you don't want it.
That is twitter.com/Marcus86ED to see that image. We got to drive traffic somehow. We have to convert.
Vert.
We've
I
got
do it.
matrix and metrics to meet.
Matrix metrics on next bolster. To me, you look like the knight, like a knight. The pictures, it makes me think of the search for the Grail. Who's the one that actually found the Grail? I can't think of his name.
Percival.
Yeah, Parzival. This picture always like resonates Parzival to me.
Nice.
It's that like I've waited and I've given up, but I didn't fail to continue to look, and I'm starved to death. But hey, here it is. I found the Grail. I found it. I didn't stop. I didn't die. I found the Grail.
Yeah.
From now on, I'm going to tell myself that it's just Alan successfully holding his face really, really fucking close to a still lake. Maybe even holding his right hand out and very carefully snapping the picture too.
And my Twitter banner is a pixelated image of my face. That is from a computer role-playing game under development by Whale Knot Studios. It was first titled Copper Dreams. The new title is Mecha Jammer.
Nice. Mecha Jammer.
So I am a featured character in that
That's
computer role-playing
sweet.
game.
Mecha Jammer. Like
MECCA?
MECCA? Oh.
MECCAJAMMER. Mecha Jammer.
Yeah, it comes right up.
It's on Steam. You can wish list it. It was a Kickstarter project.
It looks great. I imagined it MECCA, Mecha Jammer. You guys ever seen that picture of that guy that's at the Kaaba and he is taking a selfie and he's got a huge tab of acid on his tongue? Like he's made his sojourn and he is there. He is the pilgrim arriving at his place of worship. And all the people are there. I'm thinking, how could you do that? Like if they figure it out, they're going to kill you. Or they might consider it at least. Like, you did what, brother? It's a great picture.
Is it a square tab?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, it's got the cube. Yeah.
No, this looks like fun. I only have one game on Steam and I've never played it. It was a gift from a friend.
There might be a demo that you can download to test it. It's a small studio. They make.
Is it coming along all right? I mean, is it?
Yeah, I've been testing the game all along since alpha. They're in beta. I don't know if they've released a release date. It's husband and wife team making the game, and
Cool.
they've been in Seattle. They've been in Austin. They've traveled quite a ways away from when I first kickstarted the game and supported them in I think like 2016, 2015. It's been a while. So slow progress, and it's been fun to watch them design the game, and I've been playing each iteration of it and providing feedback.
No, that's great. I've got some connections into the computer and especially game programming world.
You want to
These are
share
not-
screen it?
I can.
Yeah, so we can see it.
Okay, here, let's see. How did I do that last time? I clicked this button and then I clicked this one. Now all I did was land on the YouTube video. I guess I could play it if you think it's safe to do it. Oh, it's 20 minutes. I don't know if we want to do that.
Just a little taste.
Yeah, you can scrub through the video.
Let's see.
Keep it on mute.
So here's create your character. This looks cool. That's you. I see it. That's weird. It looks just like I love in Alan's style. He looks off camera and speaks to God only knows what. And then when she gets important and serious, he takes a slightly different angle and looks not directly at the camera, but out of the side of his eyes at you at the camera. And it has this terrific effect. And then I saw that in the little character here, and that's great. If I just had one of these little things hanging around me, this little
Are you sharing?
Alan face, I think so.
We're not seeing it.
No? Oh, here, let me go back. I'm sorry, you guys.
It's all right.
Next time,
cool.
speak up much sooner. So here, let's start from the beginning. Here's the open screen.
Wow.
And then I got to about right there. And here's where you choose a character. And now you guys will see what I'm talking about when Alan pops up here. Must have been farther along. There it is.
Yeah. There's been iterations of my face. That one looks a little bit aged.
They really got the eyes somehow, which is pretty amazing, you know?
Very cool.
I'll have
Paint
to share
threshold.
an earlier version of it where it looks exactly like my photo where they painted right over it. The one that you're seeing on the screen there in that trailer is a little bit more aged. It looks like I've been on the planet for a little longer.
Yeah, It does. It looks like you've seen some rough times and some years have got by. Yeah, so I see what type of game it is. This looks like fun.
It's like Escape from New York. Maybe The Warriors, all these movies.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of
Oh,
fun.
that's beautiful. That's really nice.
Wow.
Cool.
So is there a way to still support this project financially right now, or are they beyond that phase where they actually have the money they think they need to get to completion? Or
You can wish list it on Steam, which will allow you to purchase it as soon as that becomes available. There has been a free demo to play in the past. I don't know if that's still available. It might still be on their Steam page.
It's kind of bloody.
Yeah, man.
That's how it
It-
is. Yep.
it reminds me of
It's like a tabletop RPG.
Gauntlet.
Yeah,
I love those.
that's why it's a computer role-playing game. It's very strategic. You can recruit other people.
Green elf is thirsty.
It looks
that
really
kinda-
nice. I'm glad you brought it up, man, because this is cool. This is very cool.
Yeah, just explain what that art is on my Twitter, and people are like, "What is that?" No, I didn't do that. It's Well Not Studios who produced that art. And I'll tie that back to the rubber ducky. These people are coding. They're coding this game. I'm in their game. I don't know what I might say or might not say in the game. I might just be a character. I don't, at some point I'll find that out. Sort of the fun surprise aspect of it. Gordon was asking me earlier about the Invisibles and reading the Invisibles and what happens when you create a superhero or you wear a cosplay or something. And I'm like, well, you gotta be careful with that, because art imitates life, imitates art, imitates life, and you don't know where you begin and your artistic representation takes over, and that's sort of the chaos magic.
Yeah.
Who made the Invisibles? Who created the Invisibles? Do you know the guy's name?
Grant Morrison, right?
Right. Did he also teach us how to make sigils? Didn't Grant Morrison make a tutorial on how to make a sigil?
Yeah. I mean, he's blatantly a chaos magician. He doesn't hide it at all, does he?
Not at all. That's part of his story, and his story interacts with the story he wrote in the Invisibles, and I think he has a character in there, and it's like, yeah, it's very real.
Well, and if you look at his life story, the things that he did to his lead character, like, I don't remember if it was a broken neck or a broken back, but all
You're still screen sharing. I might go to another video automatically.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. Stop share. But yeah, he befell those things in his real life,
Wow.
and that's a common story. It's just naive people that are outside of the realm of even academically studying magic that believe that it's all just complete nonsense. It's not even close to nonsense. It's not something to be tinkered with and mess around with. You'll change your whole life forever differently, that you can never get back to where you were again very easily. All you have to do is try and believe it, and it's that easy. And you should really be wary, because you might not know what you really want. You just might think you know something that you don't really want, and you can bring it and have it forever and not be able to get rid of it again very easily.
There's no pill to take to forget what you remember.
No, there's
They
not.
ask you to choose. Do you take the red pill or do you take the blue pill? What happens if you take both pills? It's a purple pill, but you still have to take one pill first. And I was making the joke, if you take the red pill first, well, that gives you the truth, and you get the real version of the D12 song called Purple Pills.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the red pill first, you get the D12 song that's censored called Purple Hills. That was from 2001. If you remember D12 with Eminem, he made a censored version of the song Purple Hills to play on MTV, and it's all like golden in the background, and he's all like happy and blissful, singing about purple hills.
Red and yellow, purple hills.
Yep. That's from 2001. I don't know how close to September that was.
Now you're trying to remember. There was only one D12 song I used to play over and over again. I don't think it was Purple. I knew that one. It's because of my Aunt Shelly. Rest in peace, Aunt Shelly. Don't you wish we should have got Aunt Shelly on more broadcasts, Jim?
Yeah.
There's no way for me to describe or articulate or bring to light what Aunt Shelly really is for you guys. I'm sorry. But,
Character, for sure.
well, I could say this. She was older than me by almost 10 years. And one time she told me a story where they brought this little Mexican gangster into her house that had been shot with a shotgun, and he didn't want to go to the hospital. So he sat there while she picked all the shotgun pellets out of his back and his side, and healed his wounds and cleaned him up. And they considered her such a down ass homegirl that they tattooed her back of her neck and jumped her into the gang as an official member of the small local. Well, it's not small; it's a huge gang, actually. I'm not going to say which gang, obviously. It's just good etiquette not to. But that represents nothing of Aunt Shelly.
Burp from Chad is reminding us of Prince and the Purple Rain.
Yeah,
the purple that rains. All the puns and the wordplay. And I wanted to remind you of Eminem. He's not a Skittle. He's Eminem. And he played a character who became larger than life on empty television, MTV.
Was his name Duck in the movie?
I don't know.
MT Tavala.
Was his name Duck or Rabbit?
Yes and no.
Rabbit. It was Rabbit.
Rapper.
E-Rabbit.
Rapper.
Marshall Mathers, the Master Mason.
Yes. MM. 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2000, Marshall Mathers, Eminem, became very popular. And in 2001, he's with the group D12 performing the song Purple Hills, which is very much like Mario. It's like Mushroom Kingdom sort of visuals.
Yeah, Drug Ballad. That was it. That was the one I used to like to play sometimes. Drug Ballad. D12 Drug Ballad. Sorry for blurting it out, but you know how it is when you're searching for something and then it comes to you.
You know, those two pills, I can't help but go to the two pillars.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's also pause.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hands.
Yeah.
Two hands, left and right. Two pillars on the body.
Yeah.
Two pills next to each other look like the pause on the remote. You hit pause, and then you see a freeze frame, and you see something. You're like,
Yes.
zoom in, zoom in, zoom in.
Yep.
Did you do that on the Matrix DVDs? Remember, DVD players had a zoom feature, so for the first time you could hit zoom and you could scan the DVD image in a freeze frame. If you did that with the VHS, you get and you couldn't quite see the image clearly. But on a DVD, you could pause and you could zoom in and you could move that zoomed in image around and make it full screen, and you could see on the passport, on the passport, it was September 11th on Neo's documents in the first movie. The way you'd see that is by pausing the DVD and zooming in on it.
Yeah.
And then
Pause
taking a
button.
picture with a film camera.
Pause button has two
Go to the
towers.
mall and have it developed.
Oh, snap. Yeah. The pause button is 2 towers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There's
So-
there's your full circle for 20th anniversary of 9/11. The pause button on your remote control is the Twin Towers.
I'm saying, guys, if you're not reading my Twitter feed, just
True,
have to
it's
listen
true.
to a 6-hour explanation later.
That made me imagine getting a paid advertising campaign just to encourage people to go read your Twitter. Like, it'd be fun. It's not that much money, and we could hire some expert that already knows how to do it, so that we could just pay them to blow up Alan's Twitter. The only problem with doing it is it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on Alan, and it's gonna likely change what he decides to post to some degree, even if he tries his best to not let it do that. Because if you know that we're gonna feed traffic,
The
then-
observer effect.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I'm staring at my Twitter feed and I get the what's happening bar, and it's reminding me that Chloe Bailey is a modern day Medusa in her anticipated music video for Have Mercy. Uncle Jesse says, Have mercy.
Uncle Jesse.
The Bailey sister was developed by Beyonce, and I think the other Bailey sister is playing Ariel in the Little Mermaid movie. The Medusa symbolism was often described by Christopher Knowles of The Secret Sun in quite a bit of detail.
As was the mermaid stuff.
So to put it very clearly, we were predicting this in our private chats, discussing all of this, and that's why I kept saying, watch the Bailey sisters. What are they going to do? Everything we've already discussed. Now it's unraveling and rolling and revealing itself.
Wow, I was looking at your Twitter feed, and there's this beautiful GIF. I'll just here's one way you can promote Alan's Twitter is to just read it aloud like a British person would read the morning newspaper. And I'm not going to use an accent, but it says pinned tweet Alan Marcus at Marcus86ED, June 9th, hashtag free NFTs, hashtag free NFT, hashtag Dogecoin, hashtag Doge Army, hashtag Elongate. It says share this free NFT or not. It's a meme money by PayPal Authority and the thank you, by Papal Authority and the Dodge Father's blessing. We will all be receiving deposits. We believe love crypto money holds value. Hashtag UBI, and it's this gorgeous shimmering GIF of the triregnum Pope crown inverted over the top of a yellow. Well, it's a gold, a light gold and dark gold spiral that's shimmering. And above that is the symbol of the Dogecoin itself, with the Doge peeking his eyes out from behind the capital D in the center of it. And underneath, in blue italicized, slightly shadowed text, it says, Elon Musk deposited Dogecoin in my PayPal, hashtag blessed. And
I use PayPal's blue colors for that.
Apple. Yeah,
Yeah.
that.
PayPal. PayPal.
Papal.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I hate
It's
PayPal.
a shame that
I
only
hate
2
PayPal.
people have retweeted this. And I'm one of them. So you guys need to, if you're on Twitter, you need to get to work and get this out there. It literally takes you navigating to at Marcus86ED and going to
It's
the
a
very
free
first thing you
NFT.
see and liking and sharing. That's it. You don't have to sign anything. No one has to come to your house. Nothing's going to happen after that, except for
It's
maybe
been there
someone
since
might
June
like it.
9th. I first shared it on Chance Garton's Interverse interview with me.
Did you make it?
Yes, I did.
Nice work. It's beautiful work. It's gorgeous.
Yes, I did. I did not put my watermark on that to encourage people to take it, share it, and say it was their own. Perfect. I love that. Take it and share it.
Yeah, well, we should mint it too.
Yeah, make a NFT.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it already is an NFT just by the language of this post. Whether you want to look at it as an official technical NFT like the rest of the NFT robot nerds that are all over the internet right now, Mike, doesn't matter, because the first thing it says is hashtag free NFTs, free NFT.
That is correct. This is a free NFT. You can all make copies of it. Nobody actually has purchased it yet. So it is still available for purchase. If someone has Dogecoin and wishes to purchase it,
Well, I pay my respects to it.
Now, that's a line everyone should memorize for when they're in a hard sell situation where they're being marketed at. Like, well, would you like to buy it? Like, well, I pay my respect to it. That's a good that's a strafing deliberate energy. It's good, Jim. You want to buy it? Like, well, I'm still paying my respects to it.
if
right
somebody wishes to purchase the original GIMP file, which can export a GIF file, there it is. It's on offer.
Sock it to me, 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 sock it to me.
Good
Yeah, for
morning,
real.
CM5891. On the East Coast, just woke up from a dream and is watching Weaving Spiders Welcome live stream.
Ooh,
Sounds like a dream
So
come
the-
true.
the dream continues in the wakeful state.
That's why we keep it live for a long period of time, because there's all sorts of people who want to join us in chat. And if we can stretch it out, they can join us while we're live.
Well, if we get this rolling properly in the long run, this can be an infinite stream where we only ever have to reboot to reset the stream or the server or whatever it is. We could even take it off of all these platforms and only have our own platform that has a 24 hours a day, 8 days a bolster stream.
Nice.
Excellent idea.
Play them all
Nice.
in order and then go to the live stream and then add that to the queue, and it just keeps playing on repeat.
I've always wanted to have a 24-hour picture show channel.
Yeah. That was another question from chat. Hey, Jim. Hey, Sean. When are you guys going to release the picture shows again?
As soon as I get my disk drive from SB.
ASP, the information is all here on my desk and is not. I started to look, and then of course things happen. It's been a long time since I've told two hard drives to talk to each other and to share their information. So if it looks like it's asininely changed and different from last time I tried to do it, I'll probably just take it to some local expert and be like, "Here's money, you do it." But I doubt it's that hard. So, and I did
By
buy
all
some
means,
cabling, so
Take your time and don't rush it. Let it happen as organically as it will happen. You know, I
yeah,
don't want
much is in the works for Picture Show, folks, forever and ever. Amen. Fear not, just because we're slow and even Fabian in our tactics. It says nothing about the long-term results that you'll see flower from what was, is, and will always be RX only picture show. We might even come to episode 66. Never know. It's not impossible. It's not scheduled either. But you won't believe who we're going to have on. You should see this duck-faced bunny. Woo! Oh my God, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning at Mountain Time.
Yeah. Should we play the
Yeah.
outro musics?
Is it time? I'm not trying to have that be the prompt that kills the stream, but I am going to have to leave sooner than later.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the wave.
Ready for the wave?
I'm ready for waving.
Oh yeah, I got a quote I made up. It goes like this: "Life's a slide, slide down, slide down. Life's a slide, slide down,
Electric eel
slide
feel.
down." Yeah. Oh my gosh, I was studying eels this week. I had no idea.
Were they menstruating?
Good question. Like they don't know where eels come from. You guys seen that information?
Apophis.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Go look it
The
up. Look-
eels of Apophis menstruating.
Yeah, the eel is like one of the. I had no idea how mysterious they were until this week, and it turns out that like they've been studying like Sigmund Freud like was buying eels off of the docks and trying to cut them up to find their gonads because they don't have any. And so no one's ever located the eel's testicles, and they don't know how many life cycles they go through, and they think they only develop genitals when it's time to mate, and they all go to this one special bay in the ocean to mate, but they've never documented it. Yeah, it's awesome. You guys got to look
How
it up.
Cthulian.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Totally.
That's
There's this
insane.
There's this annoying British guy that does a pretty good rendition in about 20 minutes of the whole thing. I don't remember his name. I'm sure he's in my YouTube history if I look. But yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. I've always, you know what, it made me think of you too, Jim, because we had to mold and create some eels, you and I together. And
What were
I
their
think I was,
names? Flotsam and Jetsam.
yeah, Flotsam and Jetsam, yes, are Ursula's eels. You know, when
Next
she's,
to Little Mermaid, the live-action remake by Disney, starring a Bailey sister,
that's right. And if you think
not
about
an
it,
Alice Bailey sister.
Ursula could be seen also as the Medusa character within the Little
Yeah.
Mermaid.
This is why we need to know the symbols. We need to share the education. My final note is James Bartley, mentioned by Robert Phoenix, connects us to Pierre Sabak via the video Who Rules Humanity by Pierre Sabak with James Bartley. Pierre Sabak talks about eels, menstruating, Apophis, and on it goes. Our circle,
Yeah,
shrinking
trippy.
smaller.
Where it stops, nobody knows.
Good
How could
Lord.
this be? How could this be? How could this be?
Yeah.
Oh, that made me think of that book. What was it? Gelatin, the B-side? No,
Got some music? I want to hear some music tonight.
that's right.
You have any theme songs you guys know?
You hear it? Oh,
Turn it
just
up. Turn it up.
There it is.
I'm imagining that Jim has like a wind-up box that he has to use to get the music to play. It's run by a spring, you know.
It needs to be bolstered.
Bolster that thing.
rebolster it for the.
It sounds like the robot driving by in a car version.
Web.
There it is.
It is.
Press web. Crack spider. Crack spider. Press web. Crack spider. Web. Press web. Crack spider. Web structure.
Do my Michael Jackson.
As long as we're making up dumb dance moves, I got one.
See y'all next bolster.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Your next bolster. Till then, we live in your minds.
We live inside your mind.
Training order. And now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters. The spider built a web. He found a mate. Now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters.
Your last.
The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was full socket.